bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
If something were to blow off of your car, you would be responsible for the damage, but what happens if an orange construction barrel damages your car? I'm KSL investigator Matt Gephardt, and I'll show you what you need to know before driving through a construction zone on a windy day. Tonight at 10.
Feeling frustrated? Ignored? Deceived? It's time to get Gephardt. Get Gephardt, weeknights at 10 on KSL.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Jeremiah Jensen here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's changed the way I look and the way I feel.
Alex Curie here. I lost 50 pounds in the reduction phase with SLC Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
James was diagnosed at 3 months old with neuroblastoma. We went from thinking we had a healthy 3-month-old little boy. All of a sudden, he had this super serious cancer. It was heartbreaking. He had chemotherapy until he was just under a year old, and at that point, he was in remission.
Went that way for a year and then relapsed February of 2023, and here we are 1 year later, finishing up treatment, hopefully.
The research is extremely important. The treatments that they're developing here get shared with all the doctors to help treat children worldwide.
It's contributing something like one more piece of the puzzle to curing this horrible disease. We all want the same thing. We all want our children to live, have long, meaningful lives.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
The part that I'll give the team credit for is they didn't quit. I think that they clearly continued to battle all the way through the fourth quarter, generated a lot of catch and shoots in the fourth quarter. I'm always proud of the team's willingness to continue to dig in, even in tough moments, and not just fold.
And PK's proud of the way they lost by 4 points. Play some good basketball, have some good possessions, have the young guys improve. Let's keep that losing going, right, PK?
Well, keep the losing going, but I take nothing from that game. I mean, Philadelphia, do you know who Gershon Yabusele is? Justin Edwards, Alex Reese, Adimbona. Butler played here for a little bit. Jeff Dowlin, Ricky Council. Is he Craig Council's brother?
Yeah, Craig Council's little brother. What I took from that, because I thought the same thing you did, what it reminded me of is the Padres, not of the last 5 years, but if you go back like 10, 15 years, they had a run there where for 10 years they brought in guys, and I mean, they were major league guys, and the joke became they were quadruple A. You know, they were better than the AAA guys. They were Major League, but they weren't going to do anything. They were going to go 65 and 97 or whatever, and you could tell by looking at the roster. And I thought, these guys are better than G League guys, but the stars are out. The stars are out. The recognizable guys are out. You got guy 13 on the roster playing guy 14 on the roster. And
That was a summer league
quadruple
game.
A. Yeah.
I took absolutely nothing from that game. Oh, they battled hard. What they freaking do? Who cares? Battled hard against guys who don't belong in the league. But I'm fine with it because it's the race to the bottom.
And now, here come the Boston Celtics. Markkanen, Collins, and Clarkson out, but the other guys can play. They can put Colin Sexton in this one. They can put Walker Kessler in this one.
Well, I don't know who Boston has, so I have to see who Boston has available because this is the NBA, and you never know who's available from game to game. If Boston has their guys, then the Jazz can play whoever they want.
Tip-off at 5:30. 4:30, Jake Scott and Tim Lacombe will be on the air with the pregame show right here on The Zone.
Hashtag NBA.
Loads missed. Allen stuffed it home on the putback.
Big time play, big fella.
Well, Jared Allen off the Jerome miss quiets the crowd somewhat, 76-70.
Has numbers, surveys it, but pulls up and finds Durant, who skips it over to Royce O'Neal in the corner for three, and Royce O'Neal knocks home that three. And finally, the Suns get a little separation here down the stretch. They lead it by 16. It's a 118-102 game on the strength of the O'Neal three.
Highlights from around the NBA. The Thunder, with the best record in the West, beat the Denver Nuggets. They get them 127-103. Nikola Jokic making NBA history on Friday night with a 30-20-20 game. 31 points, 21 rebounds, 22 assists. Had never been done before. Everything goes through him, and he piles up the stats and is unstoppable. But as good as he is, then they turn around on Sunday and the Thunder win easily. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 40 points. I know we have our doubts about them because we haven't seen them do it in the playoffs, but it's like they're trying to send a message. They had that one circled. Bring their best game.
Yeah, I was at home, and they go back, I think, tonight or tomorrow at Denver. So I'm not going to go too crazy about what happens in March.
Kawhi Leonard hit a game winner at the buzzer. The Clippers beat the Kings 111-110. Those are two teams that look like they're probably headed for the play-in tournament. We'll see if they can get hot and get out of that mix, but that looks like where those two are headed. LeBron James, groin strain, out a week or two. He'll be reevaluated. We'll see how this goes. Just when everything was going great for the Lakers. Talk to anybody down there in Lakerland about how worried they are or aren't about that?
I did not know.
No. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
I have a lot of friends. Shout out Hunter Erickson, Caleb Warner, Jake Walling. They're like some of my best friends. But I hate Utah with a burning passion so much, man. So just to get that win, I mean, we came in motivated. They got us one earlier, so we owe them one. So yeah, it was just could have been better.
The rivalry game goes to the Cougars as expected, 85-74. Now both teams are off to the Big 12 tournament. Utah will be the 11 seed and play right away. BYU will be the 4 seed, and they'll get a double bye. When you say how much you like a bunch of the guys, does that take the steam out of how much you hate Utah?
No, he hurts him with a burning passion. That's all I heard. That's all I heard. Everything else, a burning passion. That reminds me every day when I brush my teeth how I'm going to approach that very day.
With
a burning passion.
Utah State by 40 over Air Force, so the Aggies pick up their 25th win. They are 25-6, and they are the 3 seed in the Mountain West Conference tournament this week. And UVU won the WAC regular season title outright. They beat Tarleton State 71-66. Now can they win the tournament, the conference tournament, and go to the NCAA tournament for the first time?
I'll be pulling for them.
Weber State beaten by Northern Colorado, 76-52 the final. The Wildcats are knocked out of the Big Sky tournament. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
Lots of movement in the NFL over the weekend. The Seattle Seahawks trade wide receiver DK Metcalf to the Pittsburgh Steelers for a second-round pick. They're going to flop 6th and 7th round picks as well. And Metcalf gets 5 years and $150 million in a contract extension. So now they got DK Metcalf. They got George Pickens. So it's not like they're going to have a great quarterback, but whatever quarterback they have should make the game a little easier for them with those playmakers.
Yeah, I think they're going to have Aaron Rodgers.
Buffalo Bills give Josh Allen a 6-year, $330 million deal, $250 million guaranteed. He had 4 years left on the previous deal, but they give him 6 now. They give him more money as they try to manage the salary cap going forward. So $250 million. That guy can really jumpstart Fireball's economy now if he wants to go back and pump that into a small town outside of Fresno.
You can pump it into his life is what I'd pump it into. I left that small town in the dust.
Myles Garrett will remain in Cleveland. A record 4-year extension that averages $40 million a year and includes $123.5 million guaranteed. So Myles Garrett is the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Rams added Devontae Adams on a 2-year, $46 million deal. $26 million guaranteed. Cooper Kupp said he thought he was moving along. This seems to guarantee it. And Puka Nacua has a new running mate now in Devontae Adams. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Is Oregon made of money, PK? Dan Lanning, a new 6-year contract, annual salary approaching $11 million.
I think that Knight is. I don't know about Oregon.
Bowling Green hired Tennessee State coach Eddie George to be the new head coach after Scott Loeffler left the program to become the Eagles' quarterback coach. He'd run the show for 6 years. George, NFL star, 1995 Heisman Trophy winner, turned Tennessee State into an FCS playoff team over the last 4 years. Built it up now we'll try it at a higher level. Go to the MAC. Tennessee's going to buck the trend of not holding spring games. April 12th, Neyland Stadium, the Volunteers' oldest spring game. Josh Heupel wants his players, I don't know if it's a big stage, but a stage to show their stuff. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Yankees ace Garrett Cole expressing concern over soreness in his right pitching elbow. He's reportedly been told he needs Tommy John surgery. He's seeking a second opinion. Big news for the Yankees right out of the gate. I suppose the strategy is do it now and be ready for next season, as opposed to resting and pitching, and then if you have it in July, it's going to impact next year. Just get on with it.
Well, there was some thought he was going to have that last year, and then ultimately came back to pitch 17 games and run to the World Series.
Dodgers right-hander Michael Grove will miss the season after undergoing surgery to repair a torn labrum in his pitching shoulder. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
When you have a relatively young group or new group, is they try to see it every time. That's big learning for myself and the staff, is understanding, the players that we have in the locker room, and how do we take what we typically do and not put so much emphasis on the tactic for that game so that they can play more free, so that maybe they can hit more diagonals, because that's our strength.
That's Pablo Mastroeni talking about how to create more chances, big diagonal switches. They had chances, they got in behind, and Diogo set it wide, and Marchuk sent it wide. And when they didn't get the early goals and break the game open, sure enough, San Diego scores twice in stoppage time and wins 3-1. San Diego off to a great start now with 7 points out of a possible 9. RSL, with just the 1 win in 3 games. They are at Houston Saturday night.
Is playage time the only time you use the word stoppage? Is that stoppage used in any other situation ever?
They use it in rugby.
Stoppage?
You can say injury time, too, if you want.
Because it's really playage. It's not stoppage. They're playing. It makes no sense to me. Stoppage? You're not stopping. It's literally the opposite of the definition of the word. Continuation.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
Over to the 17th tee, the tough par 3 after this. He was traveling. Lead at the top. It looked like a decent lie, and Henley took full advantage of it.
Russell Henley beats Colin Morikawa by 1 stroke. The chip-in eagle at 16 vaults him from 1 back to 1 in front. Huge swing, and he holds on to win at 11 under. $4 million for Russell Henley and the win on the PGA Tour. Tony Finau in contention Saturday. Final round 80 to finish tied for 36 at 3 over. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
First of all, when you woke up this morning and you look outside, that's beautiful, right? The second is everything has been done worse last year. We cannot ask for any better in terms of our ownership and Ashley and Ryan and all the organization. But on top of it, if you look at the way the fans treat us, the way we've been treated in town everywhere, wherever we go, it's unbelievable. So we're grateful to our fans, grateful to our city to support us and embrace Utah HC that much.
Andre Tourney, the Bear, on the Utah Hockey Club. They are back in action tonight. They are hosting the Toronto Maple Leafs at the Delta Center. Late game, puck drop set for 8 o'clock. Coverage starts at 7 with Hockey Night in Utah. The hockey will be on 1280 The Zone over on the AM side. The Jazz game will be on the FM at 97.5. The Utah Hockey Club back home where they've won 4 of their last 5. Can they pick up 2 points tonight against Toronto? That is what is trending. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach at 8 o'clock. Ken Pomeroy, college basketball analytics guru, owner of KenPom.com, is going to join us at 9 o'clock in advance of the conference tournaments. Where does he think BYU and Utah State are sitting? We will talk college basketball with him. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic getting very busy on I-15 in both directions heading towards downtown Salt Lake City as well as northbound on Mountain View Corridor approaching 3500 south and West Valley City if you're out on the west side this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah has 4-leaf clover reviews for asphalt, concrete, paving, and striping repairs. Schedule a free consultation today with GoPave Utah at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
BYU beating Iowa State. I want to say I'm sorry because I just didn't believe it was going to happen.
It's the biggest win for BYU in the Big 12. Iowa State, if the tournament was seeded today, would be on the 2 line. They showed they could beat a team that's at that level. They can go head-to-head with that team. Not only go head-to-head with them, but they can lead them by 21 points in their building. You're not going to have to play a team on the 2 seed in the tournament in their building.
Right.
And you came away victorious even after blowing that 21-point lead. BYU passed the toughness test. If you watch that game, you saw how physical the top teams in the Big 12 are, but BYU turned the ball over 29 times. It wasn't perfect. They found a way to survive in a game like that by playing tough.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bankbuster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bankbuster loan? A Bankbuster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bankbuster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bankbuster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bankbuster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start with a rate in the 2s. Ask us how. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Get way more home for a lot less money. Get a Bankbuster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites, The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
With 415,000 Utahns and 1 in 6 Utah kids facing hunger, Utah Food Bank, Macy's Grocery, Lee's Marketplace, and Lynn's need your help to fight hunger statewide. Simply fill a bag with non-perishable food donations and put it at your doorstep by 9 a.m. on Saturday, March 15th to support the Feed Utah Food Drive. Donations will be picked up by volunteers and can be the difference between hunger and hope. Learn more about how you can be a part of this statewide effort at utahfoodbank.org/feedutah.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Always see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
By now, you've heard Hans and Scotty raving about Bar W beef. But have you tried it for yourself? Build your own box with the cuts that you use the most and within your budget. They can deliver right to your door in Utah for $9.99 flat rate shipping. And right now, save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. Check them out online at barwbeef.com for the best steak and best beef you've ever had. Save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. barwbeef.com. No middleman needed.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz lose to the Philadelphia 76ers, 126-122. Kyle Filipowski and Keontae George had 25 points apiece. Will Hardy on continued miscues and the youth on the roster.
Turnovers continues to be an issue. Got a lot of young decision makers, and I think that they are improving. We've just got to be a little more solid with the ball, especially late in the game.
Jazz are back at it tonight against the Celtics in Boston. Tip-off at TD Garden set for 5:30. Coverage here on The Zone will begin at 4:30 with Jake Scott and Tim Lacombe on the pregame show. Jazz Updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, say these guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join hands to Scotty G Wednesday from noon to 3 at RGS Exteriors, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Question of the morning. BYU rolls Utah for its 8th consecutive win. How are you feeling about the Cougars going into the Big 12 tournament? Seems like there'd be 3 options here, PK.
Good, really good, and great?
Yeah. I was going to go very good, but same thing. Yes. I don't see how you can feel anything worse than anything less than good about them. Won 8 in a row and 12 out of 14. But you can nitpick if you'd like. And this time of year, the nits that you pick might be the difference between winning and losing against a quality opponent. So,
hey, stop busting my nits.
Hey, now.
You're always picking my nits.
Yes.
I've never seen that word broken up like that, like you just did.
Really? I have heard that. I have heard that before.
I have not.
Yes. Nitpicking. What is a nit? They're doing a lot of things right now. Obviously, there's a ton of winning. Now, the quality of the opposition is going way up. They're not going to get to play a lot of Arizona State, West Virginia, who else they've been? Utah, even the Kansas States of the world. It's going to be more of the Arizona, Iowa State type competition.
Okay, they beat both of them.
They did.
Bring them on.
Right down to the wire.
Bring it on.
If you believe it's about confidence, then I don't think you'd go for good or really good. I think you'd go for great. The confidence, it's got to be sky high. Is the defense good enough when the games tend to get tight, lower scoring?
Oh, to me, it's the question, is the offense good enough?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, they've been scoring points in buckets. They've had a lot of games over 80 points here. And I think it goes back to, well, I think what you're saying probably crosses over with what KY was saying in the postgame when the coach said, when the coach said, we focus on the turnovers and the rebounds. Don't focus on the shooting so much. Focus on getting more possessions. You get more possessions, eventually the ball will find its way in the hoop. There are not many teams lately who've held them under 80.
Yeah, but they had 10 minutes extra in Iowa, and then Arizona. ASU scored 100 points. Team that's going to fire their coach here in 3 days. To me, when they have these droughts, the word eventually in a 40-minute game doesn't exist.
Can get away from you pretty fast.
Yes.
And there's obviously less time to bounce back.
Right. And who are their big scorers outside of Saunders?
Yeah, Richie Saunders was the name everybody yelled. Saunders!
And then they go into droughts sometimes. And to me, their defense has allowed those droughts to not be able to be devastating and fatal in a basketball sense. And then a thing that I think really works in their favor is they don't necessarily need one player to put up big numbers. They have a lot of players who are capable of putting up halfway decent numbers. And if a bunch of them, you just take, for instance, the U of U game, they had 5 players, 2 of whom off the bench, score in double figures. So that takes the pressure off somebody like Saunders to have a big game offensively. Because in the college game, with 5 fouls, you can take yourself out of it in a hurry. And Saunders has to play smarter. He had 1 foul. Scott Williams was talking about it. It was near half court. Utah was going down. I mean, you're 40-some feet away from the basket, and you're trying to reach in.
Not the time to use one of your 5.
Right. You don't do that. And we've seen that. I've advocated that they need to go to 6 in college, and they also need to, if you get to OT, everybody should get an extra foul. Because I hate when games are decided by fouls and somebody's got to sit. And you take a look at Saunders. He only played 24 minutes because he picked up 2 quick fouls. and he didn't foul out, but he had 4. So I think that plays to their strength. They've got a number of guys that you can go to and say, hey, take a shot for us and hit it, and you wouldn't be surprised if they hit it. Now, for instance, Baker, he had a nice game the other night, and he gave them a lift. They were like 0 of 13 when he hits the 3 in front of Utah's bench. And they, all right, then you can breathe a sigh of relief. At least we got one guy tonight. Because you never know, man. You can be an All-American, you can be an All-NBA, but it may not happen for you on shooting. It's a very fickle nature. And obviously they can play foosball. And Boscovich has given him a nice lift of late, being able to score a little bit. When you've got a bunch of guys, you don't necessarily need big numbers. But if they all contribute, and I would like to see Hall shoot more. I think Kevin Young said that at least in the last week or two. He wants to see him be more aggressive with the FGAs because he's clearly playing the best ball he's ever played. So I like the team concept that they don't necessarily need a huge output. If they get it, well, yeah, then they're really tough. But even a guy like Maggie, he can wake you up.
I see what you did there. Very clever. The scoring is going to be spread around because the minutes are spread around. With Boscovich coming on, that's the 10th guy in the rotation. 10 people averaging more than 11 minutes, but only 3 of them really playing more than half the game. Hall, Demon, and Saunders get big minutes, 25 or more. Nobody's playing 30. They're spreading the minutes around, so it stands to reason that the shots and the scoring are going to get spread around as well.
Yeah, I think Saunders is still your guy. When you need a bucket, he needs to have the ball, for sure. To me, he's the guy. He may not have to shoot it, but he's got to have it. And I'm, you have a little bit of concern because they've had a few games where they've had some droughts, and that's it. From here on out, every game that has a drought
could end the tournament.
It builds upon itself.
Oh, you think there'll be the, here we go again?
I think there is that here we go again, but that's where I go back to their ability to defend is halfway decent with 2K in front there and being Godzilla. I mean, he's totally yoked and has got all sorts of athletic ability. He's not an offensive guy. He can't shoot a free throw to save his life. 2 for 8 the other night. But what he can do to protect the rim and just to intimidate. He looks intimidating. He looks like that's not a guy you want to get in a ring with, man. I mean, he is buff, right?
Quick assessment of the situation.
Yes.
Not so good.
Right. And so he's playing really well, giving them what they need. Even the other night, again, 5 offensive boards. I mean, those are all obviously extra possessions. And so I think they have the ability to D up to be able to withstand droughts. But, yeah, when that goes, I mean, you can just feel the tension from whether they're home or on the road, the folks that are rooting for them. You don't want to go more than 2 or 3 minutes without scoring. And so they do have that ability. And Demon is long, obviously. And he could do his thing. And Hall is just so freaking tough, man. And then they got a little bit of an ace in the hole on Stewart. If somebody's hot, you just throw him on him if he's a perimeter guy. I mean, if he's a big guy, it's a little bit difficult. And you could see he just relishes his role when he's in there. And he's not going to get a ton of minutes, but the minutes he can get if you need him to do something defensively. So if they can have a complete or at least, close to complete offensive game where out of the 40 minutes they're not going 7 or 8 minutes, not in a singular stretch, but combined without scoring, yeah, I like their chances.
BYU rolling Utah for the 8th consecutive win. How are you feeling about the Cougars going into the Big 12 tournament? And Jason says, on to a first-round loss.
Well, they won't lose in the first round because they won't play.
Play. It probably means NCAs.
Oh, okay.
But you're right. They have the double bye at the Big 12
Okay,
tournament.
we're talking NCAAs. Yeah, we'll see next week.
Jared's talking NCAAs. I just want to go to the Sweet 16. Is that too much to ask?
No.
It is not too much to ask. Whether that wish will be granted, well, possibly that'll be too much.
Go ahead.
We'll talk with Ken Pomeroy coming up at 9 o'clock, but don't you feel like they're moving out of the 7-8 range where you're drawing a 1 or 2, and you can get to Sweet 16, but it's really hard. Once you're in a 3-6, 4-5 game, anything could happen in the second round. And you never know. It could be an upset. I mean, just because if you're a 5 seed doesn't mean you'll be playing the 4.
Well, Joe Lunardi has him on the 5 line this morning.
Who gives a rat's what Joe Lunardi thinks? I don't understand.
Yak does.
Joe Lunardi.
Yak thinks it. He's worried.
Well, it gives, as DJ points out, it gives him a better shot to.
But I don't need Joe Lunardi to tell me that. To me, they're no lower than a 6. So that's not any worry.
Because then they've got, you'd worry about the opponent. You wouldn't worry about being a 7 or 8.
Well, you're always going to worry about the opponent. Yeah. If you're a 1, you're going to worry about the opponent.
Going to worry about the 16. Don't be the second team.
Or I'm thinking the next round. Yeah.
One's missed the Sweet 16. We've seen that over and over. It happens.
Right. So you're fear no one, respect all.
There you go.
You're always going to be concerned about the opponent. But this team has an opportunity to build a legacy. There's nothing that they can do in the first round and get beat to build a legacy. BYU's been to the first round 32 times, I think. But how many of those teams have gotten to the second round? How many times got to the third round? The last time they won a game was Jimmer's last year, right? So we're going back.
If you don't count that first 4.
Last time they got to the 32.
Correct. Yes, round of 32.
Jimmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. And if they want to have a legacy, now's the time. If you go out in the first round, you don't have a legacy. You had a nice season, but you don't have a legacy. Nobody remembers it.
Put it on the list of BYU NCAA teams that bowed out.
Right, and especially for BYU at this time because, man, they're getting a lot of recruits in there just to at least check them out that weren't even possible. And so if they can be playing on the second weekend this year, man, that just sends a message that ricochets all over the country and even internationally, obviously, because they've got some international players. And he recruited 3 international players this year in Demon and Boscovich and 2K. And obviously, foosball was already there. Yeah, what are the possibilities? And then you've got over here, I think that what they need to do, you would require a few more letters, but take down the Y on the mountain and put up, "You will not outbid us."
Well, it could start with that, and they could just build off.
Hey, Forest Service, we need a few more parcels of acreage.
You will not outbid us.
I mean, come on.
We're going to need part of Nebo.
Well, they had to buy a bunch of that mountain.
They can buy whatever.
I know, but they're not going to be outbid, so hey.
We hear this every single time with the temples. If they want the temple there, you all can pitch a fit, but they're going to get the temple there.
So buy the whole mountain, and you mentioned, just lay it out across the...
Yeah. And take that Y down, and that's where you start it. You keep the Y, and you go with the OU.
Yeah, and you just go down there, and it'll probably go down around Spanish Fort Canyon a little bit.
Or maybe
onto the side of Mount
you
Nebo.
can do it vertically.
Ooh, so the whole trail. Yeah, okay. And thought of that. I was limiting myself. Thank goodness you were here.
Right. So every recruit, when he's flying in, can see it.
You will not outbid.
In case it wasn't clear, look at the mountain.
Yeah.
Well, you could, if you put "you will not outbid us" down the mountain, then you could do like a white S and then make a $sign from the sky.
Yeah, because when they're not recruiting anybody from the north, and when you're coming from the same latitude and longitude or south, you're going to come up and see that.
The next big recruit flying up from LA or Phoenix?
Yeah. Right. So that's the first thing they'll see. You're not coming from the north. Okay. There's nobody up there. We don't want anybody. Not when we get these other guys. Maybe back when we wanted them, but not now. Forget it. So you got that there. And if they parlay it to playing in the second week, Because that's really, you get rid of the clutter.
That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah.
And we've seen it here locally with teams that haven't won their conference tournament, maybe even bombed out early. But what does it matter if you end up making an NCAA tournament run? Because that's what everybody talks about.
And especially the second week, because it's overwhelming with so many teams that first week. You're just, your eyeballs are, you're kind of, they got like 14 networks and you're just looking at all these TVs and blah, 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 blah. Well, then it really narrows it down that second week and everybody hones in on it, right? Even, all the 24-hour stations or whomever, they really hone in on that. And especially given the fact that BYU has received unprecedented publicity this year.
Use the Tom Homo word again. Did that on purpose.
As a basketball program, they had a ton of publicity with Jimmer. But that was largely Jimmer, rightly so, right? He was all over the place. And he's all-American dude, the nicest guy. Him and Detmer, you're not going to find two nicest guys ever representing BYU than those two guys ever in the history of their athletic program or university, right? But I think this year it would be more on the entire program and what Kevin Young is doing because they don't really have anybody who is a significant statistical player in the manner that Jimmer was.
Not even close.
Right.
Not even remotely close. This team's got two guys averaging in double figures, and one of them just barely.
Yeah. So here it's on the program and what he's building, and with Dabansa standing over there, and then they had some other dude from Texas as a 4-star, and they're getting guys in to look at the program that just you've never heard of that before,
right?
Relative to this program.
Well, and the national story has quotes from the booster, quotes from the coach, quotes from players. Whereas with Jimmer, it was all quotes about Jimmer.
Yeah, I mean he was in, and that was a phenomenal run.
Tell me more about the hallway.
Yeah, I mean that was the in the time I've been here, that was the greatest individual run in college hoop.
And I left out quotes from recruits, so. David is not looking at the NCAA tournament. He does not look so far ahead. He's focused on what's right in front of him. David says that quarterfinal with potentially Iowa State looks a little scary. They're going to be mad.
Yeah. But
that's good for a while, but then eventually you got to play basketball.
Yeah.
Right.
And
it does help
Arizona
you focus
would be
and lead
mad.
up. Right, yeah.
The only ones that aren't going to be mad is Houston.
They're just really, really good.
Yeah. Right.
What's your secret? We're really, really good.
Right. I think Houston can be mad about last year because they had a key injury right down the stretch and called them a little shorthanded. But that's not directed towards BYU. That's directed towards they're most likely going to be a 1 seed.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it'd be anything else.
Even if they get beat, they've done enough now to where that doesn't matter. I think that most of the top 5 teams in this conference have done enough to secure their seed. Maybe move up 1 if you can. The longer you go, or if you beat Houston, but
get a couple good wins. Beat Houston would be a great win.
Yeah, and they're on target to get Houston in the semifinal, right? On
BYU is,
Friday.
yeah.
If they should win,
right?
But I don't think they have to win to get at least a 6 seed. Just don't get smoked, and I think they'll be fine. I think the top 5 teams have done enough, and we'll talk to Ken here in an hour and 15 minutes, and we'll find out what he says.
See if he's expecting 6, 7, or 8.
Yes, and certainly those 5, the top 5 are in. You get 0 worries there.
And probably nobody lower than a 5 or a 6 seed for those top 5.
I wouldn't think so.
Right.
No.
They're all well into the tournament.
Yeah.
Kansas, Baylor, and West Virginia, they could be sweating. A little work to do.
I think Kansas is in. As I thought, Kansas would win
with 20
Sunday.
wins. And
Win. I thought they would beat Arizona, and they did.
They did.
Yeah. So
they got their 20th win, and they finished with a winning record in league. And they're Kansas.
Yeah, they're in. I don't know about the other 2. Hopefully, for the conference sake, it'd be great to get them in. But and I watched a little bit of that Baylor-Houston game, and they played him tough, but then Houston just guards the crap out of you and gets a stop or two and makes a bucket.
Non-stop with those guys.
And, so I would go Baylor first, West Virginia second, as far as extending it out and as far as that goes. But BYU really has a golden opportunity to set the stage, because this is his first year, man. And the hype around a first year, it extended. And he got the hype immediately, which is really, it's mind-blowing to me. Because from the college basketball perspective, he was sort of an anonymous guy. BYU, you got to go the Latter-day Saint who goes to church and all that stuff. So that really narrows it down. And we had certainly heard of him. And being in Phoenix, I'd heard of him. But the hype that he had for really not doing much on his own. He was an assistant, and they brought in Chris Paul, and they brought in Devin Booker, and they brought in Kevin Durant. It's not like those guys, I want to go to Phoenix to play for Kevin Young. They brought him in, and then they become disciples of him, and then he gets Demon, and we're off and running.
And from there on.
It's really crazy when you think about it. And right now, at this point, he's backed it up.
Oh, and the money started flowing in a way it hadn't flowed.
No question.
I mean.
Well, it never had flowed.
The spigot was wide open all of a sudden.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They went from 0 to 100 in the snap of a finger. And, so now they've got all that they need. That's amazing to say, but it's true. And if they follow it up this year and create a legacy team, and they may create a legacy unlike we've ever seen at BYU. I mean, who's to say in 3 and 4 years, well, wait a second, around of 32, that's not good enough. That's like Kansas. Kansas not happy with that. They're barely happy with the Sweet 16.
There are teams for whom that is the bottom of what is acceptable.
Right.
Duke has got to be in the Sweet 16 every year. They start celebrating after that.
Yes. And we'll see. Maybe when we get to the new decade and the Jazz are doing well, maybe that at that point, BYU will have not reestablished, but established a new standard, unlike any standard they've ever had for the program. That'd be awesome.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We got to take a break. When we come back, it was rivalry talk. But was it elite rivalry talk or was it a little watered-down rivalry talk? We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got some unusual delays on northbound SR 36 between Village Boulevard and Stansbury Parkway in the construction zone out in Tooele County if you're out in that area. And I-15 northbound also has some slow traffic now through most of Draper if you're headed northbound towards downtown. This update is brought to you by UTA. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Alex Jensen heading back to Salt Lake City to take over the reins of his alma mater. I'm sure the conversation was, I'll take this job and I will win games for you at the University of Utah. I'll get the crowd back. I'll do all of this stuff, but I'm going to need this. And I don't know what that dollar amount is, but it's got to be significantly more than what Craig Smith had to work with.
If I'm Alex and I'm fully honest as I'm sitting in the office with Mark Harlan, I'm saying, you realize if you just gave Craig Smith all this and you put it into a roster next year, you realize Craig could probably win, right? Well, yeah, but it's the image thing. We need you. NBA guy, okay, then I'm going to need this. So this is actually really good news for the University of Utah fans because I do think Alex is smart enough to do that, knowing that he can't do it unless he's got the players, and players are expensive nowadays.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This Monday Tax Tip is brought to you by Susan Spears, CEO of the Utah Association of CPAs.
Don't let claiming dependents derail your tax return. Missing a Social Security number?
That's a major roadblock. You must provide one for every dependent. And for divorced parents, only one parent can claim a child. Both claiming the same child triggers IRS red flags, leading to frustrating delays and extra paperwork. If you're divorced, talk to your co-parent. Get on the same page about who's claiming the child. A little communication now saves big headaches later. Best advice? Don't go at it alone. A CPA can be your tax season ally. They understand the rules, answer your questions, and ensure you get every deduction you deserve. Streamline your taxes and avoid those costly roadblocks. Contact a CPA today for a smooth ride.
Get the most out of your income tax preparation when you hire a CPA. Go to uacpa.org to find a CPA that's right for you. Listen to KSL on Monday for more tax tips from the Utah Association of CPAs.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape. Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight at 8 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber Internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Hockey Club hosting the Toronto Maple Leafs at the Delta Center tonight. Alex Kerfoot praising how the franchise operates, and he's happy to be in Utah.
The organization's first class. I think you go around the league, you're not going to get much better, and I've played in some places that are pretty good too. So I think that we've got a young team that's continuing to get better and better. The future is looking really bright here, and I've got a young kid here. It's nice to be able to stick around, and my wife likes it out here, so we're just happy as a family on and off the ice.
Puck drop set for 8 o'clock tonight. Coverage on the Zone starts at 7 with Hockey Night in Utah on 1280 The Zone. Utah Hockey Club updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day today is Boston. Founder Tom Scholes.
Okay, Scholes.
Celebrated his 78th birthday. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all of the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. So BYU beats Utah and PK. A little post-game trash talk. Not a lot. BYU's Trey Stewart. Let's listen.
I have a lot of friends. Shout out Hunter Erickson, Caleb Wellner, Jake Walling. They're like some of my best friends. But I hate Utah with a burning passion so much, man. So just to get that win, I mean, we came in motivated. They got us one earlier, so we owe them one. So yeah, it was just could have been better.
That was sweet.
You heard that. You thought there's a radio segment. Yeah. Kevin, I'm sure Trey has his reasons. He should feel that way, Garrett says. We hit his guts too and everything else related to the team down there. Garrett, he's a Ute. Fully embraces Trey's post-game quote.
I love my mutual hate.
Is it a Jersey thing?
To a degree, but I think it's more a sports thing.
Yeah.
Among the fans. Yeah. I mean, you saw it. What was it? Was that yesterday? I think it was yesterday with Michigan and Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
They liked to sub out the seniors, and they kissed the Sparty logo, and Michigan was standing there, and the next thing you know, it's on. Okay. And then May, the Michigan coach, I didn't know it was against the rules to have our players stand there. I mean, all right. I'm okay with that.
Give me a little juice.
I got to admit, I am getting a little tired of after NBA games of having class reunions.
I'm up in that. I was just complaining about that the other night. A lot.
You're not a lot? I'm not a lot yet. The reason why I'm not a lot yet is like last night I'm watching the game, obviously, with the Sixers, and the game ends, and those are nobody out on that court, maybe with the exception of a couple of guys, Philadelphia Grimes maybe, would be a big player in a playoff winning series. So it's like a bunch of guys who are still trying to make it.
Yeah.
And I don't really care what they do. So I haven't gotten to that level completely.
Okay, so I get why that game didn't bug you as much.
But that's what we're seeing virtually every night with the Jazz.
Fears, okay. But you can see it it's not just a Jazz thing. I mean, it's a league-wide thing.
I know, but I don't really watch it everything. I only really watch the Jazz to that level.
It's a big club, and what we like the most is when people really compete. Like every last ounce. Yeah. What do you got? Yeah. Right? And that's the thing about the rivalry games. When we get to the last 2 weekends of the college football season and you get down to those rivalry games, I'm way more likely to watch a rivalry game than one that isn't. I'm going to watch our local teams, whoever they play, and BYU and Utah here in the Big 12 aren't playing the final weekend. So, yes, I watch the locals. But the rivalry games, when you're casually flipping around at halftime or after the game, I always stop on a rivalry game. It was one of the great things about the Pac-12 is it's just loaded with rivalry games. And it's why when Utah and Colorado were put together as rivals, we all kind of giggled and shrugged.
I don't mind the little slap. I would do away with the handshake. To me, it's all a cosmetic. Mm-hmm. It's like putting a sign in your yard, and all of a sudden you're a civil rights leader. I want to see what you do. How much money do you put into it? How much time do you put in it? Not a sign. And that's like the little blow-by handshakes. No. What they don't mean, it's meaningless.
So you want the full hugs, walking around, talking after games? Because that's when you find out guys really are friends.
No, I want none of it.
Off to the locker room with a head full of steam.
If you want to do it later, I don't need it's a show. I don't need it to see it on the floor. I hated it. I used to avoid it. No, I just got beat. Why am I happy? Why do I have to show good sportsmanship? How about, is that really slapping someone's hand and you go down and you slap 10 hands? That's a sign of great sportsmanship? No, it's a perfunctory thing you have to do so you don't look like a poor sport. Well, I'm fine with poor sports. You know, especially if you bugged me and you got under my skin. I appreciate that. That person. The Pistons took a ton of heat for walking off the floor.
I was about to go to that. Yeah, back in the day when
they were upset. They were angry. Their dynasty or their run was over.
They were trying to three-peat, and they got knocked out, and that was it.
Can't you do it later? If do I need to see it up in the 10th row? Does that make me feel better as an American? No. Was it classless? Yes. But so what? You're right in the moment. Why do I have to have a 10-minute cooling off period, but I don't have to have a 10-minute cooling off period on that? Why did Isaiah Thomas, did he need to go hug MJ, who hated him?
Well,
and they hated each other?
To be fair, they hated each other.
Years later in the dance, he's still calling him a bleep?
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a life.
And so if they would have touched hands, oh, boy, that makes me feel better. See, son, that's what you do? It's all for show. Get out.
It does establish a standard, though. Everybody else does the good game going down the line. But Isaiah leaves early. If you don't have the good game going down the line, then you don't really fully appreciate Isaiah and the Pistons taking off, ducking out.
I was okay with it. Was it a show of poor sportsmanship? Yes.
Yes, it was.
But in the moment, so what?
And after the moment, when it was coming up to that point, I'm like, oh, I hope they get some comments on this and make a deal out of this. And they did. Well done. I didn't know if The Last Dance would brush over it or delve into it. They delved into it. It was good.
It was a big deal.
It was.
We made a big deal about it. And so Stewart here was, to me, this was nothing.
Well, once he prefaced it with, he's got, he names 3 guys he's friends with.
But that's 2 different things. Those are friendships.
Mm-hmm.
I hate Utah's life. Those guys are going to be gone, right?
Oh, yeah.
Lohner and Erickson are seniors, right? What's the other kid? The other kid's not a senior.
Trey's thinking
Wayland's not a senior, right?
Trey's thinking the blue has to beat the red.
And Stewart is a senior. So you can go be friends with those guys. No, I'm friends with those guys, but I hate Utah. No, that was consistent. I don't think he prefaced it with anything.
DJ and PK, when we come back, Steve Cleveland, former Cougar coach, will join us. Ken Pomeroy, college basketball analytics guru and owner of KenPom.com, is here at 9 o'clock. It's conference tournament week on The Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for their Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
With 415,000 Utahns and 1 in 6 Utah kids facing hunger, Utah Food Bank, Macy's Grocery, Lee's Marketplace, and Lynn's need your help to fight hunger statewide. Simply fill a bag with non-perishable food donations and put it at your doorstep by 9 a.m. on Saturday, March 15th to support the Feed Utah food drive. Donations will be picked up by volunteers and can be the difference between hunger and hope. Learn more about how you can be a part of the statewide effort at utahfoodbank.org/feedutah. Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 five-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. A $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Jeremiah Jensen here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's changed the way I look and the way I feel. Alex Curie here. I lost 50 pounds in the reduction phase with SLC Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's been such a long time. I think I should
What am I doing? Good times. Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. You can submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest. Listen every Thursday afternoon to the best. They're known as JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. And it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and the great folks at Beehive Meals.
The March Madness is here. Championship week. Conference tournaments. The Big 12 headed to Kansas City. Steve Cleveland will join us here momentarily. The hype is on. A little bit of a pause for BYU with a double bye, but it feels like a formality since Iowa State has a bye and ought to crush whoever they play. Iowa State doesn't know who they're going to play yet either.
Well, they're playing Thursday, and that's the schedule that, you can live with. You've got a couple days to recover. Remember, give them off on Sunday, obviously, and then get back at it and be prepared. And now's the time. Now's the time that you will create or miss the opportunity to create a legacy.
The word legacy had to come up when you said now is the time.
Yeah, it's just a fact.
DJ PK and Steve Cleveland joins us, former BYU basketball coach. Steve, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Steve, this time of year, everything gets magnified. It's been going great for BYU, but also one bad game can end everything. So I know if you put yourself in the coach's shoes, if you flash back to when you were strolling up and down the sideline there, you'd be happy about all the good stuff, but you'd probably spend 80 or 90% of your time on the 10 or 20% that wasn't going that well. So what would you be focusing about if you had a team that was 12-2 in the last 14 games and was rolling, but you knew the stakes were about to go up, and you knew some of the guys haven't experienced this before?
I think there's a couple of things you do to prepare, because you're right. You've got some new guys that have not been through this experience before, but I don't think that when you've been so successful and guys, the confidence level is high. The relationship, between player and coach is high. I just don't think you go ahead and start messing with it. I think the key thing here is communication with your team individually as well as collectively. But I think that you go back and go, we've been really good here for a month or so, and there's no reason to change anything in that particular circumstance. I think what you do though as a coach, you realize that it is a one-and-done situation, and it'll be that in a conference tournament. It'll be a situation when they get to the NCAA tournament. But I think most important is to focus on what we've been really good at and talk about those things, discuss those things, and then have those conversations about how we can get better. And in terms of matchups, in terms of what we're doing offensively, defensively. But this is certainly not a time when you start changing things that have been working. And so I think the key thing is you're staying positive. The fellas know what's at stake. You do have some younger players that haven't been through this before, but you've got enough you've got enough leadership on this team that it's present, it's there. We've seen it, we've watched it. I can't imagine them not being prepared or they're not playing for a couple of games. So, obviously whoever they're going to play coming down the road, whoever that ends up being, it's going to be a big game. And I think sometimes when you're in a tournament like this, in a team that's a 7th, 8th seed or whatever it might be, they get a couple of games under their belt, and then you got guys waiting for them, and they're already relaxed. And so we see upsets at this time of the year because teams, they start playing and they get more confidence and they're comfortable in the arena, and then guys that are waiting to play those teams. I think there's a little bit of an advantage to teams this time of the year where they've played one or two games, got some success, and now all of a sudden they're playing a higher seeded team. It makes things interesting, and that's why there's always upsets, whether it's in conference tournaments or the NCAA tournament.
From now until the time, whenever it ends, whenever that might be, as a coach, how much did it consume you?
is pretty consuming. I think the key thing too that I learned is don't take all of this on myself. I think that if you sit there and think about having the responsibility in that role as a head coach, that's the time you delegate and you get opinions and thoughts. And for me, when we started, these were brand new experiences for me. For a guy like Kevin Young, he's coached at the highest level, and he's obviously been really good in terms of decisions and what they've done to get to where they are. But I just don't think this is a time to make changes, remain positive, but be aware that this is kind of a one and done deal. And every one of these teams, the top 4 or 5 seeds are capable of winning it. I mean, Houston probably you have to look at as the team that's in maybe best prepared defensively, but this time of the year anything can happen. So I don't think you make a lot of changes. I think you realize that let's just keep doing what we're doing that got us here. And but the one thing I've liked about Kevin is that with his younger players, and of course Catchings has been hurt a little bit, but it's been good to watch Yegor develop. And coach has done a really good job. When he's not playing well, he comes and sits. He doesn't kind of stay out there. He get a chance to talk and watch the game a little bit and come back in. And I've noticed some improvement in terms of his decision making, and he seems more comfortable today than he did a month ago. So I think coaches know that with each player it's different. You're talking about Richie Saunders and Dallin Holland, guys that have been in the program. You're leaders of the team. I'm not too worried about them. But for this team to win this tournament, the younger guys are going to have to step up and play. And it's been a different player games in and game out. You just never know who's going to play well. But I think they're a pretty confident group, and they've got a little bit of swag to them. And I think they feel like this is something that's doable. And how they finished the year and the confidence they must have as a result of beating really good teams. Bodes well for BYU.
Everybody wants to win every game, but at the same time, there is the bigger picture of the NCAA tournament right after the Big 12 tournament, and there's 5 teams that look like they're going to be top 5 or 6 seeds in the Big 12. They're in the tournament. They're nowhere near the bubble, and BYU's in that group. So for those teams, I know they want to win, but is there a little bit of the big deal is coming? Is it different this week? Is there you want to win, but there isn't the same level of desperation of knowing it ends the season? I don't know how many of your teams were all the way in when you got to the conference tournament. There's certainly a lot of seeding at stake. Is there a different vibe?
It is different, and I don't. I've had different. I've won a conference tournament before. A number of times where we didn't, and there were some upsets. I'm not saying it's not important because every game's important, but for me, getting to that NCAA tournament and being successful there was significantly more important than winning a conference championship. You take a look at Houston, who's won a regular season championship. Now they go to win a conference championship. I don't think that conference championship tournament is as significant as what their preparation is for an NCAA tournament and the seed they get and who they're going to play. So I don't. It is important. Every game's important, but I think you get through losses there much more quickly because you move on to what is really the most important thing to fans, the players, and coaches. So unlike a situation where you get to the NCAA tournament and maybe get upset, those things stay with you a lot more than a conference tournament loss when you've got the tournament, the NCAA tournament just coming up the next week.
You talk about not making changes, and I think one of the things that I've been impressed with is the way Kevin Young has been able to incorporate an 11-man rotation, and now you got Catchings out, so it's dropped down 1. And how he's been able to keep guys engaged who are not maybe getting minutes that they want or think they deserve, but yet when they're called upon, they're able to give it, make vital contributions. Now that you go in the NCAAs, when we get to that point next week, I'm wondering, does he continue with this? Because it's worked, so I guess you continue it. But
guys, I lost you there for about 30 seconds. All of a sudden, my phone just died on me. Go ahead.
The way Kevin Young has had a 10, 11-man rotation has been extremely incredible. I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm trying to recall. Nothing comes to mind. You keep that thing going as you get into the tournament, and every possession matters almost to the point of life and death, metaphorically.
Well, here's the thing that I think Kevin's done a really good job of is that, when you're watching a game and you're seeing it unfold and you're watching the success of this team, but, so much of this takes place in practice and in the preparation for these games. And right now, it's kind of like it's not easy to play 10 guys,
right. Yeah.
But I think what he's shown is that everybody has a role. I mean, Richie Saunders sat for a long time in that last game. I mean, there were times where he wasn't even needed, and then all of a sudden he comes back at the game and does things. So they've got so much depth. They've now got significantly more experience. And a guy like Mac who's been around, and even though people early on in the season don't know who he is, and all of a sudden you realize, hey, this guy's a pretty good player, and he gets after it defensively. And you go through that whole roster where everybody's had opportunities, and so it's just not just the leadership of Gallant and Richie and Nell and the guys that have kind of been there. These guys are hungry, and when they go in, they've performed. And credit to Kevin that he's been able to do that without having players upset, or they've all bought in. I mean, that's probably the easiest thing for me to say is that they've all bought in, and if it's 12, 13 minutes, or it's 20 minutes, or it's 30 minutes, whatever it is. I watch the bench a lot. I know you guys do too. And you can see facial expressions and things, and their chemistry and culture is so good that and I always kid sometimes. I mean, you got like 13 coaches. We shouldn't have any issues. Everybody has their own coach.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing. I mean, that's not how I coach, and that's not the experience I had. But at the end of the day, I kind of like the tighter group. I knew I had my 6 or 7 guys, and if we got a big lead or whatever, we'd make some changes. But I seldom, played 10 guys in a game,
right?
Unless we were up big or getting killed. So it's a different approach to it, but it's been pretty successful.
Alex Jensen is hired at the U. He returns to his alma mater. You know how this feels. You went back to Fresno. There's the job, so go ahead and speak to that. And then there's also the notion that you're going to do it at home, which can be a little different. So your advice for Alex and your reaction when you heard the news.
Well, I was not surprised when I heard the news. I had the pleasure of, getting a job at the time when Utah was really, really good. And so I watched it from a different perspective. But I don't think we were more prepared for this. I don't know personally, Alex.
Well, clearly his phone has gone bonkers again. Yak, you can go ahead and talk to him and see if you can get that rebooted, because that's I can't make it out. If I can't make it out, no one can make it out in their cars either. He did have the pleasure of getting the job when Utah was really good, and he got to play against Alex and watch him up close.
I've been thinking about this a lot with Alex Jensen coming back, and it's going to be difficult because the expectations now shot through the roof.
Yep.
And what he's trying to capture is going to be the highest standard possible, because he was a significant part of that highest standard possible, right? He was an extension. I think Fran Fraschilla put that out on social media, and he's exactly right, that Alex Jensen was an extension of Rick Majerus out on the floor. So it's very difficult.
Now can he be an extension of the legacy? Steve Cleveland back with, go ahead, we didn't hear your reaction to Alex getting the job and the pressure of doing it in the hometown.
Great hire. It is always going to be pressure. I think preparation and experiences and the absolute respect for him and what he's done in his career as a player and as a coach, pretty smooth transition. It's a great hire, and I think we all kind of knew that was the direction, and so happy for them. And it's never easy. And you know what? He'll change things pretty immediately. And the thing about it, it's never easy when you're replacing a coach. But I watched those guys. I was at that game, and I'm telling you right now, Utah played hard. They competed, and it's difficult when you made a coaching change and everything's upside down. But I was really proud of them. I mean, they competed and got after it, and it's a tough environment to win in and all those circumstances. But that team, those young men, have a lot to be proud of. They didn't just come in there and lay an egg and the season's over, we're going to get a new coach. I was really impressed. And that says a lot about the coaching staff prior and the players and the assistants and everything. But Alex Jensen's a great hire. He'll have lots of success there. It's different now in terms of a conference that is as good as Utah was. That conference was not nearly as good as this conference, and he knows that. But I just think it's a great hire. I've watched him from afar, and absolutely, that's a home run. And it'll be fun to watch what they do and the guys they get build and how they get going. So, great thing for the U. But I was really impressed watching the University of Utah play without a head coach when they could have just kind of laid an egg, and they really competed their butts off. And it was fun to see that they hadn't given up.
That's some people, and you heard, oh, man, he's got an incredible rebuilding job that he's got to do. And I always think, hey, let me have you call Coach Steve Cleveland if you want to talk about rebuilding jobs. I mean, you had literally the most difficult one that I've seen in my 32 years in this community, and you got there in 4 years. It's a phenomenal job. The world has changed so dramatically that 4 years might as well be 15 years with the transfer portal and everything that's available to build your program. We've seen it in football. Teams go from awful to winning conference titles in 2 years. It's amazing that it can be done like that. That was unheard of. But what do you think he needs to do in terms of immediately establishing a standard? This is what Utah's program was going to be about, because Majerus was really good. If you're not going to defend, unless you're Van Horn and have elite offensive skills, and those guys don't come around that much, you better dig in. I mean, he set the standard right off. What do you think Alex needs to do right literally from day one?
I think you do need to establish that mindset defensively, and that we are going to guard people. And regardless of who, recruiting is a huge part for them right now. And his ability, his contacts in the NBA and Europe, and he's got like Kevin Young, who came from that situation and circumstance too. Their connections are really, really significant, and they'll be able to change and improve the talent level, rather quickly. But I think most important is probably stay true to the principles that Coach Majerus brought there, is that we're going to guard people. There's going to be toughness here. We're going to compete, and we're not going to back down from anyone. And that's what Alex was as a player. I mean, he was just so sound and solid. I mean, I had to coach against those guys my first couple of years, with a team that wasn't nearly as talented, and I wasn't nearly as good a coach as Coach Majerus and the things that they did. But if I had not had that experience, I don't think we would have found that success. I mean, getting your butt blown out night in and night out against really good teams, that's not much fun, but it really, really made me work hard. So to be honest with you, guys like Alex and Coach Majerus and Andre Miller and those guys, they helped me rebuild the BYU program that under other circumstances, maybe not. And I had a wonderful, Dave and Heath and guys, our staff, we were connected, and those were good things. But how could I ever forget those experiences that really helped me become a better coach?
PK's always on me to make sure I zig when everyone else zags. Don't go with the herd mentality, because people get stuff wrong, so be ready to go the other way. So I'm going to run this by you, and then you can pump it up or deflate it or whatever. The expectations for the Utes, get to the NCAA tournament under Alex, have success and all that. I'm looking at the low-hanging fruit. They were 1-9 on the road this year. They were 2-9 on the road last year. That's too big a sample. That's not an accident. I think it goes back to the defense you and PK were just talking about. And they lost to Oklahoma State, Cincinnati, and UCF on the road, 3 teams that are below them in the standings. If they just defend better and win those 3 games, They are 11-9 in the Big 12. They're in the top half of the league. They're tied with Kansas. They're sitting on 19 wins. They're at least on the tournament bubble if they're not in. To me, the defense and the low-hanging fruit, yes, he's going to have to go get players and NIL, but if they just defended, you could watch them break down defensively, and it cost them games. Just fixing that is going to put them on the verge of the NCAA tournament. Yes or no?
Yes. I'm telling you, I watched it. I was at that last game, and I was sitting with three of my buddies and we're watching. I said, listen, these guys are competing. They're defending. You know, there was a foundation there of coaching and, guys, people get fired and this and that and so forth. But there was lots of evidence that they were doing the right things. And you're right. Losing games, last minute, play sex and in terms of all the different things that a coach does in terms of playing the right people at the right time and all that. I don't think, and I don't know enough about who's coming back and who's not, and certainly with NIL and with the portal, we'll see a lot of new characters in this team. But I thought there was a lot of evidence about a group of young men that showed great heart and competed in a really difficult situation where you don't have your coach, and playing at BYU were really difficult to play and win on the road there. I was so impressed. I just thought, hey, there's some substance here, and give credit to the coaches that aren't here, and recognize that Alex will be able to take this to another level, and and they're going to have to recruit differently, and they're going to have to find guys in Europe and find different players, and with the portal, man, anything can happen. You can change the team pretty quickly these days, so they'll be on all that stuff, but I don't feel like the University of Utah basketball has just crumbled and is in the depths of hell. I just don't see that. I just don't. I mean, they got coached, and even though the coach was fired, there was a lot of evidence that a lot of good things had happened, and I saw that in that game at BYU. I saw it firsthand, and so Alex will do a great job, and we'll get things going, and they'll get better players. This is not going to be a long-term Steve Cleveland build from one-win game. I mean, they're going to step in and be competitive from the get-go, I believe.
I agree.
Steve, thank you. We appreciate it as always.
All right, take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach. They're just not that far away. When Steve took over, BYU was a long way away.
They were.
And the rules were different. He didn't have the portal to work with.
No.
DJ and PK, when we come back, the Utah Jazz doing it differently. Is it going to work? Do you like it? We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic is already easing on northbound I-15 in Salt Lake Valley this morning. You have a couple of crashes in Layton and in Clinton that are still blocking some lanes, causing a bit of slowing in those areas up north. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later by going to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Travis Hunter said that playing both ways in football is harder than what Shohei Ohtani does in baseball. A corner and a receiver, you're basically using the same skill set. Shohei Ohtani is playing two different positions that are completely unrelated. Being a good pitcher has absolutely nothing to do with being a good hitter. That's like being really good at algebra and poetry.
You're Leonardo da Vinci. You're not Stevie Wonder. It's like, yeah, Stevie Wonder's a great drummer and harmonica player and guitar player and piano player. Yeah, he's musical. Da Vinci being the greatest painter of all time and maybe our greatest inventor. How the hell did that happen?
Yeah, that's not the same thing.
What were you working with?
It's like Carl Lewis being good at the 100 and the 200.
What? How?
How is that even possible?
He's fast.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to Hockey 101, brought to you by Trucordia Insurance. I'm Cole Bagley, Utah Hockey Club insider for KSL Sports. Today we're talking about checking from behind. A check from behind is a check delivered on a player who is not aware of the impeding hit therefore unable to protect or defend himself, and contact is made on the back part of the body. When a player intentionally turns his body to create contact with his back, no penalty shall be assessed. Checking from behind can never be a minor penalty. Depending on the severity of the hit, can be a major penalty, match penalty, or game misconduct with fines and a possible suspension. Hockey 101 is brought to you by Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams, Trucordia protects them.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Hey, this is Dan the Laptop Man from PC Laptops. Myth. You might have heard that you need to spend a fortune these days to get a powerful computer. Correction. At PC Laptops, we wanted to prove that wrong. So here's the most amazing deal that we've ever done at PC Laptops for you in over 30 years. The new 2025 S1 desktop or SM3 laptop for only $999. You heard that right, $999. You get a blazing fast processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing storage for $999. What else you get? Lifetime service warranty, and we have 12 months special financing on approved credit. Take one home today. Hurry in right now because supplies are limited, because at PC Laptops, we love you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. $999, PCLaptops.com.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
I'm Rod with the Save Right team at Realty Path. I also own Save Right Mortgage. When building this new and disruptive business model, my attorney said, quote, "You'll rock the boat and make your competitors mad. There's no way they can compete with the value Save Right offers home buyers." She's right. Other real estate agents and mortgage lenders can't compete with Save Right. However, Utah home buyers love Save Right. Save Right home buyers get bank buster loans with below market interest rates. Save Right clients buy bigger, nicer homes. Their monthly payments are hundreds less. Bank buster loans save home buyers hundreds of thousands in interest. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And did you know that we get a bunch of service calls per year from people who didn't even hire us? That means they originally hired someone else to replace their siding, gutters, and windows. Then later, when a problem popped up, they tried to call their contractor back to fix it, only to find out that the contractor has ceased to exist. They're gone, done, out of business. At RGS Exteriors, we've been serving Utah for 70 years. As a fifth-generation owned contractor, we've got customers who are the grandkids of our customers we had in the 1950s and 60s. We're not going anywhere. We will be here when you need us, period. For siding, gutters, and windows, now and forever, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit at rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Jazz lose to the Sixers Sunday, 126-122. Kyle Filipowski, Keontae George scoring 25 points apiece. Will Hardy is seeing young players improving amidst the adversity and the defeats.
there are still signs of the young players improving. It's hard in different moments when their roles grow rapidly and they're taking on more responsibility than they're used to, and in some situations, more responsibility than maybe they're ready for.
Jazz updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on The Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday, you can win tickets to Pantera and the heaviest tour of the summer, August 20th, at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Listen to The Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Got a question up on our Facebook page. The Utah Jazz did it. They lost to the worst team in the NBA.
No, that was the other one.
Oh, that was earlier.
Yeah.
It's the same thing over and over, isn't it?
Well, this one you had.
Walker Kessler has a monster game against Toronto, but then is rested against Philly. Is it bothersome to sit a 23-year-old or no problem as part of tanking?
It's bothersome, but it's right.
Jared, tank on! Here's the problem, though. I'm a huge Jazz fan. I had season tickets for over 15-plus years, but I'm a competitor. I played college basketball, and I can't watch some teams trying to lose. So I don't want to watch them this year. It's a problem, but it's the way you have to try and get better in a small market. I get the strategy. I just won't pay to watch intentional losing. So Jared signs off on the front office decision and then says, but I need to step away. I get that. If you don't want to pay for it, don't pay for it. It's your money, it's your time.
Does that make you a bandwagon?
No, because it's intentional losing. I mean, if that's your attitude when they're trying to win and they're 35 and now I'm going to have to do math, 47, and you're building towards something,
well, they are building
then we can go towards
something.
bandwagon by just not playing anybody, by resting a 23-year-old. I don't know that you have to pay for that.
He's gassed.
He's not gassed. I don't believe that for a second. I suspect he won't be gassed tonight. I think he's going to play against the Celtics.
Right. You can't ask a 23-year-old to go back-to-back.
Sure you can.
Have you ever made the trip from Philly to Boston?
Oh.
It's like halfway around the world.
It really isn't. Could take hours if you're on a bus. You get stuck in New York. Do they fly Philly to Boston?
Yeah.
It's
They fly.
They fly.
They don't take
Is that like an hour?
This is the NBA.
Is that an hour flight? Is that like San Francisco to LA?
Yeah, you would bus
Philly to New York.
Yeah. And maybe down to Washington if from Philly.
But Boston's further north. It's up there.
Well, it's 5 hours from New York.
Yeah.
By car.
Oh, it really is San Francisco to LA.
Yeah. San Francisco to LA.
I'm thinking.
Longer.
I know, but I'm thinking Philly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It is. It's a quandary. And Philly did the same thing. Because Tyrese Maxey's not that old. And they're sitting guys. Paul George is older, obviously.
They're tanking so they can keep their pick.
Yeah. And they Embiid hurt again. Same old story with him. It's unfortunate because he's a premier talent. So they went on that. I go back to, don't tell me you don't like it from a league perspective. Show me what you're doing about it.
They tweaked the odds a little bit, but they don't want to go back to what the lottery was when it first started, which is everyone who missed the playoffs had an equal chance.
What's the difference?
Because what?
There's no difference here.
There's no difference now versus then?
Not in perception, no. No, if you went to NBA fan and said, well, when they did that and they did this, is this much better than that? And they're going to say no.
If everyone had an equal chance if he missed the playoffs, I think the Jazz would be playing more guys.
Right.
And so there would be a difference. I mean, Kessler wouldn't be resting.
It would be a better difference.
Okay, I'm really confused now. It would be a better difference.
Yeah. You got 4, 5, 6 teams that are really, really tanking, and it becomes a joke.
Right.
At least there, it wasn't as much of a joke.
Right. Yes, that would be better.
So it was better than they tweaked it. Anytime you tweak something, you don't intend to tweak it to have it be worse.
Right. There have been multiple tweaks along the way. This is not a tweak from that. This is very different than that. What they tweaked was the lottery odds and how far you could fall.
Get rid of it. It hasn't. It's done nothing to rectify the situation. The play-in. Oh, guys are going to come because you want to get. No, the play-in is a joke. You go in the teams in the East and 15 games below 500, and they're going to be in the play-in. Do I need to see that crap?
We've seen play-in teams get to the conference finals. Actually, did we see one get to the NBA final? It doesn't feel like it's going to happen this year. None of the teams in there this year look like they can go anywhere.
And then this is a relatively new phenomenon with the protected pick.
That is relatively new.
Yeah. So now you have to lose to make sure you maintain because
you don't want to lose one of the top 8 picks in what's supposed to be a really good draft, and that will be the Jazz dilemma next year. Because while we have, 19 games left of this?
Yeah.
Or 18, whatever it is. Less than 20 games left of it this year. I think there's pretty good chance you got 82 games next year.
Right.
Barring some massive trade we can't foresee this summer. I really think that's the only thing that could derail it. That pick's too valuable.
Yeah, so you got that too. And that they need if you want to get rid of it, you need to be serious about it. Not tweaks. Tweaks hasn't what has tweaks done?
Not much. Because you got the Jazz are all in on losing. Charlotte's all in. Washington's all in. Now Philly with the Embiid news is absolutely all in.
And they're in for a different level to keep their pick because the protection of the picks is a relatively new phenomenon.
But Toronto, Brooklyn, and Philly sitting on 21 and 22 wins, they're worried about their order. So even though they're not dumping to catch Washington because they're not going to, they aren't playing guys down the stretch. It's why the Jazz, when they decide to win, assuming there's no rule changes, it shouldn't be that hard to get back to 35 wins. There's so many wins built in, first with the travel and the back-to-backs.
No, Who cares about that?
It doesn't. But when people say it's awful and they ought to win more, well, they will as soon as they start trying.
Yeah, but 35 wins isn't winning more.
No, especially because they're doing this to win at a championship level. So it'll feel like more night to night because you'll turn on the TV or you'll go to a game and you're more likely to see a win. Yes, but how do you get to 45, 50, 55?
Get better players.
Those matter, which is what they're trying to do right now.
Right.
Which is why they're resting a 23-year-old.
My thing is last night, don't tell me, oh, this was good, oh, they fought hard, and blah. Yabba Seal, dude. He was in Madrid last year. Justin Edwards, undrafted. Reese, never heard of him. He was just signed on 220. G League on Bona. Butler, G League here until a couple of weeks back. Dowlton, never heard of him. Undrafted in 2021, G League. Lonnie Walker was in Lithuania last year.
And he got 34 minutes and 18 shots.
Craig Counsell, they just signed on February 22nd, 26th.
Ricky Counsell the fourth.
Right. Craig's cousin.
Okay.
Manager of the Cubs. Played at Notre Dame. Nothing that happened last night had any value. Last night was the worst game of the year.
Quadruple A versus quadruple A.
If that. And I've been bullish on watching the young guys.
But now you've had enough.
Yeah. Last night
was unwatchable.
I threw in a towel. I started watching that thing on the Americas where they're showing animals.
Are they hunting each other?
The Tom Hanks thing. It's phenomenal.
It's
the way
on,
they did it.
It's on NBC.
Yeah.
It's a 10-part
it's awesome.
series.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I went back and then watched the first one on demand, and they've got raccoons climbing up the walls in Central Park and showing between the bricks and stones where they live. It was fascinating. Yeah, that type of stuff. They showed a horse fight.
Ooh.
Yeah. And
Do
how
they get up on their back legs and kick each other in the face?
and how they back away.
Or do they bite each other? What do they do?
They're just kind of going all sorts of stuff.
Headbutts?
Yeah, and just it was really fascinating to me.
I don't believe I've ever heard the term horse fight before.
It was pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, that was better. This was the first time I said
Yeah, you'd rather watch
this
a horse.
Sucks.
You'd rather watch a horse fight than watch the young guys develop.
And I'm all in on the development of Collier and Flipper and these guys, but I took nothing from last night against the opposition.
Yeah.
That was a summer league game.
They let Andre Drummond play 10 minutes, and then they're like, yeah, that's enough of that.
Right, and he's one dude you know. It's a journeyman big leaguer or a big man.
Right, but
at least he's been
still
around.
been in the league for a decade or whatever. Yeah.
Right. But it'll be better tonight because you got Boston.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Ken Pomeroy, KenPom.com. Talking Aggies, talking Cougars, talking conference tournaments, and what kind of work needs to be done in the final week before the selection committee makes their decisions. Ken Pomeroy in 15 minutes right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a few brake lights remaining on northbound I-15 between Draper and downtown Salt Lake City, adding only a couple of minutes to your normal commute time. Redwood Road in Utah County also a little congested northbound around Porter Rockwell Boulevard if you're out in that area. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away with the Whipple Service Champions. The KSL Traffic Update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
BYU beating Iowa State. I want to say I'm sorry because I just didn't believe it was going to happen.
It's the biggest win for BYU in the Big 12. Iowa State, if the tournament was seeded today, would be on the 2 line. They showed they could beat a team that's at that level. They can go head-to-head with that team. Not only go head-to-head with them, but they can lead them by 21 points in their building. You're not going to have to play a team on the 2 seed in the tournament in their building.
Right.
And you came away victorious even after blowing that 21-point lead. BYU passed the toughness test. If you watch that game, you saw how physical the top teams in the Big 12 are, but BYU turned the ball over 29 times. It wasn't perfect. They found a way to survive in a game like that by playing tough.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here we are, daylight savings times, the cold, dark winter. It's over. At least we get some more sun, and we will continue to get that through June, and then we start again. It's a cycle. Same thing with your life, man. You work your work cycle, and then later on, you want to be able to have some good times when you step away from work. It is the cycle that we all go through, hopefully, and you want to be prepared to be able to have enough money to enjoy those times. Well, you have to prepare right now. Did you know proper planning prevents poor performance? That's the 5 Ps, yes, and Trajan Wealth, that's what they do. These 5 Ps can be applied to most areas of life, but especially for your finances. We know you can't control what's happening with the stock market, but you can control how you plan for it. The folks at Trajan Wealth have been helping clients with the 5 Ps for years. Give Trajan Wealth a call today, and you can learn how they can help you with the 5 Ps, because you have to have proper planning, and it is so complex to try to figure it out. Get some help from fiduciary advisors who check this stuff and recheck it and check it again every single day. This is what they do. And that initial consultation, it will be for free, so you've got nothing to lose. Give them a call, 801-899-7600, 801-899-7600. The offices in which you can meet conveniently located in Draper and Farmington. And you want information immediately, literally right now, go to their website. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Water softening itself is not inherently funny. Other things are funny. Things like that time your uncle accused Queen of ripping off Vanilla Ice, or being detained by the police for trying to crowd surf at your sister's piano recital that week you had pink eye. Also the word kerfuffle. Kerfuffle, 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 kerfuffle. Anyway, water softening? Nah, just too basic. That's why Shamrock Plumbing is taking a break from humor and sticking to plumbing. Just easier this way. Less kerfuffling. Shamrock Plumbing. Kerfuffle, 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 kerfuffle.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Car accidents happen in the blink of an eye. In an instant, you or someone you love could be injured. Do you know what to do?
The Clinic for Car Accidents is here for you.
Specializing in providing the expert care you need after an accident.
Using your auto insurance's personal injury protection.
Their experienced team of physicians know exactly what to look for and can guide you through every step of your recovery without any upfront costs.
And if you need an attorney, they can help with that too.
Contact the Clinic for Car Accidents immediately after an accident at theclinic.cc.
That's theclinic.cc.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bank Buster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bank Buster loan? A Bank Buster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bank Buster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bank Buster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bank Buster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start with a rate in the 2s. Ask us how. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Get way more home for a lot less money. Get a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Hockey Club hosting the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight at the Delta Center. Andre Tournier appreciating the support his team is getting.
The love they give us, it's unbelievable every night. They're into it in the community. Everywhere we go, we feel the support, feel the love. People embrace the game. There's a lot of people who learn the game, and they learn to love the game of hockey and grow the NHL, so that's unbelievable.
Puck drop tonight at 8 o'clock. Coverage starts on The Zone at 7 with Hockey Night in Utah. The hockey game's on 1280 The Zone. The Jazz game will be on 97.5 The Zone. Utah Hockey Club updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer strong play of the weekend.
Leonard, 4 to shoot. Kawhi for the win.
Yes! Hot damn! The Clippers win in overtime!
Kawhi Leonard's game winner. That is the Chevy Strong play of the game. Know it today after 3 o'clock. Alex and JJ will call for it, and if you know the play, you can win fabulous prizes. Kawhi Leonard at the buzzer.
Kawhi not.
The win. Breaking news this morning. Steph Curry has accepted a role as assistant general manager of basketball at his alma mater, Davidson. Get the pros tied in. Assistant GM. I assume he's going to have to help recruit some kids there at the end. Make a phone call in the summer. Invite someone to play in a pickup game. He's the first ever active player in a U.S. major pro sports league to take an NCAA administrative job. Yep, and I bet the second and third aren't going to be far behind. Tie in your alumni. They can give you a leg up.
Leg up on what?
A player.
It's Davison. That sounds good, but
who could BYU and Utah pull in?
They're already doing it, though.
They got everybody.
Well, Ainge is all over the program every day.
Yeah, that's true.
He sits over there by Santiago every game with that Cougar hat that he wears, right? And I would imagine that if he wanted to go to practice, obviously he could. No one's saying no.
Sorry, Danny.
Danny,
Close
that's
to practice.
Not happening today.
Talk to the hand, Danny. The ears ain't listening.
I mean, all that stuff
man.
is, I think it's already being done. You talk to famous dudes. You know, there's so many ways you sell your program. I mean, that's the whole essence of Alex Jensen / Andre Miller here.
Bring him home.
Yeah. Alex is the most renowned ex-Ute coaching. And Andre Miller, that's it. You don't need to say anything more. Andre Miller. So they're doing that in a sense. Well, Utah's doing it to a large extent. But, I mean, all these players for BYU know who these guys are. And sure. I just don't know singularly if Steph Curry being involved in Davison is going to make that big of a difference.
Because they don't have enough money for NIL.
Well, yeah, but what level of player are they recruiting? You know, that's where BYU is really set up. And I think Utah can get set up too. And I agree with Steve Cleveland. I don't see Utah right now like just being so far down that they can't. Because they're not so far down right now.
No. Beat 3 bad teams below them in the standings on the road and have a winning record in the Big 12.
Right.
Which, as Ken Pomeroy told us, that'll get you in.
So they're not that far away to begin with. You just got to keep talent, especially talent that you've developed, and you got to pay them. Those are the ways of the world now. Are they going to be the big dog in the way they were in the Majerus era? I would say no. But can they compete and have opportunities to win the games that are most important? Yes.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Ken Pomeroy, KenPom.com. Next to get us set up for Conference Championship Week. How much can BYU and Utah State move the needle in the final week as far as seeding and impressing the NCAA Selection Committee? We will find out next.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
You know I love my friends at Mountainland Supply, but did you know they outfit trucks? Hi, I'm Hans. Mountainland Truck Outfitters is fully equipped to accessorize your truck, van, or commercial fleet with custom fabrication. Lift gates, wheels, tires, hitches, storage, lighting, and so much more. And right now, get $50 off a 5-window tent package or $50 off standard door graphics when you mention this ad. See my friends at Mountainland Truck Outfitters or visit mtnlndtruck.com. That's mtnlndtruck.com.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See americafirst.com/visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
If something were to blow off of your car, you would be responsible for the damage. But what happens if an orange construction barrel damages your car? I'm KSL investigator Matt Gephardt, and I'll show you what you need to know before driving through a construction zone on a windy day. Tonight at 10.
Feeling frustrated? Ignored? Deceived? It's time to get Gephardt. Get Gephardt. Weeknights at 10 on KSL.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Always see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, These guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We are joined once again by Ken Pomeroy, college basketball analytics guru and owner of KenPom.com. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
You know, we've had you on the show a lot, and we appreciate your time. You give a lot of insight to college hoops, and we'll get to a lot of stuff here. I'm curious, though, every time you update with as crazy as fans are, do you get a lot of negativity on social media? Are there people, can you bleep, there's no way our team should be ranked that, we should be 10 spots higher, blah, blah, blah.
He gets it from conference commissioners. Isn't that right, Kenneth Pomeroy?
Ooh, who are we talking about, PK?
Greg Sankey?
One Greg Sankey. Yeah, I get it. I get it from all sides, but certainly Greg Sankey. Yeah, Greg Sankey was on my case this week because I hinted at the fact that the SEC, despite the fact they are indeed one of the best, having one of the best years of any conference in the history of college basketball, might just be a touch overrated and in line for a little disappointment here in the NCAA tournament. So yeah, it is not uncommon for me to hear it from fans, coaches, conference commissioners, whoever.
So then if what you anticipate, if it happens, do you go back, yeah, take that, Sankey?
I do.
Because if you don't, I will.
No, I do. I am extremely sensitive about this kind of stuff. And I kind of, in my own mind even, I feel like, especially when it comes to, coaches, conference commissioners are kind of new. It's a new one for me, but certainly coaches criticizing my work. Like earlier, week and a half ago, Eric Musselman at USC was on my case. And I take great pride in the fact that since he kind of made public comments disparaging my work, I think his team has maybe won one game. They were kind of like they were flirting with the bubble at the time, and now they're like nowhere near the bubble. I think they're the last seed in the Big Ten tournament. So in my own mind, I feel like if you come out against me, there's some sort of like curse that you.
Oh, I've always felt that about myself. Yeah. I'll get you back. It may take a bit, but I'll get you back.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
I'm last man standing, man. There's been so many people have taken shots at me in this city, PK, and I'm still standing.
PK over here engraving on stone. Must get revenge. Add another name to the stone.
Yes. What's the point of living if you don't do that?
Yep. Got to settle all the scores.
Yes. So do you have a personal relationship with Danny Cannell or not?
No, I have zero relationship with Danny Cannell. No, I don't know. I mean, pretty clearly, obviously a football guy, not a basketball guy, and obviously not the most objective.
Well, he's an ACC Florida State guy.
Yeah, exactly. Not only is he an ACC guy, but he's an anti-SEC guy, I think,
right.
Pretty notoriously, again, on the football side. So I just gave him some, kind of red meat to deal with, and whatever.
That's great. I love this stuff.
The smartest man in basketball says what I've been thinking for 3 months. Danny Cannell got you right in the mixer. Just in case someone had missed it, Danny was out there with a trumpet. Attention, people of Earth. Look at this.
Yeah, man, you can't buy that run that you got. That was awesome.
Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it.
You have to.
Like Danny Cannell is not some sort of genius as a basketball analyst, but hey, if you're going to call me the smartest man in basketball, don't lie
Right. Might as well roll with it. What's the point of making a big stink about that?
Of course. Anything you say after that, I'm going to be on board with.
So we got the Cougars, man. They're on the come. Have won 8 in a row, moving up the seed line. What do you say their seed would be? Let's go extreme. They lose their first round game. What would the seed be? They win the conference tournament. I don't see them winning it, but just for argument's sake, if they lost their first game, what would their seed be? If they won the Big 12, what would their seed be? Give us a range.
They're looking at like the 6-7 line right now. A loss theoretically to Iowa State, I believe, would be the most likely first opponent.
Yes.
So that's not going to hurt them. So they'd still be in that 6-7 range. They were to somehow win the Big 12 tournament. I mean, think about that. Like they would be the talk of college hoops if that happened. They'd be going into the tournament on an 11-game winning streak. Probably looking at a 4 seed at that point. Everybody would be picking them in their brackets. I mean, we know this, right? We know BYU has the most tournament appearances without a Final Four, right? That's common knowledge around these parts. So that would be an interesting scenario. I'm really rooting for that. You know, they win the Big 12 tournament. They're everybody's Final Four dark horse. With that kind of statistic looming out there in the background, that would be an incredibly fun build up to the tournament. And it seems unlikely they would win the tournament. I think I ran the numbers yesterday. Well, I know I ran the numbers yesterday, and I think they have had like a 5% chance of winning the conference tournament, which isn't great on the one hand, but there are a lot of teams that have less than that. I mean, I think that's like the 6th highest percentage, and for a league the quality of the Big 12, it actually does speak to the kind of quality of the season that BYU has had.
In all your numbers, all the tracking you've done, is there any proof or as it can be completely dismissed that a long run in the conference tournament somehow exhausting takes stuff out of you? Or does it create momentum and then teams do better in the tournament? Or they're just not even linked, no matter – they're only linked because people are paying more attention now?
It doesn't seem to matter. NC State is the one that kind of comes to mind. Last year, I believe they won 5 games to win their tournament, and then still had the juice to get to the Final Four. And UConn won it in 2014 or 2011, winning 5 games in their conference tournament. So there are examples both ways. I know the great, I think it was Lute Olson, who was kind of famous back in the day for almost tanking in the conference tournament because he felt like it was a waste of energy and a waste of time. But since then, there's not much evidence it hurts you. And in fact, I believe there's still a factoid that if you lose, no team has won the tournament, having lost their first game in their conference tournament. So if you buy that, you do want to have at least a little bit of momentum. It's not obviously necessary you win your conference tournament, but you do want to establish a little bit of success before you head into Selection Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the famous one there 20-some years ago was the Utes losing and to UNLV and then going all the way to the final game. And I think for some teams, if you got to the final game, how do you consider that anything but a success? And maybe the Kansases of the world and UConn now. With that in mind, how much do you see hot streaks, because BYU's on one right now, won 8 in a row, obviously, playing into success when the tournament starts next week?
I think it's pretty important. Obviously BYU has to feel really good, although I would say they've been pretty consistent all year. Obviously you can go back and you look at the Providence loss, and that was hideous, and the start to Big 12 play wasn't the best, but for the most part they've been pretty solid throughout the entire year. They've looked like a fringe top 25 team. Those teams will lose some games, and they may lose 1 or 2 games where you're like, wow, that does not look like a tournament team. But they're also going to have moments where they have stretches where you can envision them being a Final Four team. So it's kind of been the MO for BYU. Obviously, they've finished the season, a little bit stronger than they started. But overall, I wouldn't completely downplay what they did earlier in the season as well. I mean, they were grinding. They didn't look quite as strong as they have now, but they still look like a team that could turn out this type of run. So yeah, I think it's obviously bodes well. You'd obviously rather have this kind of run than be stumbling and bumbling down the stretch.
We've looked at the University of Utah hiring Alex Jensen, and they won 8 conference games, and they lost 3 road games to teams that are below them in the standings. If they defend a little better, because they've been abysmal on the road the last couple of years, and start winning those road games that you can argue they should be winning, that low-hanging fruit would get them to 11-9. Do you think going forward, do you think this year 11-9 gets Kansas in? Does 10-10 get in the next 2 teams on the bubble? What happens to West Virginia there? And is that something that you fans can look at next year as a pretty consistent measuring stick for the Big 12?
Yeah, absolutely. The problem with the Utes was, like, this year, you may have felt like they were close, but their non-conference schedule was just not very serious. It wasn't the type of schedule that would get you a tournament bid. The bar for them in conference play was higher just because their non-conference was pretty impressively weak. But that's that's kind of the beauty of the league, is that, first of all, really, even in a down year, tough to win at Utah. That was sort of the deal with BYU even going into last year. It was like, people thought they were really going to struggle, but you always kind of knew, it's going to be tough to win at BYU. So even in a down year, like, they can post a decent record, and obviously the team BYU overachieved last year. But I think that is what makes the situation pretty encouraging. If you're a Utah Hoops fan, you look at the women's side as well. Obviously, they've had a little bit different on the women's side, the way things work, but the women's team has had a fair amount of success kind of right out of the gate. So I think that's the upside. Even in a down year, you should be able to post, something close to a 500 record in league, just because it is difficult for teams to come here and deal with, the altitude or whatever, and hopefully someday deal with the fans, and that's encouraging. And obviously, once hopefully you get some talent, you can almost run the table at home, make the home environment extremely difficult, as BYU has done, and then win a couple games on the road, win 3 or 4 games on the road, and all of a sudden you're, like, easily in. And so, talking about Kansas and West Virginia, like, for those teams, it's a little different. Their non-conference is better. Certainly Kansas is way better. And so, Kansas is obviously easily in the tournament. And West Virginia, it'd probably be helpful for them to win a game in the conference tournament. They may not even need that, though. Like, their total package is really, really good.
So you spoke of BYU right now, 6-7, maybe move up a little bit. How about the other teams, the top 4? Houston, I assume you've got to have as a number 1, but Tech and Arizona then, and even Iowa State. Yeah, Houston is pretty awesome. I don't know what the deal is with them, and kind of their maybe somewhat lack of national perception. You hear a lot of people, of course, zoning in here on Duke and Auburn and being kind of your top national title contenders, but Houston is really pretty close to being right with them. We talked, I think, here about Houston consistently in the Kelvin Sampson era. It's been a tremendous defensive team, a tremendous effort team. Their offense has always been pretty ugly, dependent on offensive rebounding, kind of covering up a lack of shooting. But the shooting is better this year. They do have pretty good three-point shooting. They don't take a lot of threes, and they maybe only have 3 guys on the court that can shoot the 3, but they do have one of the best shooters in the country in LJ Cryer, and so it's a little bit of a different feature for them this year. So I wouldn't, I would certainly put them in the mix, the national title contender, maybe a half step behind Auburn and Duke, but right there, and pretty much in line for a 1 seed at this point. Even if they lost their first game, I think they're still getting a 1 seed. The other teams you mentioned, Texas Tech has closed the season strong and it's really been a huge surprise this year. They're headed for a 2 or a 3 seed. Arizona in the mix for a 4 or a 5. Iowa State in the mix for, probably a 3, and subject to minor changes in the Big 12 tournament. But I think the people got to realize too is that the selection committee,
the deeper you go in the tournament, like in your conference tournament at this point, like the less impact it has on your seed because the selection committee's doing a lot of its work on Friday and Saturday, getting that bracket ready, and they're not inclined to make major changes at that point. And especially once these teams get deeper into the tournament, you're not changing their resume that much anyway. So I'm not saying all these seeds are locked in, but they're maybe closer than people might realize.
How about the Mountain West? It's been perceived as a 3-bid league, as 5 teams battling for a 3-bid league, 3 bids. Do you think there'll be 2, 4? Is anybody about to play their way in or out?
Yeah, probably headed for 3. New Mexico, the safest of the group. The Aggies, I think, are the second safest of the group, and only out in a scenario where they have to play Air Force, in their first game, and Air Force somehow beats them. I think Air Force historically is 4-26 in the Mountain West tournament. I'm not even sure they have a quarterfinal win of those 4 wins. So if you lose to Air Force, you should be disqualified from the NCAA tournament. I think even Jared Calhoun would secretly admit that if you got him, off the record. So I think Utah is only out in a situation where they lose to Air Force. And even then, you might even need a couple of weird things happening in other conference tournaments to knock them out. And San Diego State's probably your third team, and they're in pretty good shape as well. They may need to win a game in the tournament, avoid a bad loss, but they're pretty safe as well. And then, you got Boise State and Colorado State. Colorado State, secretly maybe the best team in the league at this point, really closing the season strong and capable of winning the league. I mean, there are these fringe scenarios where they can get 4 teams. So if Boise State or CSU ends up winning the conference tournament, and maybe those other 3 at-large teams still hang on to their bids, which is clearly possible, you could see a 4-team Mountain West emerge here. None of them being high seeds, unfortunately. So, maybe not the year you expect a deep run from any of their teams.
I keep hearing this time of year that a BYU with the no Sunday play gets knocked down a seed. I don't understand why that would be the case, because there's enough Thursday, Saturday that ought to be able to offset that.
Right. Yeah, I feel like there's less of that. There's less of that sort of bracket maneuvering in modern times than we used to have 10, 20 years ago. I mean, there's a bunch of rules involved in putting the bracket together that make things a little bit complicated, especially in situations where you're trying. It used to be that when the committee set the bracket, conference teams could not play until the Elite 8. And obviously that is impractical at this point with the way the conferences have grown. And so they've relaxed those rules quite heavily. And there's rules about not having rematches from the regular season in the first round. And so there's all sorts of rules here, but I think with the improvement in the process, sort of improvement in automating how the bracket is set to obey these rules instead of having humans have to go through with a fine-tooth comb and make sure all these rules are upheld. I would say the BYU getting knocked down a seed line is mostly urban legend at this point.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah. Although, PK, has your life changed now that the WCC now has Sunday night tournament action?
It's made it so much better, actually. Yeah. I mean, out with the Cougars. Well, they didn't play on Sunday even before BYU got there, right?
You may be correct, but now they do.
Now they do. And Pepperdine with the big win, punking Santa Clara.
Is on a run, absolutely. Into the semifinals is a 10 or 11 seed.
They're riding the waves. See what I done there?
Moving up that step ladder. Yeah, absolutely. I see exactly what you've done there. Did you know this? Pepperdine has 3. They have 3 players from New Jersey on their team.
That explains it.
Tough SOBs, those people out there. They didn't
Imagine
get soft.
The culture shock.
Oh, they didn't get soft when they went west and looked out the window and saw the crystal blue ocean waters of the Pacific. No, exactly. They actually brought toughness. That's why Pepperdine is so tough right now. They'll tear you apart if you let them. I feel bad for Herb Sendek.
PK was actually watching two horses fight last night, and he called one of them Ken and one of them Greg.
I did not. Right. That thing Americas, I was talking about that show. I don't know if you saw it with the
channel surfing away when
the wildlife narrated by Tom Hanks. It's pretty cool.
When the Jazz and Sixers rotated down to guys 16 and 17 and put all their two-way players on the court at the same time, he bailed.
Yeah.
That was too much. That was a bridge too far. When I start playing guys who are wearing reversibles, it's time to go.
Yeah, when they got numbers in the 90s.
Yeah. Well, I'll watch the 12th guy on the roster, but I'm not watching the 17th guy on the roster.
We did reach a low in that situation. With that in mind, are you going with Flag as your player of the year? Because I got my Wooden Award comes out this week, and I got to submit a ballot.
Oh, look at you, Mr. Big Shot.
Yeah.
Fact.
Yeah. It's got to be Cooper Flag. I mean, unless you. Now, if you want the wrath of social media, PK.
Yeah, but I don't put it out there. I think the SEC sucks, you suckers. I don't do that.
Not anymore. Not since the incident.
I mean, you're flaunting it. I mean, you're inviting blowback. You're trolling Sankey. That's what it was. I knew it.
It was all under the radar until Danny Cannell opened his big pie hole.
Exactly. It was through a third party. I mean,
that got it going.
Yeah, I know, but you tipped off to Cannell that it was coming.
Ah, nice. Okay.
I do wonder how he found out, because he's definitely not the type who is my target audience. He's not subscribing to my newsletter, that's for sure.
This is the time of year everyone becomes an expert on March Madness. And the fact is, you are Ken Pomeroy, so that's one of the places he went to look. He's just doing a little research.
Well, here's Ken Pomeroy. You may not have known it at the time, but that's who he is.
I didn't when I saw his face. I knew the name.
You walk around with a sign that says, I'm Ken Pomeroy?
I wonder if Danny Cannell would walk by him and know who he was, or he'd just be like, that guy does some good stuff.
Smartest man in college basketball.
Because I don't know if you remember, but we were eating at the Pac-12 little thing that was down the hall from the T-Mobile, and I think it might have been Mark Harlan, and introduced us to a Pac-12 official, and it was clear he did not know you by face. And then once he heard your name, then it was like he pushed me out of the side. Get away, son. I want to talk to this guy. I mean, you probably get that a fair amount, that people don't know what you look like, which is unfortunate for you because you're a very handsomely devilish man. But once you say the name, okay, then we absolutely, especially when we're in a basketball tournament, a college basketball tournament, no less.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, that's like the only place where it happens. You know, any other situation in life, people hear my name, they do not care and do not need to talk to me. But yeah, at a basketball game, people, on occasion, people will. And sometimes it's not, it's not flattering. I don't particularly, I remember that. I remember that situation, but that was many years ago, and I'm not sure if Mark Harlan wanted to speak to me out of respect, or it was a Greg Sankey type situation where he wanted to complain about where the Utes were in my ratings or something.
Pop you on the head.
Well, if you need some positive reinforcement, get on a plane, fly down to San Diego, go to La Jolla, because you've got UC San Diego at 39th, and I bet they like you right now, because that's at-large territory. In the Big West, not getting a whole lot of at-large bids anymore. That's about 35 years in the rearview window. So they like you there, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure they do. I mean, it's been an outstanding year for UC San Diego. Obviously, started with their trip to Logan, where they knocked off the Aggies and gave them their first loss, and that's when you really had to understand that this team is pretty decent. With all that said, they're probably not getting an at-large bid.
Well, there it goes. Don't go there. Now you made them mad. Good work.
Either way, they're losing their coach.
But
their coach is going to get another gig now, isn't he?
You would think so. Yeah, you would think so. I mean, it's been, fairly new D1 program to have this kind of success almost immediately out of the gate.
Right.
Is extremely impressive. I mean, really having a better year than San Diego State, if we're being honest. Although San Diego State has a slightly better resume, so may get into the tournament. But
no, they beat Houston, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the big one. But yeah, it'd be great if we could find room for UC San Diego's in that large team. But of course, they still have their conference tournament and control their own destiny, as the kids say. So they should be able to play their way in.
Well, Ken, we appreciate a few minutes. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you, even if Greg Sankey doesn't.
All right. Well, glad I got you on my side.
There you go. Guys. Thanks, Ken. Ken Pomeroy, KenPom.com. You can go take a look at his college basketball ratings. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Coming up, everything you missed in this show is next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got nearly stopped traffic on I-15 northbound through Bountiful due to emergency pothole repair in the area. All traffic was stopped in Centerville for about 10 minutes there. Is moving again, but delays remain if you're headed up north. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah is your gold standard for parking lot paving and repairs. Contact GoPave Utah today at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Alex Jensen heading back to Salt Lake City to take over the reins of his alma mater. I'm sure the conversation was, I'll take this job and I will win games for you at the University of Utah. I'll get the crowd back. I'll do all of this stuff, but I'm going to need this. And I don't know what that dollar amount is, but it's got to be significantly more than what Craig Smith had to work with.
If I'm Alex and I'm fully honest as I'm sitting in the office with Mark Harlan, I'm saying, you realize if you just gave Craig Smith all this and you put it into a roster next year, you realize Craig could probably win, right? Well, yeah, but it's the image thing. We need you. NBA guy, okay, then I'm going to need this. So this is actually really good news for the University of Utah fans, because I do think Alex is smart enough to do that, knowing that he can't do it unless he's got the players, and players are expensive nowadays.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 5-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. A $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountainland Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountainland Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-4499. 800-848-4499. Again, that's 800-848-4499.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Always see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz lose to the Philadelphia 76ers, 126-122. Kyle Filipowski, Keontae George, 25 points apiece. Will Hardy on guys learning from crunch time scenarios like the one last night.
You know, this obviously is not something that's consistent for these guys where they're getting this many minutes and the focal point of the game for this long. It's a good opportunity for them to also learn what that feels like because all of them want to continue to grow in their careers. And everybody always says they want more responsibility and they want more of this and more of that, but you don't really know what comes with that until you felt it. So these moments are big for their growth as well.
Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I have a lot of friends. Shout out Hunter Erickson, Caleb Wallner, Jake Walling. They're like some of my best friends. But I hate Utah with a burning passion so much, man. So just to get that win, I mean, we came in motivated. They got us one earlier, so we owe them one. So yeah, it was just could have been better.
9 a.m. Slacker Reddit headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com.
I can agree with Trey Stewart there. I got some good friends at Utah, but I hate them with a burning passion.
Now do the other one.
What?
Well, you got some friends at BYU.
No, I don't.
But you hate them with the burning passion.
No, ironically, I hate most of the people there, but I love BYU. It's very weird.
How did you get this rep? Very carefully.
I'm in love with BYU hoop now. I remember you talked about it earlier in the year as we were approaching it, that BYU basketball would be something that we could really hit on. And sure enough, it came to pass. Now, Utah ends up being something that we can hit on here of late with the coaching search and coaching change, coaching search, coaching hire, and Alex Jensen. And that's the great thing about this job. You know, you worry about, what are we going to talk about? I mean, somebody told me a couple weeks ago, what are you guys talking about, the Jazz? Dude, we went 6 months with no sports. Nothing.
After that, it's all ball bearings.
We kept our job and managed to make it.
I can still remember talking to Scotty when we were about, I don't know how deep we were, 10 weeks, something like that, deep into the pandemic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Scotty, I'm afraid to ask, but how are the ratings? He goes, surprisingly, very good.
Well, maybe people were at home and
they were at home and they wanted somebody to talk to and something new. You just can't talk to the same couple of people every day, right? So
yeah.
And he did say the streaming numbers were excellent.
So there's always
because
something.
it isn't just ratings anymore. It's ratings over here. It's streaming numbers over there. It's social media over there. Blah blah blah.
Correct.
We did talk about BYU winning again, 8 in a row, 12 out of 14. And Steve Cleveland did talk about just the shift here, the pressure going to the Mountain West Conference tournament. Some years was pretty intense, and it might be intense for a couple of teams in the Big 12, certainly for the 8 teams. The problem is, in the Mountain West days, you could say, the team has a chance, and I think you can say it now, team has a chance to win the tournament and play their way in, right? But really, you're at the point where you only say that for a couple teams. The Mountain West is deep enough, probably Boise State and CSU, assuming the other 3 are in, that Ken Pomeroy, who was on with us, is right. There's 2 teams trying to play their way in. I don't think UNLV and Nevada are good enough to beat those teams to the top of the league 3 times in a row and win that tournament.
Certainly not Nevada. I would give UNLV more of a possibility, but I'm only doing that if I'm comparing it to Nevada. The good thing about the Mountain West tournament is that you can flip a coin amongst 4 teams, and who's playing well on that Friday, who's playing well on the Saturday.
You have 4 teams. You're leaving one of the 5 out? You don't believe in one of them?
Right now, my teams are New Mexico, Utah, San Diego State, and Colorado.
State. Okay. But not Boise State.
I can go with Boise a little bit, but I go with those 4.
The other 4 above Boise State.
Yeah.
Tall task for Boise State because they'll have to beat, we assume they're going to have to beat 3 of those 4 in a row. And in the Big Ten, okay, you're on the bubble, you're 10-10 in the league. Maybe West Virginia can win a game or 2, and that's enough.
Big 12, you mean?
Excuse me, in the Big 12,
okay,
yes.
because I was going to say, I'm not following the Big 10.
I'm not following the
that
Big
much.
10.
You threw me a curveball there.
No.
Big 12, yes. I think it's Houston. Houston, to me,
is going to win that tournament because they're so good.
If they want to.
Right. But if somebody upbeats them, if someone beats them and upbeats them, someone upsets them, Texas Tech.
Texas Tech is very good. They probably got the player of the year in that Toppin kid.
Maybe Arizona gets hot. Seems unlikely.
I think
Iowa State.
Arizona's good, but I think they're a tad overrated.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Don't want to rain on their parade completely.
No.
Just a little.
Yeah. But they're a good ball club.
Baylor is 10-10, but it's unthinkable that they could.
I don't see it.
Right. Win 4 in a row and get that done.
And I'm fine with it because they've had really good teams. And so.
And they don't need to win 4 to get in.
Maybe a little slippage.
Yeah. It's different in a power league. We're going to have to reorient our brains. It isn't what we've been used to.
And Houston, they're a 1 seed all the way. It would be a crime if they weren't a 1 seed.
Agreed.
Because I put way more stock into what you've just done the last 2+ months than what you do in 2 or 3 days.
I really just don't think there's any chance they don't get a 1 seed. I think they're going to.
I know, but they don't get talked about.
They don't.
Maybe that's my Big 12 bias against. And because they don't have an outstanding player who just captures you.
They don't. And Duke gets talked about because A, they're Duke. And B, it's Cooper Flag, right? Auburn's going to get talked about because it's the SEC, and ESPN's going to pump up the Auburn nonstop.
Yeah.
So those two, I get it.
Pearl's
a salesman.
Yeah.
He can sell it.
I once worked out in the Santa Clara Marriott with Bruce Pearl when he was at Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Milwaukee, Green Bay, one of those schools.
Mm-hmm.
And they were, I think it was BYU in the Cable Car Classic.
The Cable Car
Classic.
Yeah. I hadn't thought of that in forever.
I think it was, but he was obviously younger, and when we're both in there, and we're talking to each other for about an hour, and you could tell he was a guy who was going to go places. But yeah, I agree with you on that. But it just seems like Houston doesn't get the run, and they don't play in this big arena that's 18,000. It's smaller, it's old, but it's not Cameron Indoor, so it's not as charming.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. All that stuff.
Got a feel for the fourth number one, or we'll just wait for a week from now? SEC, just because the SEC has so much strength.
How many are you going to give them, though? You going to give them 10?
Two number ones.
I was thinking, do you give them 3, though?
No, I don't think they get 3. I think Houston's getting one.
Okay.
I think Houston, Auburn, and Duke each get one, and then an SEC team, and maybe we have to see how the tournament plays out to figure it out. But an SEC team.
I'm not 100% sold on Houston. I mean, I am personally.
You don't think the committee is? I think the committee is. I think they'll get it.
They should.
But Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, I mean, they've all had really good seasons. Mm-hmm. And I assume, and we'll probably have to see, let's see what happens in the semis and the final, and then we'll probably know who the fourth number one is. I assume it'll be one of those 3. I assume they'll get taken care of. Michigan State's really good. We haven't mentioned the Big Ten. They ought to be up there.
They always are.
Texas Tech ought to be up there.
Texas is a good ball club, man. They're good. No doubt about it.
If they get a 3 seed, then if Houston gets a 2 and Tech gets a 3, then the league has been just big time. Big time.
I would agree with that.
So we talked some college hoops, and Ken Pomeroy, wherever you get your podcasts, you can listen to him. We usually don't get much in the way of injury news out of the NHL. Upper body, lower body. That's about all they'll say. But the Utah Hockey Club has issued a statement within the last hour that Valimaki underwent successful surgery to repair a torn ACL, expected to be out 8 to 9 months. So Thanksgiving or Christmas, maybe. It'll be a while. They'll be without him. He's played 43 games for them.
And then you had Connor Ingram. Looks like he's got some personal issues he needs to conquer.
He has stepped away, so.
And that's highly unfortunate, obviously. He'd already had them. And then the death of his mother.
All right, when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Will Hardy was blasted away about not stepping up and taking advantage of opportunities.
I think what is probably hard on Will right now is when he's talking about this opportunity, he knows not all these players are going to be back next year, and some of these guys are auditioning for their opportunity to be back on this team next year, and they may not realize it. And if you haven't proven that you are worth investing in long term, your name's going to be on the chopping block. We've all had friends who are like, hey man, probably time to start taking this a little bit more seriously. Or coworkers, it's like, hey, we should probably lock in a little bit. I want you to be doing the right thing. I wonder if that's where some of this frustration is from Will, that he is trying to give them the best opportunity to survive the next round of cuts, and some of the guys aren't taking it seriously.
Coaches are into accountability. Coaches are into discipline. They're into building good habits. I want to teach you to play hard. I want to teach you to build healthy habits that lead toward mutual success. And benching is a healthy part of that.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Attention sports fans, imagine the peace of mind knowing that when you open a gold tier checking account with Hercules First Federal Credit Union, you get premium perks as part of your package.
Start 2025 off with Gold Tier Checking and unlock unbeatable benefits. Earn up to 4.25% APY on your balances. Earn points on everyday spending. Redeem for travel, cash back, gift cards, and more. Enjoy Ultimate ID 3 Bureau credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage with no monthly fees. But that's not all. Lock in your future today with Hercules First Federal Credit Union's 12-month CD at 4.4% APY. A winning play to watch your money grow stronger together. Don't miss out. Open your Gold Tier checking account at 4.4% APY CD today. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape. Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by March 31st, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Hockey Club is hosting the Toronto Maple Leafs at the Delta Center tonight. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock. Karel Vejmelka, very happy to have his 5-year contract extension.
It's a great feeling, good to know I'm able to stay for a couple more years, and I'm super pumped to be part of this locker room, this group of guys. So, yeah, I'm really happy.
Puck drop tonight at 8. Coverage begins at 7 with Hockey Night in Utah. Listen to Hockey on 1280 The Zone. The Jazz game will be on 97.5 The Zone tonight. Hockey updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Woo! Oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Time for your feedback. We have multiple questions this morning. BYU rolls Utah for its 8th consecutive win. How you feeling about the Cougars going into the Big 12 tournament? 11-2 and highly ranked True Blue BYU 1984 gives it the old Larry David pretty good.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Full sheer Ute gives it the old Reggie Miller choke sign. Pac-12 Battle Cattle. As long as they don't face Duquesne, I think they'll win a game or two.
Duquesne. I don't think they're going to face Duquesne. I have no idea what kind of season Duquesne's having.
But they're not having it in the Big 12, so they'll avoid them in the Big 12 tournament this year.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the NCAA tournament.
He is talking the NCAAs last year, and we'll see who they get.
Yeah.
Zach says, if the Cougars don't start 0 of 13 from 3 and they don't get out-rebounded, they don't turn it over that much, and they score more than the other team, I think they'll be fine. Thumbs up.
Anytime you outscore your opponent, you're going to be okay.
Always a good sign.
I think they're a better team than they were last year. So they
better team and they're peaking. Do you feel like last year's time was peaking, or it was just kind of they were playing and they got there?
I don't. They had a pretty good team last year.
They did. But this team feels like it is, without question, at its best. No one would debate it.
Yeah, I think they found roles that they didn't know what they were. They weren't defined. Now they're defined, and a lot of guys are playing their best ball.
They were 5-4 in their last 9 going into the NCAA tournament last year, so they were not peaking.
I mean, Keita has just come on, a massive rim protector, massive difference maker, rebounding, offensive rebounding, defense preventing shots, those types. Shot blockers more often than not prevent shots rather than block shots, and they don't statistically get credit for that. And you can see he's doing that. So they've got the pieces in place, and Demon with his all shucks kind of personality thing he's quietly effective.
Walker Kessler has a monster game against Toronto, but then is rested against Philly. Is it bothersome to sit a 23-year-old, or no problem? It's part of tanking. Mike, he's proven to be too good and too valuable. Maintain the tank.
Well, yeah, when you're this close, I mean, you can touch the end of the season metaphorically, so they've got to do that, yeah.
They'll let him play against Boston. Unless, to your point, if an hour before the game they find out Boston's sitting 4 guys. That they might adjust it then. But I think that's the only reason.
Yeah, depending on who the 4 guys are. Yeah. Boston, I mean, Porzingis seems to always be hurt, and then you've got Holiday. But if you've got Tatum, Brown, and what's the old man's name now? Horford is around, and their subs, White, Pritchard, those types of guys. Yeah, play these guys. But it's close, man. This is a tight race to the bottom.
Horford, Horford and Tatum are day-to-day. Kristaps Porzingis is out.
He seems like he's always out.
Yeah. Illness. So that's his deal. And our deal, time is up. Jake and Ben are next, right here on The Zone.
All right, show's over. I'm tired.
Goodbye.
Well, until we meet again.
And be sure to join us at the same time tomorrow.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Great teams don't leave success to chance. They prepare for it. And if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that emergencies don't wait for you to be ready. ReadyWise gets it. You've seen the empty shelves, the supply chain delays, the panic of trying to find the basics. That's why ReadyWise is here to help you plan ahead with emergency food supplies and survival kits you can count on. ReadyWise meals are highly rated and available in a wide variety of options with a shelf life that is long enough to outlast the next big shortage. And preparation, so simple it's practically foolproof. Whether it's a storm, a blackout, or another unexpected twist, ReadyWise helps you avoid the scramble. Because when life throws the unexpected your way, being prepared isn't just smart, it's essential. So don't wait for the next big event to catch you off guard. Be wise. Be ready. Visit ReadyWise.com today. Save 25% off your order when using code KSL25 at checkout. That's ReadyWise.com and code KSL25.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier.
That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 five-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. A $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
A professional. What does that even mean? At Shamrock Plumbing, we believe a true pro does the following. 1, a true professional doesn't overcharge. They ask a fair price for exceptional work. 2, a real pro slows down to listen to the customer and what they need, not what the plumber wants to sell them. 3, a real pro can fix your problem quickly and not have to learn on the job. Hire a professional. Call Shamrock Plumbing. We'll send out some of our male models. They'll know what to do. Shamrock Plumbing.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountainland Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountainland Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
Spring into savings at Burt Brothers. Get your car ready for the new season with deals like new tires starting at $69, up to $50 off service tickets, and $79 alignments with the purchase of 2 or more tires for your passenger vehicles and light trucks. Plus, save big on trusted brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Toyo. But don't wait, these deals won't last. Hurry, stop by your nearest Burt Brothers today. Burt Brothers, where auto care is done better.
Burt Brothers does it better. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From 2 guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All of times have come here, but now they're gone. Seasons don't fear the reaper, nor do the wind, the sun, or the rain. We can be like they are. Come on, baby, don't feel the reaper. Baby, take my hand. Don't feel the reaper. We'll be able to fly.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Happy Monday to everybody. How are you going? How are you doing over there, Ben?
Doing well, you?
Yeah, I'm good. Living the dream.
Yeah?
DJ and PK left the room, and I'm only slightly more angry than I was because now that enough time has passed since I was telling them old stories, and now that enough time has passed, it's funny rather than like angry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have situations like that where at the time you were quite angry?
Of course.
And then 5 years, but this is the best part about getting older perspective. 10 years pass and you can go like, okay, that was really funny.
Rode out the wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in hindsight, this was funny and that was funny.
As they say, this too shall pass. And it does. And then, look back and hopefully you're not vengeful.
No, I was yeah. I was telling an old radio stories because radio is kind of a wild world. You know what? Honestly, the vision of KSL Sports has been really awesome, and working here has been really awesome because it feels like we're really going forward. We're really investing, believe, all that stuff.
Right.
That hasn't always been true in
Correct.
my career.
Correct. Yeah, of course.
Oh, man.
Sometimes you know the clock's running out. And that's the goal.
Well, I don't know. It's funny. You don't always know what's real and what's not, like what the clock is, what the clock isn't.
Yeah.
What your goal is, what your goal's not. But yeah, good times. I love it. We've got exciting things happening here at the KSL Sports Zone, KSL Sports in this building. It's great. And it's great to come to a building that has good vibes because that hasn't always been true in my career either.
Absolutely.
All right. How was your weekend, Ben? You do all right?
Busy, but good. Nice to have some warm weather.
The weather was incredible. We went skiing on Saturday just like everybody else in the valley.
Oh, I believe it.
And it didn't matter how crowded it was. It was so good. The sun was out. It was the best, in my opinion, it was the best type of Utah skiing day. Now, the POW hounds will probably argue with me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The real spring skiers, the bikini people, probably would argue with me. But sun out, comfortable temperature. It had snowed within, it wasn't fresh, but it had snowed all week, basically. So it was nice and soft. It was like, yeah, this is it. This is the Utah ski day. It was awesome.
I like a groomed run.
Oh, yeah.
Personally.
Oh, you're not a big POW hound?
No.
No?
Too much work.
It is a lot of work.
Yeah.
That is true. But it is fun. So that was great. So hopefully everybody enjoyed the warm weather. Christian, you get outside?
No, I did the opposite. I did an escape room on Friday night with some
How'd that
friends.
go?
That was pretty cool. I had never done one before. So we almost made the leaderboard. We missed out on the leaderboard by like 2 minutes.
Is that per day or for all time or what?
Couldn't tell you. I'd like to tell myself all time.
All time, yeah. But it might have been for like the last 45 minutes.
Could have been. They say that this room that I did had like a 20% success rate.
Oh, you guys got out.
We got out. We made it.
Okay.
Wow, good for you. Can I tell you that I have no desire to do that ever? No, like I get why it's fun. Like I get why you'd want to do it. I'm just talking about me personally. Because I don't know if you both know this, but I am oblivious. Like completely oblivious. And so it would be so maddening to have a situation where being oblivious completely worked against you. There's no way I'd make it out. There's no way I'd help a team. I wouldn't come up with anything useful. I would be so inept in that circumstance that I feel like it would be really frustrating for me personally.
Did it feel logical, each step?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little corny, but yeah, because it was themed. So it was like you're in like a cabin and there's like a killer who's going to be there in an hour and you have to get out of the cabin.
Before the hour?
And then let's just up the anxiety. Yeah, no.
Yeah, right. Should be a chainsaw that slowly gets closer.
Yeah, you could like hear noises and stuff.
Nope.
It was pretty intense. It was cool though.
Not
I'll
for
do
me.
that. I'm into that. Yeah, I should take my kids. Not to the chainsaw part, but yeah, something else. Unicorns coming or whatever. Build-A-Bear's going to close or something. You got to get out of the mall.
Build-A-Bear's going to close? unicorns coming. Yeah, I don't think that creates the anxiety.
Sure.
Quite that like Chainsaw Murder and in a Cabin in the Woods does.
Fine, we'll hang. We'll wait
Like
for
Christian can never go to a cabin in the woods ever again.
that. It's true.
You know, or at least for a while, let that settle for a minute.
Well, we survived, so we know that we could.
Yeah, right.
I don't
You'll
know
be
if
okay.
that's directly applicable. All I know is you're going to be in a cabin in the woods.
Don't
and
worry, honey.
Every creek out there.
I once got out of an escape room.
I got this.
They said there's only a 20% success rate, and I made it out, and we were within 2 minutes of the leaderboard.
So
I know this is an emergency.
we got it.
You're in good hands.
We're going to make this happen. All right. Well, that's nice. Ben, where do you want to start today? We're in the middle of a Sunday, Monday back-to-back.
Yeah.
Which is now a thing. And the Jazz are playing against who I think is still the hands-down favorite in the NBA.
Assuming they're healthy, agreed.
We could certainly talk about that. We did have a BYU Utah game over the weekend, and we are going into the conference tournament. So we got a lot.
Alex Jensen just got hired. Not that the news beyond sounds like he's going to stick with Dallas through the end of the year, which I think is a huge mistake. But
I don't know why he'd do that.
Yeah. Dallas isn't going anywhere. Dallas is trying to tank. You're not developing these players anymore. I get maybe there's some loyalty, some honor in sticking through with the job, and they've already lost an assistant coach. So what?
Maybe he wants the money.
You got a lot of work. He's making more money at Utah.
You
think he's doubling up?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Think he's on hard times?
You can
needs to work overtime.
Ben, you can appreciate the value of $1.
I can, but
and
my understanding, talking to every coach I've ever talked to, is that it's hell. You're working nonstop, and now he's trying to do it for two different teams.
I would guess it has some sort of like something to do with his reputation.
Okay.
Like it matters how you leave jobs.
Potentially.
And so if Jason Kidd's like, I need you, big guy.
I'd be more worried about how I started the next job, especially when the job is taking over a University of Utah program.
I've seen that bite people.
I think going down to college, back to the NBA, I don't know. I guess it's possible. I would be more focused on what my next job is going to be now that I'm a college basketball head coach with a team that's going to undergo probably an entire overhaul.
I hear you, but if he does want to go back to the NBA someday, leaving an intact reputation is probably a good thing.
Sure.
Because when my next team calls Dallas and said, what'd you think of this guy? I don't want him to say, oh, let me tell you how badly he left. That's never a good thing.
Sure, I get it. I think his success is going to be, his future success is going to be, or future higher ability is going to be based on the success he has at Utah.
What he's got to do right now is put together a staff. Because if his staff is doing all the work, then who cares?
Sure.
And so that, I think, is the most relevant thing when it comes to the Alex Jensen situation is who is he going to hire? I'm surprised that hires haven't happened already, honestly.
But you're raising cash. You're meeting with recruits. Bobby Hurley's on 60 Minutes talking about half of his team is transferred already, even though the season is still going on, and they've met with their next team, and they know how much money they're going to get paid. So is it Bobby or is it Dan? UConn. Dan, excuse me. Dan's, talking about that already. So if if I were at Utah, I would want Alex Jensen to be at home already.
Yeah, fine, but they don't care. They're not going to draw that line in the sand.
Clearly not. No.
No, I don't think him finishing out the year in Dallas is a Utah decision.
Agreed. No, it's an Alex decision.
Probably came up during contract discussions
Absolutely.
as well.
100%.
Right. No. But this is a thing for him. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't think Utah's like, no, please finish the season in Dallas.
Right. They want him here, I'm sure.
Here's what he should have done yesterday, in my opinion. Maybe he did. I don't know, because maybe this isn't a really public hire. I'd find my assistant or my general manager or whatever title you want to give the person on the ground. The one calming the players that are there, the one still keeping irons in the fire or putting irons in the fire, or figuring out who's going to transfer and who's not, and figuring out the league and all the things. The person on the ground who does the legwork. The person on staff who really hits the ops side of things hard. He needs to hire that. He should have hired it yesterday. That's who. That's the type of maneuver. Like Alex Jensen, yes, physically in the office, not coaching the Dallas Mavericks is probably what's best for the basketball program. But if this is how it's going to work, he's got to get his staff together
pronto,
immediately.
According to Steve Bartle, our University of Utah insider, Alex Jensen, who is going to finish the season with the Mavericks, flew to Kansas City last night after the Dallas Mavericks game to meet with Utah players and staff in person ahead of the Big 12 tournament, and was told it went well. Steve was told it went well.
Oh, well, I'm sure he was told it went well, yeah. But what does that meeting look like?
No, as soon as these guys leave or get eliminated from the Big 12 tournament, with all due respect to the University of Utah, who I think has actually had a better season than I expected, all these guys are, on the phone with their parents or agents or other head coaches to figure out where they're going to go.
We should, I don't know, we should find this old tape somewhere. But do you remember the speech Dion gave when he was in a similar circumstance?
Where?
Colorado.
Oh, yeah.
Where he walked in and he's like, I'm going to cut,
Yeah, you're all gone.
all of you guys.
I'm bringing my own baggage, and it's all Louis.
I'm bringing my own guys. You're all pretty much going to be gone. I don't even know why I'm wasting my time being here. Like, what are the odds Alex Jensen retains somebody on the current staff? Not in the ops side, but retains somebody
Coaching staff?
actually on the current
I'd be
staff.
surprised if he keeps one. He might keep one person around.
I doubt it.
He might like to have somebody who's got the understanding of the inner workings, and I'm actually not all that familiar with Utah's coaching staff behind Craig Smith and, who's there. And I know the guy who was the interim at West Virginia is the head coach now, interim also. But I wouldn't be surprised if he keeps one person around.
I'd be shocked
Okay.
if he kept one person around.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me.
That's right.
And it's Louis. Okay.
I like the person laughing who's filming. You can kind of hear them laughing.
Man. How many people in that room had already started texting whoever else was
Yeah, of
recruiting
course.
them and be like, hey,
Yeah.
I just heard from Coach Prime. I was pretty excited about it going into the room. Coming out of the room, I don't think I'm going to be here for very much longer.
Oh, I lie. He really wants me, but I can be had for a certain dollar amount.
Oh, yeah.
And
right.
then it's like $4. Whatever you have
Whatever.
to offer.
I'm coming.
How'd you know? This is the exact price.
I'm going to get cut tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'm coming. Because some Louis Vuitton luggage is coming to town, I think.
Who's this Louis everybody's talking about?
Yeah, I'm sure Alex came out of that meeting thinking like, oh, yeah, that went well.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know what he's going to hold over. I would guess mostly he's going to start anew.
Mostly, yeah. I would imagine.
So, I mean, player retention was probably pretty important to him. If there's someone on the squad that he wants to keep, and I would guess he doesn't want to entirely start over. Like, who was it at Utah State that basically entirely started over? Was it Sprinkle? Who had no returning minutes? Or was it Odom who had no return? It was Sprinkle who had no returning minutes. I mean, I would guess he doesn't want to do that. So, yeah, player retention was probably his number one priority, but I don't know. Define went well.
Yeah. Right. He got a sense of, everyone was cordial.
I bet you $1 zillion every single one of those players came out of that meeting calling whomever and seeing what their options are. But that's what everybody does, so that's nothing new.
And Alex is just, again, Alex early on is going to have to win by coaching. He's not going to win by getting huge recruits. Huge recruits aren't going to Utah. Utah doesn't have the money or the reputation right now. So they're not going there. You might be able to generate a little bit of excitement for kids in high school locally who are Utah fans, whose dad was a big fan of Alex Jensen or mom was a big fan of the Final Four team. Says, yeah, man, this guy's the real deal. And he's coached Rudy, he's coached Derek Lively, he's coached with Quinn Snyder, he's coached with Rick Majerus, he's coached with Jason Kidd. You should go there and see if you can go and get, a 4-star local high school recruit. One of these kids who went to the academies here locally and wants to stay in state and maybe wants to buck the trend of going to BYU where it seems a lot of these kids are going, or doesn't get the offer from BYU that he was hoping for financially. You might get 1 or 2 of those kids, but he's going to have to find players that can run a system that he thinks can win and win that way. I just don't think it's going to be overwhelming anybody with talent.
Yeah, I don't either. So that's why I'm super curious to see what stage in Alex's career that he decides to lean into as now the head coach at Utah. Is it St. Louis, Alex Jensen? Is it Utah as a player, Alex Jensen?
Yeah.
Is it Utah Jazz, Alex Jensen? Or even now Dallas Mavericks, I suppose. But I lump that in with the entire professional experience.
The one through line is defense with Alex, right? He was a spectacular defensive player in college, spectacular professional defensive player overseas. Coach Rudy Gobert, who's one of the greatest defensive players in NBA history. Coach Derek Lively and Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd's a great defensive coach as well. That's the through line to me throughout. Even though Quinn Snyder was a much better offensive coach, I think, than defensive, I think Alex's main job was working with Rudy, and Rudy was a much better defensive player. Now, he figured out how to do some things offensively, catch lobs, set picks, etc. But the defense is going to be the through line. And that's what I would expect him to do. Go find a bunch of dogs on defense and make it hell to play at Utah. And I think that's a great approach if you can do it. But generally, great defensive players don't seem to get paid as much. In any sport. Well, don't look at the defensive ends right now in the NFL. They're getting a ton of money. I should say in basketball, at any level, college or pro, defensive guys are traditionally undervalued and underpaid. And I'd go and look for those guys.
All right, stay tuned. We'll get to top 3 stories of the day, KSLSports.com. Coming up next, it's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
BYU beating Iowa State. I want to say I'm sorry because I just didn't believe it was going to happen.
It's the biggest win for BYU in the Big 12. Iowa State, if the tournament was seeded today, would be on the 2 line. They showed they could beat a team that's at that level. They can go head-to-head with that team. Not only go head-to-head with them, but they can lead them by 21 points in their building. You're not going to have to play a team on the 2 seed in the tournament in their building.
Right.
And you came away victorious even after blowing that 21-point lead. BYU passed the toughness test. If you watch that game, you saw how physical the top teams in the Big 12 are, but BYU turned the ball over 29 times. It wasn't perfect. They found a way to survive in a game like that by playing tough.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since Any Hour Services only charges $29 to snake any drain line with normal access, you may never want to deal with a slow or clogged drain yourself ever again, especially when all you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Sinks, showers, tubs, toilets, even that sewer main line that connects to the city. We'll snake any drain line with normal access for only $29. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
I'm Rod with the Save Right team at Realty Path. I also own Save Right Mortgage. When building this new and disruptive business model, my attorney said, quote, "You'll rock the boat and make your competitors mad. There's no way they can compete with the value Save Right offers home buyers." She's right. Other real estate agents and mortgage lenders can't compete with Save Right. However, Utah home buyers love Save Right. Save Right home buyers get bankbuster loans with below market interest rates. Save Right clients buy bigger, nicer homes. Their monthly payments are hundreds less. Bankbuster loans save home buyers hundreds of thousands in interest. Start with a rate in the 2s. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Start with a rate in the 2s. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Jeremiah Jensen here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's changed the way I look and the way I feel.
Alex Curie here. I lost 50 pounds in the reduction phase with SLC Fat Loss
you can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I'm proud to tell you we don't lay off employees when things get tough. During the pandemic, we didn't let one of our installers go. Instead, we had them clean and remodel our offices so they could still get paid. Remember the 2008 housing crisis? It was a financial nightmare for even the biggest contractors. Still, we didn't lay off a single worker. Nope, we sacrificed profits to keep paying everyone. Look, when the economy's down, most contractors are quick to lay off their workers. It's the easiest way to save money when times get tight. But at RGS Exteriors, we're loyal to our people. You know why? Because it's the right thing to do. People first, people always. That's the RGS way. For gutters, siding, windows, and more, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's rgsexteriors.com, 801-280-3110.
If something were to blow off of your car, you would be responsible for the damage, but what happens if an orange construction barrel damages your car? I'm KSL investigator Matt Gephardt, and I'll show you what you need to know before driving through a construction zone on a windy day. Tonight at 10.
Feeling frustrated? Ignored? Deceived? It's time to get Gephardt. Get Gephardt. Weeknights at 10 on KSL.
When you drive a Subaru, the destination is the journey. And there's no better place to start than at Doug Smith Subaru. Come test drive the all-new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, a compact SUV built to take you on all your exciting Wasatch treks. And with its all-wheel drive and 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, getting there will be so much fun. You'll be ready to leave as soon as you get there. Doug Smith Subaru. No one knows adventure like Doug.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here is Coach Will Hardy on the young guys getting a chance to be the focal point of the team.
I do think that the pacing and kind of the dosage of your development is important to your success. You know, this obviously is not something that's consistent for these guys where they're getting this many minutes and the focal point of the game for this long. It's a good opportunity for them to also learn what that feels like because all of them want to continue to grow in their careers. And everybody always says they want more responsibility and they want more of this and more of that, but you don't really know what comes with that until you felt it. So these moments are big for their growth as well.
This update is brought to you by UView Health. Let us help you be a better you. UView Health, proud partner of the Utah Jazz.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben, today is Monday, but you can win big every Wednesday on the station with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, you can win tickets to go see Pantera, the heaviest tour of the summer, August 20th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Get your tickets now at livenation.com or listen all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. Time now for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where are we starting today?
Number 1, the Jazz get a little taste of what they hope this youth movement can become. They're at the Celtics tonight.
Tell me the 76ers are not championship contenders?
They were supposed to be,
They
but
were.
unfortunately, no.
Well, the big story really over the last week for the Jazz is that in their last 5 games, they played 3 of the 7 worst teams in the league. And actually, it may have been 4, I guess. It was 4 of the worst teams because they played the Raptors, played the Pelicans, they played the 76ers, and they played the Wizards. Not in that order. And they lost all of them. Which, look, if you're going to get a bad or a good draft pick and you're going to have a bad record, you've got to lose those games. As brutal as that is, as much as fans may not like it, that's the game. That's the way it is laid out. That's how they reward you in the NBA. And the Jazz have done that, and now they go into a much more difficult stretch of their schedule. In fact, the last 18 games, only 3 teams that they're playing the rest of the way are not going to be fighting for either play-in tournament spots or playoff seeding. You've got Toronto again, you've got Washington again, and then you've got Charlotte again on the road.
Well, that's good news for me because maybe they'll play more players and make things a little more interesting.
I would expect to see more healthy bodies tonight.
Can I ask you an overall NBA question? Because honestly, I had my fill talking about the 76ers last night.
Sure.
And tonight's
You just want to get off talking about Jared Butler, which I was gonna drill you on.
You know what I thought
you
about
wanted
you?
to avoid how well Jared Butler played and that guy is a star in the making, just like I said 5 years ago.
15-9.
He looked good.
Yeah, and
He
you
played
know
some
what?
defense.
You know what's funny about that, though? Is you know who's playing in those games? Players that help you lose.
Yeah. No, I looked down the bench.
Jared Butler was getting the spotlight because it's like, oh, I got to drop this one. Hey, Jared.
JB.
Get in there and dribble.
29 minutes tonight.
Yeah. Go make it happen. But no, I did think of you the entire game because he did play well.
So, anyways, you were moving on in big picture NBA. Sorry to derail you with our star, Jared Butler.
That's funny. I'm glad you brought that up. Are the 76ers the biggest story in the NBA negatively over the whole season?
There are 2 teams in this conversation.
There are
it's
2.
The Sixers and the Suns.
And 3 then, because you got to throw the Mavs in there.
Oh, yeah, the Mavs now.
Because they've had the worst month, certainly.
Mavs have had the worst second half of the season.
The overall biggest story negatively, is it? I don't think it's hands down the Mavs. It could be the Sixers. It could be the Suns for sure.
There's a chance 12 months from now we're still reeling from how bad this Sixers season is, and we haven't realized it yet because Joel Embiid is on the verge of a medical retirement, and they paid him in September.
Handsomely.
They gave him more money in September. Paul George has been one of the worst free agent signings ever.
And that's going to be a dead asset.
He is awful. And they're going to have to find a way to
Maxey's good, though.
Yeah, Maxey's good. Jared McCain, who they drafted, is good. He also tore his meniscus early in the season, is out for the rest of the year. So he would have been Rookie of the Year this season, most likely. So, yeah, they have had a disastrous year, and it is going to set them back very, very far because they're not going to be able to get off of some of these contracts, I don't think. Somebody might be willing to take a risk on Paul George, but you're taking pennies on the dollar.
And the guy who orchestrated the disaster is going to be asked to fix it.
Can I give you a hot take? I haven't heard this anywhere, so I'm gonna put this out there.
All right.
There's a chance the old maid is on the move this summer.
To Philly?
Paul George for Bradley Beal.
No.
I could see it because Ishbia is an idiot, and the Sixers are going to be desperate to get off of him, off of Paul George. I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I think even though the problem is Bradley Beal is too similar to Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain, they have high-scoring guards.
And I'd probably take Paul George over the old
would.
man,
Absolutely,
honestly.
I would. Absolutely, I would. But if behind the scenes they recognize Paul George is washed or he doesn't want to be there anymore and they want to start a rebuild and they feel like they might be able to get whatever last asset, this Jazz draft pick that the Jazz traded for their unprotected first, maybe they would take on, Bradley Beal and a first or 2. Because Daryl Morey's a wheeler and dealer. Daryl Morey loves a deal.
That would be a Morey deal.
He thinks he can get the old maid and work it.
Maybe it'll work for us.
Yeah. So that's going to be my hot take. I'm seeing it now.
Okay.
But
mark it. Ben called it today.
So 3 really bad teams, though. You're right. Dallas is a disaster and is trying to tank now. The Suns have been bad all year and just 8, 30, 20, and 20 from Nikola Jokic on Friday.
Well, the fact that Dallas was in the finals last year.
But everybody
and that
did
their
think
wounds are self-inflicted, although Philly's wounds are self-inflicted too.
this conversation with
The
Philly,
Suns-
though, over the summer was that, this is a team that's going to be a title contender.
We've got to make a push.
You've got a really well-fitting big three. Paul George is a good defender, all-star level player. Joel Embiid, when he's healthy, is an MVP. And Tyrese Maxey is one of the best young guards on the rise in the league. And they had kind of filled it out with some decent role players, and now it's all terrible. And worst-case scenario, again, if they don't end up with the 6th pick or better, their draft pick goes to Oklahoma City. And just the fact that they're not going to be able to climb 5 spots, 3 spots this late in the season, they're going to be right there at 6 or 7, hoping nobody leaves them.
And they hired that comb-over, Nick Nurse.
Who's going to get fired this summer?
Well, yeah, he's not a rebuild guy.
Yeah. And
He's a
apparently
win-now
Joel
guy.
hates him. It's the rumor.
Well, you just told me Joel's going to retire.
They'll still take Joel's corpse over Nick Nurse.
Over Nick Nurse. All right.
He's had a bad 2 years. So, there's a couple of teams out there that are in really bad spots. And they all went weirdly all in strange ways.
Outside contender, the Pelicans.
Yeah, really bad year.
Really bad.
Yeah.
They were supposed to take the next step or whatever. Now they're blowing it apart.
Yep. And trying to probably get off Zion this summer.
Probably should.
Yeah.
All right. What's number 2?
Number 2, Max Hall 2.0, but without the beer this time.
All right, let's play the sound.
But I hate Utah with a burning passion.
Hate Utah with a burning passion. Now, we missed the first part of that where he said he personally liked several of the players. But then drops in, but I hate Utah with a burning passion, Ben. Now, I'm old enough to remember when that sentiment created weeks' worth of content on sports radio.
Yeah.
But here we are waiting. Do we have the whole thing? Let's play the whole thing.
I have a lot of friends. Shout out Hunter Erickson, Caleb Warner, Jake Wally. They're like some of my best friends. But I hate Utah with a burning passion so much.
And then
who's that?
I love Media Laugh in there. Trey Stewart.
Do we have his box score up?
Yeah, give me a second. Hang on. Why do you have to blindside me with these things, Ben? What, are you saying he probably had a good game?
You must if you're talking trash like that, right?
9 minutes.
He put a bagel on.
Bagel on the board.
Oh, interesting.
An assist, a steal, and a block.
Oh.
That's what I said, Trey Stewart.
How did Max Hall play in the game when he said that? Quite well, right?
No, his numbers weren't great, but he threw the game-winning touchdown.
There's a difference there. There's a difference when Max Hall goes out there and impacts the game and Trey Stewart, you said a donut, he Tony Snelled him.
But he's a senior. I mean,
Sure.
He's the type of person that the rivalry means something about. My whole point for saying all this is it was stupid then, and it's stupid now, people making a big deal out of it. Who cares?
Yeah, of course.
There's a
nobody
guy,
cares, yeah.
BYU got to win. They lost to the Utes earlier in the year. Avenge.
Correct.
It's what the rivalry's all about. It's not a big deal.
Right.
And stuff gets blown out of proportion on sports radio and the snap talk and all that stuff. Max Hall, he just included more detail.
And to Trey Stewart, like, this isn't some mercenary who came in. He's been at BYU all 4 years of his career, right? Like, he's been there.
Right.
He's played Utah a lot.
And so I don't care how badly he played. It doesn't matter.
Right.
You know what I mean? This is what is great about the rivalry. And I've always said it's not hate. It's sports hate. It's something entirely different.
Correct. In fact, he named players he likes on the team.
That he personally likes, but he likes beating his rival.
Yeah.
You don't say. And I don't know. It gave me like, I saw it and I kind of laughed, and it just gave me Max Hall PTSD because people like who say, oh, he hates blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, get over it. Get over it. It's part of what makes it fun. It's part of the inner neighborhood rivalry between Utah and BYU. It's part of what makes this radio station great is the relationship between these two, that it's college sports.
I don't want to open up a summer can of worms of some, very nothing going on question for sports radio, but it feels like the health of the rivalry is really good right now, right? I thought the basketball rivalry was good this year on both the men's and women's side. Utah beat them at Utah. BYU beat them at BYU. Utah got a half-court buzzer beater on the women's side to beat them in overtime. New coaches that have come in. Excitement about Alex Jensen. The football game was one of the best football games we've had in this rivalry in some time. So I think it's a healthy spot. I think it's a fun spot to be in, and this stuff helps.
A long time ago on a show where it was during when the Pac-12 started to fall apart, and there was all the Big 12 was lobbing grenades, according to George Kliavkoff. And you asked me what my personal best outcome would be.
Yeah.
Not what's best for everybody involved, but me personally, what I wanted to see. And I said BYU and Utah back together in a league.
Yeah.
And that's why. What you just laid out there is exactly why. The rival, of course. They played, how many times did they play in basketball this year, Ben?
Twice.
Twice?
Yeah.
And it mattered in league standings. How refreshing is that? I wish the football game were at the end of the year, but guess what? It mattered. They were in the same league. They didn't play it in the first month of the year. It matters
and
again.
It wasn't a quote unquote distraction.
No. And
mattered.
this sideshow of Utah fans rubbing Independence in BYU's face and all this stuff. It's back on the even playing field. They're back together. And maybe some Ute fans out there are, which I know you exist, and I'm not hating on you, but lamenting the Pac-12 and dreaming for its existence still. Well, I think it's really cool that those two schools are back together. And yeah, maybe you miss dragging the independent BYU football program, and that made you feel good about your fandom. But it's better. It's better that they're in the same league.
And you know what? The losses are going to hurt worse, and the wins are going to feel better.
Are going to be better. And they're going to matter again.
Big 12 tournament starts tomorrow. Utah, the 11th seed, they're going to take on Central Florida, the 14th seed. They lost last time these two teams matched up, which is when Craig Smith got dismissed. Wednesday, BYU fans, you're watching Iowa State versus whoever wins between Oklahoma State and Cincinnati, and whoever wins that game will play BYU coming up on Thursday. So BYU's got a bunch of time off. Again, to your point, sometimes you don't want necessarily all this time off. This is more a college football conversation in the playoff, and all the teams that got byes did not play particularly well. But the Utah women also got a bye in the Big 12 women's tournament and lost in the first round to an inferior opponent as well. So sometimes there is something to having played maybe not 3 straight nights by the time you're playing BYU, but I would assume it's going to be Iowa State BYU on Thursday night, and that's going to be a great matchup. That was a great game the last time.
It's considering the lack of import of the conference tournament, it's better to get as many byes as you can. Because you know what? Honestly, it doesn't matter if BYU wins the tournament or not. And by having the byes, you know what it does, Ben? It eliminates the opportunity for a bad loss. If you heard Ken Palm on this morning, he said the only way Utah State doesn't make the tourney is if somehow they boot it to a team like Air Force in the conference tournament. That's the only way, because a bad loss will sink you. BYU ain't getting a bad loss.
No, that's the good thing.
And winning, how many games in a row would it take to drop out of nowhere? 4? Is that right?
To get into the tournament?
No, if you were to win the conference tournament without a bye.
Oh,
5? It'd be 5, right?
Yeah.
Which is pert near impossible.
Yeah.
Even winning 3 games in 3 nights is brutal.
Yeah, it is.
So BYU's in a good spot. But the best spot is they don't care, really. You don't have to win the conference tourney.
You're right. They're in the tournament. They're going to be a 5, 6, 7 seed, right in that range.
In the WCC, if you didn't make it to Monday, you were in real trouble from the selection committee standpoint. You know what I mean?
I think that's a good point. On one hand, BYU got a terrible draw because they're going Iowa State to Houston. If they beat Iowa State, I mean, those might be the 2 best teams, honestly, in the conference. I know that's not how they got ranked, but that might be the 2 best teams.
It's not conference record, but like Iowa State's pretty much a 3 seed, everyone's saying.
But if you lost to Iowa State, fine. Iowa State's really good. It's a 3 seed. If you lose to Houston, fine. Houston's going to be one of the 1 seeds potentially, probably a 2 seed, but they're going to be up there as well.
It's not like you booted it to Portland and now they're like, wait, what?
Right. But if you beat one of them, now you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
It improves your
No,
resume.
they're in a terrific spot.
Yeah. So I'm excited to watch. I'm excited to experience the Big 12 tournament on this level. I know BYU played in it last year, but this is even a whole new set of teams when you sprinkle Arizona.
But do you think somebody poured beer on Trey Stewart's family?
I hope somebody kept tradition. I'm a traditionalist. I like tradition, so I hope somebody did.
Did you believe the beer story in the first place, or were you a beer conspiracy theorist?
I was a beer denier.
You were a beer denier?
I was a beer denier.
Your reasoning?
It's a lot. That takes a real psycho to waste a beer. To pour it on somebody's family.
I've seen worse at those games.
Sure, I mean, someone at Utah threw a water bottle and knocked out the cheer coach or whatever it was. Like, yeah, there are clowns everywhere. So I certainly, there's a huge possibility it happened.
My skepticism only came from I've known a lot of people that sneak booze into stadiums, and like 99 times out of 100, it's booze, not beer. Most people don't sneak beer into games because of volume, for one, and then...
Correct. It's not very efficient for you non-alcohol drinkers.
Right. And, like, getting a can in is more difficult than you'd think.
Yeah, agreed. Right.
So that's where my skepticism came from, not the lack of willingness for Ute fans to be classless.
Sure. You don't think it's a humanity issue. You think it's a practicality issue.
My thing was, right. Now, if he said, like, somebody poured, like, the last part of a bottle of wild turkey on me, I would have bought that.
But he's got to be careful. He can't be too specific. It was this
you can't know the
vintage.
brand? Some sort of brown liquid.
Yeah.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, 3 points out of the second wild card spot. Utah Hockey Club back in Salt Lake City tonight against the Maple Leafs.
Tough loss to Chicago, but they beat Detroit the night before, so it wasn't dire, but Chicago is not a good team. You did get the point because you went to overtime. Bedard hit the game winner, or shot the game winner. So tough for Utah Hockey Club there. They would have loved to get that extra point. Everyone's going to matter down the stretch here. But second night of a back-to-back to take 3 out of 4 on that run. But tough news, Connor Ingram leaves the team to work with the NHL and the NHL Players Association. It sounds like he just has not felt right since losing his mother. And that happened last year, remember, and I mean the earlier this season, but late last 2024. He was grieving his mom, took an indefinite leave, came back, still had a bunch of up and down performances, and says he just recognizes he's not right. He's just not 100% where he needs to be. And that's tough for him, and I think everyone says their best to him. And on the ice, it's difficult because Karel Vejmelka can't play every night.
Yeah, right. I mean, it hurts the team.
So Jackson Stauber's going to have to step up and have a big game, and he's just not been in a lot of these situations before.
But in all honesty, unions are controversial, right? And I get why. But this is where unions can be really good.
Absolutely.
You know, take care of your union member when they're going through it. It's kind of the major part of the purpose for it. So I'm glad to see that it's happening. And I'm sure the club is working with them too. But like, you get what I'm saying. I'm glad there's some sort of avenue for somebody who's going through life.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough.
And
may we all be so lucky. Good for him.
He's taken departures before because he's been diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder, which he has treated with alcohol, which is like, yeah, don't get in that trap again. Right. If you recognize something's wrong and you've seen the issues that you've had to deal with before and how you've dealt with them improperly, go deal with it the right way. That's better for everybody.
Agreed.
So
what? The Utah Hockey Club has to go find another goalie to play on back-to-back.
2 or 3 games. Yeah, right, for the rest of the year.
They'll figure it out, and we hope he does too.
Also, Yusuf Alamaki tears his ACL out for a while, but he hasn't been playing. So,
all right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Alex Jensen heading back to Salt Lake City to take over the reins of his alma mater. I'm sure the conversation was, I'll take this job and I will win games for you at the University of Utah. I'll get the crowd back. I'll do all of this stuff, but I'm going to need this. And I don't know what that dollar amount is, but it's got to be significantly more than what Craig Smith had to work with.
If I'm Alex and I'm fully honest as I'm sitting in the office with Mark Harlan, I'm saying, you realize if you just gave Craig Smith all this and you put it into a roster next year, you realize Craig could probably win, right? Well, yeah, but it's the image thing. We need you. NBA guy, okay, then I'm going to need this. So this is actually really good news for the University of Utah fans because I do think Alex is smart enough to do that, knowing that he can't do it unless he's got the players, and players are expensive nowadays.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
By now, you've heard Hans and Scotty raving about Bar W beef. But have you tried it for yourself? Build your own box with the cuts that you use the most and within your budget. They can deliver right to your door in Utah for $9.99 flat rate shipping. And right now, save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. Check them out online at barwbeef.com for the best steak and best beef you've ever had. Save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. barwbeef.com. No middleman needed.
This Monday Tax Tip is brought to you by Susan Spears, CEO of the Utah Association of CPAs.
Don't let claiming dependents derail your tax return. Missing a Social Security number? That's a major roadblock. You must provide one for every dependent. And for divorced parents, only one parent can claim a child. Both claiming the same child triggers IRS red flags, leading to frustrating delays and extra paperwork. If you're divorced, talk to your co-parent. Get on the same page about who's claiming the child. A little communication now saves big headaches later. Best advice? Don't go at it alone. A CPA can be your tax season ally. They understand the rules, answer your questions, and ensure you get every deduction you deserve. Streamline your taxes and avoid those costly roadblocks. Contact a CPA today for a smooth ride.
Get the most out of your income tax preparation when you hire a CPA. Go to uacpa.org to find a CPA that's right for you. Listen to KSL on Monday for more tax tips from the Utah Association of CPAs.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 five-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today, a $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight at 8 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber Internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, it's your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update. Here's the Bear, Andre Tourney, giving his thoughts on 3 of the 4 points on the back-to-back last week.
The guys, they had a great third period. We found a way to get a point with 3 points out of 4 in the back-to-back. I think we need to take that, put that in the bank, and go back home and have a good one.
This update is brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Ben, apparently Daryl Morey is saying that Sixers fans are only fueled by anger.
Yeah, Philly.
Yeah, it's Philly, man.
Yeah, right. That's the whole thing. That's their reputation.
Yeah, you won a game that you shouldn't have won, so bet the fans have been out of shape.
Yeah, they were down 32-16 early. I bet fans were excited about that. Here's the problem. Okay, this is kind of interesting. They didn't invent the tank. Teams have been tanking for a long time. But they invented the process, right?
Uh-huh.
This whole idea that they're going to go through the process of losing. I mean, gosh, I'd love to go back. I'm going to pull it up really quick and just look at how many seasons in a row they did just the 12 wins, 18
It was
wins.
like 5 or 6.
It was crazy.
It was long. Because you think of the draft picks, not only Embiid, but Ben Simmons, Markelle Fultz, Nerlens Noel. Who was the stiff out of Duke that they drafted? Okafor.
Jaleel, yeah. So they went 34 wins their first year. This was deconstruction after they go to the Eastern Conference Finals and lose in 2011, 2012. That's the lockout year. They win 34. Then the next year they win 19. The next year they win 18. The next year they win 10. The next year they win 28. And in that process of 4 years, they fail to get, well, that's really 5 years if you look at the 34 where they missed the playoffs as well. Their 5-year stretch that they missed the playoffs, they must have averaged 19 wins. Maybe a little bit fewer than that. But, yeah, they really did this thing the Jazz are doing right now for 5 straight years. They got Joel out of it. They got Ben Simmons out of it. They got Markelle Fultz out of it. Should have been Jason Tatum. They actually really did have success as far as pick quality goes. Player quality, they did not.
Oh, they booted all of those.
Okafor was a 4th pick or the 3rd pick. I think they should have taken Kristaps. Am I even right in that draft? They did get Joel, which was good, but physically unable to play.
No, that's a success, though. You can't take that away.
Yeah, he got an MVP.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he got an MVP. Ben Simmons did not turn into the superstar they hoped.
He booted that.
And then the Markelle Fultz trade is one of the most infamously bad trades in NBA history. So they went through this entire process. But again, back to my point why I got started on this. Once you train your fans to value this, it's what they're going to always think is the right option.
Oh, I don't know if Philly's a good example of that, honestly. I get what you're saying, but they're just negative.
They are just negative.
Philly fans just like to, there's a joke on it, and always something about Philadelphia, that they just like to bang on teams.
And, of course, it's the batteries, it's Santa Claus, and this is what they've done historically. We recognize that's the point. I do think you can worry about that, to the point where I saw people saying, as you have jokingly said, the Utah Hockey Club should be tanking. Why? Because people are being accustomed to tanking games as the way to get to the top.
Why would they win?
So if that's what the Jazz are doing, which, by the way, I think is a fine – it's what the NBA process is. It's what it rewards you to do.
Uh-huh.
Jazz are doing the right thing this year. Whether you like it or not, I think the Jazz are doing the right thing. If you want to disagree, I would listen. But conditioning people to feel like, well, that's the only way to get better, I think is also is false. There are lots of ways to improve your team. Right now, this might be the Jazz's best pathway. 2 years from now, 3 years from now, it probably shouldn't be.
All right, at the beginning of the tank for the 76ers?
Yeah.
2013, Michael Carter Williams.
Okay, he won Rookie of the Year. They traded him that summer.
And then was out of league in 3?
He didn't play a ton of time.
Then they get Joel in 2014.
Yeah.
2015, they had the 3rd pick, Ben, Jalil Okafor.
Team him with Joel. That'll make sense.
After already having Ben Simons in 2016.
Simmons, but yeah.
Markelle Fultz in 2017. Noel was in here somewhere too. I don't know why it's not on this list. Mikal Bridges in 2018, but that ended up going to
They must have
Phoenix.
traded for Nerlens on draft night. I think they did from the Pelicans.
And then we get into kind of modern history where they did get Tyrese Maxey with the 21st pick. But during the actual process, they booted every pick but one. So the Jazz better get it right. Long story short, if you want to take a Jazz lesson out of this, if you're going to take a whole season, you better hit a home run with the pick.
And the truth is that doesn't have to be Cooper Flagg. Odds are the Jazz have an 86% chance of not getting Cooper Flagg. So you better get the best player otherwise.
Yeah. You got to get a guy. If you boot the 3rd pick on Jalil Okafor, I mean...
You know, it's crazy. Even more painful than that era or that run of 5 missed playoffs, 5 years of missed playoffs in a row. In 2017, again, they get the number 1 overall pick. That was a year they missed the playoffs. They traded for Markelle Fultz instead of taking Jason Tatum.
Well, they had the 3rd pick, and they traded up to 1.
So they should have taken Tatum. The next year, they drafted Mikal Bridges, who's awesome. Like, he's a Knick right now, and you could not love how much they paid for him. He's a great player.
He is.
He's a really good 3-and-D player. They drafted him on draft night. His mom, I think, had worked for the team, had worked for the 76ers, and they traded him on draft night for a guy who's might have lasted 1 year in the NBA, 2 years in the NBA. I mean, absolutely killed themselves, Zaire Smith, for a horrible trade. They had, I mean, can you imagine if your front court next to Joel Embiid was Jason Tatum and Mikal Bridges? You literally would have won 4 titles. Honestly, you would have had an unstoppable defensive front in the front court, not to mention a great scorer in Jason Tatum and an MVP in Joel Embiid. And they booted both of those. So they had it all laid out for them.
The Fultz deal is so bad.
And this isn't the Jazz, passing on Kawhi for Alec Burks, which is, a bad 50-50 that they absolutely lost on. Should have taken Kawhi. These are players they had and traded. These are players that should have been on the board for them and they traded, they could have taken Tatum number 1 overall. They moved off it. They did have Mikal Bridges. They traded.
Avoid the disastrous decision.
Yeah.
Really. The home runs are important. You got to hit on some, but man, avoid the disasters.
Your disasters are just as hurtful as the wins are good.
Yep. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey guys, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth, and that's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, nobody can predict the future. I heard the word recession in the news the other day. I mean, who knows? But I'll tell you this, I am not equipped with the knowledge and experience and know-how to navigate that sort of thing myself, and I'm guessing a lot of you folks out there are just like me and could use a team of people on your side who have seen it all, who have been there, who have done that, and can help you prepare for whatever is to come. They want to sit down with you. They want to help you establish goals and then do everything they can to help you get there because, as I mentioned, you're on the same team. So give them a call, 801-899-7600. Sit down with them. Talk about simple things like when do you want to retire, what lifestyle you want to live when you retire, and how can you get there. You can also go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountain Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountain Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
Watch Utah Hockey Club games anytime, anywhere with Utah HC Plus, the official streaming platform for your Utah Hockey Club. See games, replays, highlights, and unbelievable behind-the-scenes content of your favorite team for just $14.99 a month. Sign up and start watching today at UtahHCPlus.com. That's UtahHCPlus.com.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by March 31st, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Ben, the Jazz are tanking, and they're going to try and get the number 1 pick, and that likely number 1 pick is Cooper Flagg. Would you consider things like if he had a stage parent per se, would that affect your opinion?
Well, I mean, Lisa Wilson, famously.
Yeah.
No.
No? Okay,
there's nobody worse than no. This didn't necessarily work out, but LeVar Ball is the worst parent we've had in recent history, and his kids have kind of made it.
Well, define worst.
Have you guys seen the Baby Gronk stuff?
Yeah, the Baby Gronk stuff. I haven't paid attention.
That's
for a
the
couple
worst
years
dad
now.
in history. That's horrible.
Listen, LeVar, undoubtedly a success story. Controversial, sure, but he got Lonzo drafted too.
He did.
And
Right,
Lonzo's a huge bozo. No, that's unfair. Because I don't know, he might not be a bozo.
No,
off
Lonzo's
the floor. On the floor.
He's well adjusted. LaMelo's awful.
He's just another guy.
Yeah.
He got Magic to take him too.
Yeah.
And basically determined that he was going to the Lakers. I mean, LeVar is borderline a genius. The fact that we even know who LeVar Ball is pretty wild. But maybe LeVar you would view as a red flag because at very least he's a distraction.
Well, look, NBA teams thought that Kyle Filipowski not having a relationship with his parents was a red flag, which was an enormous mistake. Kyle Filipowski's
he's doing fine.
He's going to be one of the 15 best players from this draft easily.
So Cooper Flagg's mom, Kelly, was caught on camera at the Duke UNC game, and you could tell she was yelling after Cooper dunked on someone. On his bleeping head.
Oh, good for her.
So she's yelling that. Okay. She goes viral. And, obviously North Carolina fans are bent out of shape. She looks like she's having a good time. So she responds, Ben, with a long snap talk that I'll just read a portion of here. It was being so proud of your kid and also an FU to the entire Carolina fan base for being classless a-holes. If you're a UNC fan and didn't like it, tough, and then a poop emoji.
Okay. I did see that she was mad at North Carolina fans.
You could just leave it. I was cheering for my kid. You could probably leave it at that, right? That sounds to me like you're begging for attention.
Yeah, never make it about you. I'm pro LeBron being a good dad.
But that's the family red flag I'm talking about.
Sure, I'm pro LeBron being a good father. I think LeBron is probably truly a good dad. Him jumping around at his kids' games, running onto the court is too much.
Or yelling at Stephen A. Smith over a hot Bronny take.
Yeah, right. I get it. Protect your kids, love your kids, everything like that.
You're making it about you.
Your son's 20 and he's in the NBA now. You don't need this to be about LeBron anymore. And correct, Cooper Flagg. Love to cover him one day. Love to meet his wonderful mother at the draft introduction. It's about Cooper.
You just needed to say I'm a passionate fan. I got caught up in it, and I didn't know I was on camera. So
yeah,
go Duke or something like that. You don't need to be waving around the classless a-hole tag.
Yeah, that's reserved for BYU and Utah players talking about each other.
Exactly. I don't know. I think whoever gets the number 1 pick is likely going to take Cooper Flagg number 1, regardless of his mom. But I'm just saying that's not a good sign. We shouldn't know moms for anything else other than big hugs on draft night.
I do like that mom knows the lingo of she's tapping her head, which is the shot clock violation, but that's not what she's talking about. Her son dunked on somebody, and she said on his bleeping head.
Yeah.
Wow, Mom. I like that she's engaged.
Hey, I got no problem with the on the head thing. I've got no problem with that.
Yeah.
And maybe you don't like the word she yelled, but you know what? She didn't know she was on camera. It's not her fault. It's
her
fine.
son's a high school. Her other son's a high school kid who's obviously a big recruit as well, but not going to be as good as Cooper most likely. That's funny. You got to be careful with stage parents. There is I shouldn't get into it. There's a prominent one right now that I'm curious about. See how it plays out.
Really?
Yeah.
Who?
I will tell you off the air. I wish I could say it. I don't want to, and I shouldn't have even brought it up.
Christian.
But I saw it firsthand, and I'm curious what it's going to be.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Christian, were your parents stage parents? In any way, shape, or form, you know what we're talking about, right? I mean, maybe they come to your football games or something.
Todd
I don't know.
Marinovich.
Yeah. Not necessarily like during games, but my dad used to, like in Little League, he would, be the dad like bugging the coach like, hey, my boy's got to be getting more playing time.
Oh, nice.
But thank goodness he never did it like during the game. Like I remember I had this one game where there was a dad in the stands like yelling, like, my boy should be in there. Thankfully, my parents didn't take it that far, but.
I can't imagine being a high school coach.
Oh, no.
I can't even imagine what you have to put up with being a high school coach of anything.
Yeah, 100%.
Especially now that parents are donating like more money than ever because there's more money in all of sports, not just because the culture trickles down, unfortunately. So now you got to put up with that. I'm sure it's just something.
Shout out to our guy, Trevor Allen, who just accepted a job as an assistant coach for West High basketball.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
I don't want to be his email box.
Yeah, assistant coach especially. The new assistant coach is a very tough spot to be in.
I can't imagine what you have to put up with. But anyway, Cooper Flagg's mom is a passionate supporter of Duke basketball and her son, and not a fan of the Carolina Tar Heels and their classless fan base.
I'd like to see her at Jazz games. That'd be great. I would love if Cooper Flagg landed in Utah. Whatever that comes with it. You know, Trey Burke had a notorious stage dad.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any on the Jazz right now. There's some people who are around. There's some families who are around.
Gordon Hayward's parents were pretty actively involved.
Yeah. Not quite like that, but.
Like that?
Yeah.
Like that?
I think, speaking of assistant coaches, it gets interesting when we're talking about Alex Jensen, who we've touched on a little bit so far, and what his staff should look like. The hard part for Alex is he's been removed. Well, we were talking about whether he should retain anyone from this current staff. And I said, you should keep at least one. Have some sense of continuity. But I guess if none of the players are sticking around, and I don't know who is sticking around and who's not, he probably doesn't know yet either. They have some targets I'm sure they'd like to have stick around. The hard part is he had been in the pro game a really long time.
10 plus years now, right? 12 years? 12
Plus
years.
the G League.
The G League too.
Yeah.
I mean, that is an eternity.
I mean, if you think going back to when he was at St. Louis, I mean, Rick Majerus was alive, right?
Yep.
So that's been forever. So along those lines, what connections do we think he has at the college level? Because it's actually not that common, maybe more so now. You know, we are seeing it. Sacramento Kings head coach just left to go join Florida State, right? Kevin Young left Phoenix to go to BYU. There's not a ton of examples of guys leaving the pros to go to college. It's not super common. It's not completely unheard of. It's not super uncommon. I would just imagine Alex Jensen doesn't have that many connections at the college level, which is why I would keep somebody from the Utah staff around, just who knows how the tools work, knows where the bathrooms are on every hallway. That doesn't mean he's going to do it. And I'll be curious how he fills out his staff that way because, again, he's just been surrounded by pro guys for a long time.
Well, he at very least hasn't been going to the AAU events in Vegas.
Yeah, hasn't had to. I'm sure he's loved not doing that.
And now there's agents involved. So he doesn't know who the agents are, doesn't know the connections.
Right.
It's not his fault. It's just not his world. And it's not Andre Miller's world if that's who they end up bringing in.
A little bit more just because he's done G League. So he's probably talked to high school coaches from like kids who skipped college to go to G League, but minimal.
Minimal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not, he's not necessarily as the coach in the G League. He's not necessarily like fielding the team. There are other people that do that.
My first thing if I'm Alex Jensen is I'm trying to get off Under Armour.
Oh, they should have been trying that forever. I think
Whit to get to become an Adidas school or whatever.
Whit likes going to the Preakness too much.
He does. Whit's the biggest celebrity in the building every time he goes to Under Armour. Alex Jensen's like, I need players.
We need players, and Under Armour doesn't have them.
Kyle, it's cool that there are great defensive tackles lining up to go to the University of Utah that go to whatever school, Cypress or Alta or whatever school locally that will fall into your program. That ain't happening with 6'9" bouncy centers that I want to come play at the University of Utah, and they aren't interested in playing for Under Armour.
They've been taking
Adidas
money
kids
from Nike since they were 13.
I need kids that are at the Hoop Summit.
Yeah, we gotta be a Nike school like now. And then Whit says, "Well, I don't get all the free stuff," and then it's not as much money. And it's like, well, Under Armour's bringing us nothing. Nothing.
I'm curious to see what those relationships look like. You saw Morgan Scally on Twitter, of course, welcome Alex Jensen. I don't think they were at school at the same time. There's no chance they were, right?
No, Morgan was later.
A little bit later. But that era of former Utes coming through now and becoming the coaching staff could be interesting to see what direction they move that and what kind of culture that sets to have some younger names, assuming that you're still going to see Morgan take over as the head coach when Kyle Whittingham retires. Which I would just say anything's possible. You never know. But I know he's in line, but that doesn't mean anything necessarily to me. Teams will pay a buyout if they have to get a buyout. So I'm just curious to see what this next culture looks like and how Alex Jensen fills out that staff, because having people who know how the machine works is really important.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they should have hired somebody yesterday.
Unless you really think because money is now in college basketball, you can run it like a pro system and you can run it like a pro team and you're just going out to get players however you have to, and you're going to have X amount of dollars to work with. Unless you really believe that that's completely changed the DNA of college basketball, and maybe it has, and it's happened so quickly I haven't even recognized it, but I would want at least a couple of college people around. Yeah. And it doesn't have to be a retread. It doesn't have to be Burgess, which Burgess has been an excellent coach throughout his career, but that's kind of always the name everyone goes back to. I would want somebody.
I would too. I don't think selling the pro thing has quite the weight that everybody thinks it does. I don't think that's, for example, what's working at BYU.
It's not the only thing working
It's not
at BYU,
the only
certainly.
thing working at BYU. So you can say, oh, yeah, we're going to money this and fundraising that and whatever. I don't think Utah's ever getting to where their contemporaries are. Not in basketball.
It's hard
because they're
to
going to
be-
spend that money on football.
It's hard to be number 5 or 6 or 7 in a conference. It's really hard to be number 2 in a state.
Right. So what are you going to do about that? That's the crux. I think that's success or failure right there. Because, I mean, I could think the way to experience Lake Powell is through a, giant luxury houseboat. But who can afford that?
Yeah.
Not me.
So you got to find a way to make it work.
So I got to get basically an outhouse on pontoons.
Yeah. Which works.
Which does work.
Keeps the
And
rain
may or may not return back to the marina.
I don't think outhouses have flushers.
I've seen one of those almost
Jake's
not
does.
make it back to the marina once.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It almost was sunk. Like people jumping off it because they thought it was going down, sunk.
Yeah.
But it survived, kind of. All right. Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
It's time to talk basketball with David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz.
I'm worried that they're going to win too many games down the stretch to get
I
themselves
agree.
lowered.
A terrible conversation to be had, but PK speaks the truth, baby. If you look at John Collins, Walker, Kessler, and Lowry marking on the floor again, I think they're +6, +7 for 100 possessions.
Right.
PK is not lying to you people. He never has. Let me talk to the people about Patrick Kinahan. He might have said things you don't like. He might have confronted truths you don't want to confront. But this man is authentic to his core. He is bringing you the honesty that you need from all people in your life. Find people and surround yourself with people like Patrick Kinahan who speak the truth to you, who do not just become yes men. Do not do that. Have Patrick Kinahans in your life.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Jeremiah Jensen here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's changed the way I look and the way I feel.
Alex Curie here. I lost 50 pounds in the reduction phase with SLC Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Does your house drip? Okay, not like your house as a whole, but like parts of your house. Sounds a bit like this. Does your bathroom faucet drip? Does your shower drip all night? Hey, water is getting more and more expensive, so unless you're dripping with money, those things need to be fixed. Call Shamrock Plumbing. We'll send out some of our male models. They'll know what to do. Shamrock Plumbing.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Please see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare and retirements, electrical expertise, and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update. Here's Will Hardy on Keontae George's ability to draw fouls.
Yeah, Keontae's done a good job of playing in straight lines. He's pretty shifty with the ball. He's good at getting his defender leaning, and then he plays in straight lines. He obviously was the beneficiary tonight of, getting fouled, shooting some jump shots. But I do think that overall, one of his best offensive weapons at this point in his career is his ability to get fouled.
Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
Than us. No! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. You know what? Never mind. I'm not going to bring that up. Ben, we have updated injury report for the Jazz. Do we know who's going to be playing tonight in Boston?
Walker is playing. Colin Sexton is playing. Keontae George, who we just talked about, is actually out. He's got a foot bruise. Lowry Markin and John Collins are both questionable.
Give it a go at Boston. Figure you're going to lose anyway?
Yeah. Have everyone play Jordan Clarkson out, and he's got this plantar fasciitis. I don't know if we're going to see Jordan again this year. He's been out for a while now. And he tore it in his foot and came back and battled through it. And we'll see. But yeah, go give it a try. You did your job Honestly, you lost to the Wizards, you lost to the Raptors, you lost to the Sixers, you lost to the Pelicans. You've lost 5 in a row. You are currently a half game below the Charlotte Hornets, so you own the second worst record in the NBA. I don't think you're going to catch the Wizards for the worst record. In fact, I think you're going to probably overtake the Hornets eventually. Hornets are so bad that I think they're going to lose more games than the Jazz, even though technically they have an easier schedule. So based on strength of schedule remaining, Charlotte should win more games than the Jazz. I don't think that's going to happen. So yeah, go play Boston. Go throw everything you have at them.
The tricky part is a bunch of these teams have been resting players, their own players, against the Jazz. So it'll be interesting to see who Boston actually plays.
And Wednesday, Boston plays OKC. That's the big game on their schedule this year, right? I mean, honestly, this year, not just this week, not just this month, this year. OKC is the best team in the Western Conference. OKC is probably the most likely team to get out of the West right now. And Boston could be looking at a finals matchup. So who do these teams want to play? How do they want to play? It's going to have a ton of eyeballs. And rightfully so. That's a fun game.
Are you believing any more so in Cleveland? We watched a big part of the Cleveland-Milwaukee. In fact, we watched the whole thing last night while we were watching the Jazz game. And it was a funny box score because they beat Milwaukee handily, but you look at it, nobody had a good game.
It doesn't wow you. Yeah. They're really good defensively. They're great offensively. They're a legit team. I worry about this every team until I've seen them do it. I just doubt teams until I see them win a title. I doubted Denver until Nikola Jokic carried them to a championship. I doubted Jason Tatum until they won a title last year. I always do that. And it's probably a flaw of not having the foresight of, new teams win. New things happen in the NBA all the time. You got to be willing to believe it can. And I think OKC can win a title. I like how hard Cleveland plays. They play a lot harder, I think, than a lot of their opponents most nights. That goes away in the playoffs. Everybody plays hard. And so I wonder if that brings them back to the mean a little bit of, talent-wise, they're really good. We've seen a team when Donovan Mitchell's your best player in the playoffs. Donovan's a great player. He's a really great regular season player. He's put up huge playoff numbers. He can win you a playoff game easily. He can win you 2 playoff games in a series. If you were drafting a team in the playoffs and you were to combine the Celtics roster and the Cavaliers roster, I'm taking Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown over Donovan. Right?
Yeah.
I don't think that's crazy.
No. I think you're getting to the crux of it, though. I was trying to, and it's funny that you say that I don't believe until I've seen it. Like I always have hated that argument.
Yeah, no, I think it's totally fair. It's a stupid argument.
I believe the Warriors could win a title before they won their first one. They just caught the league by, that's an obvious one. But anyway, that's not my point. My point is, where does the doubt in Cleveland come from? And let me explain where it does for me. And I actually, it falls right along the same lines as what you were talking about there. But what has made Cleveland extraordinary this year? What has been the difference between this year and last year?
Player-wise or, they changed coaches, Kenny Atkinson,
Uh-huh.
and I think Evan Mobley's taken a big step forward.
But what is Kenny doing differently? Or what, Evan Mobley, that's part of it. I would buy into that. The answer is Donovan Mitchell.
He's doing less.
Yeah. That his team is better because Donovan Mitchell is doing less. That's one of those weird things, right? Like, I'm really good, so my team should be better doing more.
Mm-hmm.
On this show, I probably should talk less.
I disagree.
Donovan Mitchell doing less has been the reason that they're better. Donovan Mitchell doing less is the reason, not entirely, that Evan Mobley is better.
Agreed.
That Darius Garland is better. Donovan traditionally has not used this less is more mentality in the playoffs. So I don't believe he will do less when it matters most in the playoffs, and I actually think that's a bad thing. And I don't like that about the NBA, that this machismo, it's got to be me, I got to do it in the fourth, all this stuff. I think it actually hurts most teams.
Yeah. Well, to the point of what I was bringing up earlier, not to interrupt, but
no, you're good.
Who won Finals MVP last year? It's Jaylen Brown. Jason Tatum wasn't that good. And you know what Jason Tatum didn't do? Say, I'd rather be dead than see Jaylen Brown win Finals MVP over me. No, they won a title.
Yeah.
Everything Jason Tatum has done is legitimized now. There's no haven't done it yet. There's no questions about him as a player. He's a top 5 or 6 player in the NBA. He's been on a finals team. He didn't win the MVP. It's fine.
And Jaylen Brown got the assignment to take Luka out of the series and did just that.
Yeah.
Earned MVP, and you're totally right. What did Jason Tatum do? Tip the cap.
Yeah, right. Great.
Way to go.
Happy to win.
Let's go to the parade. Good times.
Yeah.
Yeah. The most obvious example of it is Scottie Pippen, right, who pulled himself out of the game because Phil wanted Tony Kukoc to take the final shot. What do you care? Are you there to win the game or are you there to prove a point? I always hated when Donovan went into the postgame, and Donovan did this a lot where he played off some sort of egregiously, arrogant take, but somehow played it off as humility, which always just bugged me. It's not his fault, but it is kind of his fault.
Right.
Where he'd come in and do, after a tough loss, go, I'm the team's best player.
I got to be better.
I got to be better when it matters the most.
Yeah.
Yeah. He'd say it all the time. You think oh, okay, he's taking responsibility. That's a good thing. But what he's doing is crowning himself the team's best player and saying, well, I alone need to lift us to greatness. And that does not fall in line with my philosophy of winning basketball.
Agreed. And usually it came after he would miss a game-winning shot. It wasn't
or they blew a lead late.
Yeah.
Because he had the ball the whole time.
Yes. It was rarely I didn't get a touch or this or that, and that's why I think I need to be in this situation.
It was never that.
It wasn't that at all. Famously, C.J. Miles, when he played for Indiana, took a game-winning shot over Paul George, and Paul George went in and said, guys, I'm the all-star.
Right.
I've got to take that.
I remember that.
That wasn't what Donovan Mitchell was doing. Donovan would miss a shot and be like, well, I'm the best player. I got to play better.
I got to do it.
But really what he was doing was underlining the fact that he should always be taking the last shot.
Dude, do you remember that C.J. Miles shot? He was wide the freak open.
Course.
Paul George was wrong, too.
It was the right shot.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You got to take that shot.
You just missed it. It's basketball.
Yeah.
Paul George, I got a message for you. You've missed plenty.
Yeah, right.
I watched you get taken out of a series by Joe W. Ingles.
Right.
So, that mentality bugs me. And I'm super glad that you brought up the Celtics from last year because that is a terrific, terrific example. You think Steph Curry was boo-hooing that Andre Iguodala won the MVP of that finals? No, he doesn't care.
Right. He got his
that
ring.
Kevin Durant won him the 2 years or whatever that he did? No.
Right.
He doesn't care.
Right.
It's a team sport. It's about winning. So if Donovan plays like that in the playoffs, I think they lose. If they play like they did against Milwaukee, as crazy as that sounds, and go back and look at the box score, you're going to be like, geez, everybody was just kind of okay. They beat Milwaukee by 20 on their own home floor.
Yep. They should go to the conference finals. There's no reason why Cleveland shouldn't be in the conference finals. They're going to play Chicago or Atlanta in the first round, most likely. Whoever gets in with that last play-in tournament spot. There's probably one better team, whoever it is. I can't even think of what the horrible East looks like. Maybe it's even Miami. That's just a tough game, tough matchup, but something like that. And
like that.
I'm going to stop saying like that because I don't want to repeat myself every time. And then they're going to play Milwaukee in the second round. They should beat Milwaukee, as we just saw yesterday, even though I think Giannis is the best player in that series. That's probably not enough in today's basketball.
You would say just like that.
But they're going to run into Boston, and they're going to have to be special.
Play it again, Christian.
Like that?
Donovan's going to have to know exactly how to fit that role. And I don't know if he does. I don't know if he's going to know how. Because push comes to shove, the guys who feel like they need to be the guy or have been the guy their whole life go into default mode. Yeah. Do you have the wherewithal, the experience, the trust, the ego to let yourself not be that person? It's really hard. It's a real challenge.
I would say if there was a play that summed up old Tyler Huntley with separated from new Tyler Huntley.
Mm-hmm.
Utah was playing in a bowl game, and I'm trying to remember who they were playing. West Virginia, I think, in the Dallas Bowl. But anyway, they were beating West Virginia. It was a play in like the fourth quarter or something like that, and they did a zone read in the red zone. They did a zone read in the red zone, and anybody could have walked into the end zone, right? He could have handed it to Zach Moss,
Yeah.
and Zach Moss could have moonwalked into the end zone. But Huntley pulled it, had to shake like 3 dudes, and ended up making it into the end zone. And it's like, well, he really liked calling his own number.
He did.
The dude really liked calling his own number. He did. You can go look back at his. Hey, we all get a chance to mature, and man, is he a success story and absolutely learned the lessons. But you know what? Sometimes what's best for the team is to let Zach Moss walk into the end zone.
Yeah.
Sometimes what's best for the team, like if Cleveland's playing Boston, if they've got a shot, because Jaylen Brown's going to take Donovan Mitchell out of the series, it's going to be, you're going to have Evan Mobley overwhelm whatever Boston decides to do with him. And they're going to dunk on the Celtics until the Celtics do something else. But if Donovan says, oh, no, it's Don time.
Yeah.
Then they're going to lose. You know what I mean? Or let Darius Garland cook whatever guard Boston decides to lay off on him. It's not going to be Donovan. And I don't think he's going to do that. I didn't see that in Utah. Why would it change now?
No, that's what he's going to have to prove. That's the growth, that it's not just a regular season adjustment. That when push comes to shove, he is and the Cavaliers have gone scoreless on 2 straight possessions in the final 3 minutes of a game 4, game 5 that you have to win to stay in the series or take a series advantage. Is he willing to get off the ball and not expected to come back, but recognize for the better of the team, because Drew Holiday and Derek White are going to trap him or whatever, he's got to move the ball. And then someone's going to have to hit a shot. Because Boston did. You can go back. Al Horford hit big shots. Drew Holiday hit big shots. Jason Tatum hit big shots. Jaylen Brown hit big shots. It's why they won a championship last year. You have to trust your teammates to be able to do that.
So we'll see.
We'll see. They're playing exceptionally well. They're going to probably coast into the best record in the Eastern Conference. It's very impressive what they've done this year, but they're going to be judged purely based on what they do in the postseason, and rightfully so.
If we ever get called into Nate's office, he says, you guys had a bad show today. I'm going to say, you know what, Nate? As the show's best co-host.
As the best radio guy here.
As the best host in this room right now.
Christian should have done more.
I got to be better. I gotta do it when it matters the most.
The toughest guy in the room is going to do the radio.
Yeah, that's right. That's this guy.
Yeah.
So I got to be better. What's the best way to humbly brag about yourself? Is it that? Because that has the feel of an interview question, like, what would you say is your biggest flaw? Oh, that I care too much.
Yeah.
That I work too hard.
I work too hard. I hate being bored. So I like to keep my nose to the grindstone. Yep.
Hey, why do you think you guys came up short tonight? Well, as the best player.
As the best player. As the smartest man in the room, I'll tell you what we did wrong.
It's so funny, that stuff. People get away with that because, you're good at basketball or whatever. But think about it. If you're a teammate of Donovan's, aren't you like, we're here too, dude. We're playing. Bojan Bogdanovic is probably.
Hit so many game winners.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
You stink.
Here's what the playoffs would look like really quick. We can go to break. Cleveland would take on Orlando in the first round, which was a good first-round matchup last year. Orlando's at a free fall. They're a disaster.
Yeah, that's too bad.
If they beat out Miami, it's a real black eye for Miami, who I understand made a big trade, but Orlando's at a free fall. You'd have Boston going up against Atlanta. Hate to watch that series. That doesn't sound fun at all. New York, Detroit would be a terrifically fun series to watch because Detroit honestly might have a chance to win that.
Well, yeah, especially how many guys is Tibbs burned out by then?
Right, all of them.
I think he's already burned out Brunson.
And then Bucks, Indiana is fun because they haven't liked each other for a few years now. In the West, it would be Oklahoma City and the Clippers, which, give me Kawhi versus Shea. And Shea used to play for the Clippers in that trade, so that would be wonderful. Lakers versus Minnesota would be absolutely terrific. Though LeBron is hurt. He's got a groin injury. He's going to be out for a couple of weeks. I bet they fall to 3, which sets up Lakers versus the Warriors, which would be Steph versus LeBron, which would be a very fun series to watch. I think the Lakers would win that, but I could be wrong. Warriors are good after trading for Jimmy Butler. They're 9-1 in their last 10. You're going to have Denver and probably, this says Denver, Golden State right now. Again, we're talking about the intricacies of LeBron at 2 or if he falls to 3. And then a fun series it's always going to be on NBA TV, but it's going to be fun is Memphis, Houston.
Nobody believes in Memphis, which is interesting.
Yeah, and they're good.
Ja used to be a thing.
Yeah, and if you look at, what a lot of people like to believe is your differential, which is how much better you are per 100 possessions, points per 100 possessions over your opponent, your offensive rating minus your defensive rating. They're second in the West. They're +6, which is a really dominant number. That's a high number. Now, OKC's +13 to give you a sense of how good they are, but +6 is a super high number. So if Memphis is healthy going into the playoffs, they should have a shot to make a run.
I don't know. Hookah Luka.
Hookah Doncic.
Hookah Doncic. You saw old man Horford stand him up the other night?
Yeah. Al Horford's just a heck of a player.
Oh,
that guy's had a great career.
Come on.
No, yeah, come on. Yeah, right. I'm with you.
Come on.
Luka's got to beat him. Luka can't get stood up by 95-year-old Al Horford at this point in his career.
How many jobs has Billy Donovan had?
Based off of Al Horford's career?
No. Like, Al Horford was in college so long ago.
Oh,
Billy
yeah,
Donovan was still at Florida. He coached at Florida for several years after that.
Yeah,
then he had like a 8-year run at Oklahoma City.
They're in Chicago forever.
And now he's in Chicago.
Still in Chicago.
Al Horford's still in the league.
Yeah, it's
like, Luka should beat that geriatric.
Yeah.
With ease.
Yeah, with a calf injury if he has one. A lot of injuries going on right now. LeBron's hurt. Aaron Gordon got hurt yesterday.
I think Luka's problem is in the abdominal area.
Amen Thompson got hurt.
The what we used to refer to as the spare tire.
Yeah. Could be lungs.
The hookah.
The hookah.
Yeah. All right, stay tuned. We wrap up the show coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bass!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bankbuster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bankbuster loan? A Bankbuster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bankbuster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bankbuster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bankbuster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start with a rate in the 2s. Ask us how. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Get way more home for a lot less money. Get a Bankbuster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Accomplishing goals is hard. But when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. Babbel is designed with you in mind. From expert-created lessons to conversational video units and even live classes, you can personalize your Babbel experience to be exactly what you need to really learn a new language more easily. Go ahead, set a goal for yourself. Accomplish it with Babbel. Try Babbel for free. Go to BABBEL.com. That's Babbel.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Hockey at 50 update. Here's Coach Bear on fan support in Salt Lake City.
The love they give us, it's unbelievable every night. They're into it in the community. Everywhere we go, we feel the support, feel the love. People embrace the game. There's a lot of people who learn the game, and they learn to love the game of hockey and grow the NHL, so that's unbelievable.
Hockey at 50 brought to you by ReadyWise. ReadyWise, be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
What's that? Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on their ways, talking sports. They got it made, Jackson also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my. From the islands to the basketball courts, they bring the beat.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you to join Hanson Scotty G Wednesday at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Shout out to Scotty G. We were just chatting with him in the break. The jazz producer, Jamil Hawkins, and he's been in town for a couple of years now, I guess, but he had never been up to see a game in Logan. And so Scotty G got him a couple of tickets. Man, basketball games at the Spectrum are fun.
Yep.
He had a big time. Logan's
Jamil's
beautiful.
fun.
Jamil's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was telling him before he went up there, it's like that's one of the sport environments in the state I think you've got to experience. You got to go see a game of the Spectrum. And I guess Scotty was telling me that it was spring break for the students, so it wasn't quite as Spectrum-y.
Yeah.
But Jamil came back saying it was awesome. Anyway, Utah State should be in. I was listening to Ken Palm this morning. They'd have to really stub their toe.
Love that.
In the Mountain West Conference tournament. So, Ben, we should have 2 in, and then maybe UVU or
They're the one seed.
SUU.
I think Utah Valley, I think winning the regular season is an automatic bid.
No, it's not. They still have to win their league. Nobody has a regular season automatic bid. That's not a thing.
But yeah, they're the number 1 seed.
So, and we've seen them, they host the tournament, right? I think we've seen UVU host it and not make it before. We've certainly seen that with Weber State. God, that's a bummer. Go UVU. Go Wolverines. How are your T-Birds looking?
Not good, Bob.
Not good?
Not good.
Not good. Oh, that's too bad.
It's tough for Weber State to lose the coaching talent they have in the last 4 years, 3 years.
Oh, yeah, Randy knew what he's doing.
Randy was great, and then Jay Hill was great.
Yep.
They had a really good program there. They had two really good coaches. So to lose that and have to try and rebuild when it's just getting harder and harder every day is
and like long-term successful coaches, which I just don't think is going to be as common across the board in college sports, let alone at the Big Sky level. Who's the favorite in the Big Sky? We should look into that. Montana? That seems like it always is the case. Anyway, well, having 3 schools in, Northern Colorado's in first. Having 3 schools in would be awesome, but it looks like 2 for sure.
Yeah, Utah Valley would be great. Utah Valley gets an automatic bid to the NIT if they don't, by winning the regular season.
Which, by the way, I think is absolutely lame. In those leagues to have it, like, why would you even play your guys in November? I mean, talk about the regular season or the non-conference. Why would you play your guys in January? The regular season doesn't matter. You have to play well for 1 week in March, and that's it. Lame. UVU should get the automatic, and then the tournament should just be for fun.
It does feel like college basketball has sneaked up on me a little bit this year. Even though I feel like we've talked more college basketball this year than we certainly ever have on this show before throughout the season because of the Big 12, because of BYU, because of recruiting interest in BYU. I think there's been more reason to talk about it than in years past, but I can't believe it's March. I can't believe it's March 10th already. And, Sunday, Selection Sunday. We're going to have all this sorted out very quickly. The tournament starts in no time.
Yeah, it used to be a way bigger deal, but the West Coast Conference was really a hit for the BYU basketball program. It was. And then Utah really was good for, 10 minutes when they were in the Pac-12, but most of it was pretty
awful.
Pretty bad.
Yep.
So, I don't know. It hasn't been relevant here.
No, so I'm excited. I'm glad it's back. It's fun. I think Utah's going to continue to improve as a program.
Hanson, Scotty G are coming up next. Stay tuned. We'll
Thanks,
talk to you
Christian.
tomorrow. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for their Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Car accidents happen in the blink of an eye. In an instant, you or someone you love could be injured. Do you know what to do?
The Clinic for Car Accidents is here for you.
Specializing in providing the expert care you need after an accident.
Using your auto insurance's personal injury protection.
Their experienced team of physicians know exactly what to look for and can guide you through every step of your recovery without any upfront costs.
And if you need an attorney, they can help with that too.
Contact the Clinic for Car Accidents immediately after an accident accident at theclinic.cc.
That's theclinic.cc.
You know I love my friends at Mountain Land Supply, but did you know they outfit trucks? Hi, I'm Hans. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters is fully equipped to accessorize your truck, van, or commercial fleet with custom fabrication. Lift gates, wheels, tires, hitches, storage, lighting, and so much more. And right now, get $50 off a 5-window tent package or $50 off standard door graphics when you mention this ad. See my friends at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters or visit mtnlndtruck.com. That's mtnlndtruck.com.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club.
If there's a problem during your siding, gutter, or window installation project, most contractors will try to hide it, ignore it, or blame someone else. It's called passing the buck or turning a blind eye, or my favorite, finger pointing. My question is, where is the accountability? Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and look, sometimes problems just happen, no matter who you hire. Maybe the wrong color siding gets delivered, despite the order being placed perfectly, or maybe a downspout gets cut short. Honestly, it could be anything. At RGS Exteriors, mistakes are rare, but if something goes wrong, I can absolutely, positively, 100% guarantee you we'll never hide it, and we'll never pass the buck. We'll make certain everything turns out right for you. That's people over profits. That's the RGS Exteriors way. For a free estimate on siding, gutters, or windows, call 801-280-3110, rgsexteriors.com, rgsexteriors.com.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans and Scotty, let's kick off your week. It is Conference Championship week. We got tournaments, Big 12, Mountain West. I almost said Pac-12 just because out of
maybe that's probably happening out there somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
But, yeah, let's get it, man. We're excited.
It's going to be a great week, and, these conference tournament championship things are a lot of fun, and this time of year is a lot of fun for college basketball fans.
Yes.
A lot of fun for college basketball fans. But I'm pretty settled in on this Utah Hockey Club team, seeing if they can make this push. I want to see if they can make the push.
Yeah.
I want to see if they can get in. So I actually got a couple tickets for me and Amanda tonight.
Nice.
Yeah. I got to go.
Got to see it.
Yeah, you got to be close to the ice, and you got to be able to see it and experience it. And, we can go with our media passes.
Yeah.
And that's one thing, but getting a couple seats and going out and just experiencing it is a whole other thing. So I like to do that just so that I can create or paint a picture for the listeners as well.
Yeah. Because you're a man of the people, too.
I try to be. I try to get out there a little bit.
I mean, the people that go to the Toyota Club, but still a man of the people.
No, this is not that. This is not that. I'm gonna have bloody nose. I'm sure the whole time.
Good for you.
But excited for that. Excited to get out at Utah Hockey Club, and then I got out to the fights this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Union Event Center.
Was that the bare knuckle thing?
No, this was Mitchell.
Oh,
my nephew.
How is he?
Well, he just took his second belt, so now he owns Utah's amateur middleweight and light heavyweight. He owns both those belts.
Look at him go.
But it's time for him to jump into the pro ranks, It's time to go make some money. He had the guy ground and pounded in the second round. Came out. I've never seen him leg kick, and he leg kicked this dude, and you thought the guy's leg flew off. He kicked him so hard, the guy went down, and Mitchell just got on top of him and beat the crap out of him. It was awesome.
They called it?
And they called it. But that fighting event and venue, it's just right over here. Have you ever been to the Union Event?
I have not.
It's a fun little venue, and it's just kind of tucked right behind, what is it, Grand Union Station? What is the building here behind the Delta Center? Am I even pointing in the right direction?
No, I don't know. If I get lost in here. Lloyd makes fun of me all the time because I always think things are in a different direction they are. But I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the train station.
Yeah, the train station.
Yeah.
It's just right behind it.
Okay.
And it was a night of fights, man. Like the old fights, Lloyd, Scotty, I don't think you used to go to the old fights.
No.
Like the old showdowns. And
no.
Lloyd, it was the first time it felt like the old fights days.
Oh, and I missed those days.
Yeah,
Those were good.
Then those old fight days, Scotty, that's when the fights break out in the crowd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, things were getting intense in the crowd.
If there's not enough action on the mat, it's there's something's gonna pop up somewhere.
Yeah, or if what's happening on the mat is not favored by the crowd, because there's always
they get a little grumpy.
Yeah. Oh, geez. There's always two sides of everybody in there that's ready to fight each other because you're cheering for your fighter, and then group of other guys cheering for their fighter, and then you're like, yeah, well, our fighter's better. Well, our group's better. And then, then you fight.
And then all hell breaks loose.
But I had Rock with me, so nobody fought.
Yeah,
he just walked around like a big tree trunk.
I remember in Vegas when we had Christian down there with us, and I'm walking, and I got you on one side and Christian on the other. I'm like, I think I'm pretty good.
I think I could talk some trash.
I think I can run my mouth here a little bit.
Man, that was back when I was big and Christian was in great shape.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the same now.
Now Christian's just a male model.
Yeah, now Christian's just extremely handsome.
He's like anything but the hair, guys.
He'd shock him with good looks.
Yeah. Just turn his head and a wave of hair.
And then we can maybe overtake him. I'm not afraid to tell this story because Christian did not abide. He did not set in, but every time we would do shows together, girls would stop by and throw their number.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah. No,
every time.
I saw it up close and in person. And it was in Vegas, too. It was that trip.
Yeah. They just stop by and put their number on the table and look at him like, call that number.
And he laughs and he takes a look at it and just tosses it.
Yeah, wads it, throws it away.
It's just like, what world is this man living in? Like, I don't know that this world existed. But apparently it does for the super good looking.
For the super good looking, it does. But speaking of Vegas, when are you headed out?
It'll either be tomorrow after the show or Wednesday after.
Because it's a late tip, isn't it?
It's a very late tip. And if they win, it'll be an even later tip on Friday night. But there's some stuff that.
Why?
It's just TV.
That'd be semi?
The semis. Yeah, if they play, and this is the thing that really.
They got to win 3 games to win it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And so everybody goes into the quarters. The top 5 seeds have that first round bye. But This is the messed up thing about the Mountain West Conference. And again, you kind of have to look, as long as you're cashing the checks, you do what the TV tells you to do. But they are going to be on, if they win on Thursday, that game will be, the Thursday game, I believe, will start at 9:30 Mountain Time. If they win, their next game will be at 10 o'clock Mountain Time, 9 o'clock Vegas. And if they win that, they play in the championship game. They'll go from playing at 10 p.m. Mountain Time to 2 o'clock the next day, the next afternoon.
That's ridiculous.
And it's always been that way as long as I've been in the conference tournament, and it really affects teams' abilities because not only are you playing 3 games in 3 days, but that third game is you have zero rest. Zero rest. I mean, Sam Merrill talked about how the fact he didn't even go to sleep the night before the game where he hit the big shot, which, by the way, was 5 years ago. You believe that?
No, I can't. 5 years ago.
5-year anniversary of that, yeah.
No, time goes, flies by.
And then all hell broke loose with COVID. So we're 5 years removed from that nightmare of a year.
Because it was that close to being canceled.
Yeah.
That tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They got super lucky because there was some agricultural convention or some farm equipment convention that took up all of Vegas. And so they asked the Mountain West to move it up a week. And so they actually played their conference tournament a week early than everybody else, which ended up being a blessing in disguise because had that not happened, that tournament would have been canceled with everybody else's tournament. It had it been a week later, and we never would have had the heroics of one Sam Merrill.
Wow.
What the hell just happened?
I know, right?
Almost that moment.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's the day. Tomorrow is March 11th.
It's the Rudy Gobert Day.
It is the anniversary of the undoing of all sports and the beginning of about a 1.5 year push for you and I that was really crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
That was really crazy. I can't remember where you were contract-wise, but...
Oh, we were in the same place.
I was just negotiating.
Oh, actually, no. I was not. I was without a contract.
Which is even worse.
Yeah, completely without a contract.
Which was even worse. I was right in the middle of negotiating, and
you pretty much got it wrapped up too, didn't you? I mean,
they did. Yeah,
you were pretty much verbally done.
Yeah, they'd had it all wrapped up, and then they said, "We're gonna have to renegotiate," and I was like, "Well,"
and not in a good way.
That's how the cookie crumbles. But luckily, our show's always been solid.
Yeah,
and everybody's taken great care of our show. And so they were able to take care of it, and that was incredible. But that was a crazy time. March 11th. Does that not live in infamy? Does that not live in everybody's mind?
By the way, I'm just on the
day the Jazz called it quits.
I'm on my Dropbox page where I keep a lot of stuff. And there is, on March 12th, 2020, the podcast that we all had to record with all of us talking about the fact that we weren't on the air because they wouldn't let us in the building. And so from home, I had to tap into everybody, record a podcast, put it online and say, hey, sorry, we're not on the air. But Rudy touched every mic he could think of. And now they're doing a deep cleaning of the arena and we're not allowed in our studios. So this is all you got right now.
That's so crazy.
And then a week later, we had an earthquake and I had to do the same thing because the earthquake knocked us off the air.
That is so crazy. So my buddy was running, in charge of law enforcement in Washington County up in Idaho.
Yeah.
And this popped up as a memory. He sent me this sheet, and it was in recognition of the first COVID case in Washington County. And the way it reads, it says, Southwest District Health has confirmed the first COVID-19 case in Washington County in a female that's age 70. Individuals recovering at home. Source of transmission is under investigation. Additional case-specific information about the individual is confidential, will not be released. He said this is the private release that they sent throughout Washington County. And he sent it to me. He was like, we got trouble up here. And I was like, dude, we got trouble everywhere, man.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't know if you know this, but I'm doing a 4-hour sports show, and we don't have any sports.
Yeah.
That's trouble. It was a crazy freaking time. And then it goes through, it's got 6 bullet points, the directions for the stay-at-home order. So Washington County got put on a stay-at-home order, and that's when everything started to unwind.
Yeah.
But, all based off that March 11th mark.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I mean, when it all came crashing down, I remember talking to one of my really good friends who helps run the Big Sky Conference, and he's in the middle of their tournament. And I'm texting him, like, are you shutting it down? Like, no, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. And then at the end, he's like, yeah, nobody's letting us do this.
We need to have journal entry. I did not do a journal. I should have done a journal.
Yeah.
Because it was bizarre. And just you bringing up all those points of disappointment. It was just disappointment after disappointment. All the way down the line. Things falling apart.
Oh, I know.
And then, the worrying concern of people dying. And for those of you out there that think that COVID didn't kill people, you're out of your mind.
I mean, it killed 1 million people.
Because Scotty and I and Lloyd, we lost a very good friend.
Yeah.
Was younger than us.
Yeah.
And a father and a husband, and it was crazy.
The very first fatality in the state of Utah was in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
From COVID.
It's like right in your cul-de-sac. And then remember, Robert Garf followed.
Yes. He was like number 2 or number 3.
Really close after that.
That's right.
And I've known Robert since he started the Blaze back in 2005, I think it was.
Now, let's be honest. Could we go back and revisit things and do things a little differently?
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Oh, man.
Absolutely, yes. But I think, as much as we like to bang on elected officials, given the fact that hindsight's not 20/20 at that time, and you're just going through it at the time, I think people did the best they possibly could.
They did. People were trying to save lives.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Oh, yeah.
And, I know you've got doctor friends. I've got multiple doctor friends. And I was on the phone with them every day. And I'm like, what are we doing? How are we doing? What are we doing? And they're like, every person that decides to stay home is one bit less risk of getting it and transmitting it, because at that point they didn't know what the accelerator rate was, how quick this thing would transfer. And it was just one wild thing after the other.
Boy, I do not want to go back to that.
Well, I remember Scotty on air, I think it was the next week. So everything hit March 11th when the Utah Jazz shut it down against Oklahoma City.
Yep.
And all of our buddies were in holding. Bowler and Locke and all those guys were in holding.
They stuck him in a room in that arena in Oklahoma City and said, just wait here. And they waited for hours and hours.
And I can remember texting a couple of those guys like, what's going on over there? Like, how bad is this? And then remember, we got the transmission from Donovan, who was like in a basement in holding. You remember he released the video?
Yep.
And we're all sitting there like, was he going to die? Like,
we didn't know.
We didn't know. It was Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
And I remember it was like a week, maybe 2, and we were on air. Maybe one of the first really on air opportunities we got just before the earthquake. And you were like, if I had that click button, I'd fast forward us 2 years right now.
Yeah.
And it was almost 2 years.
Until it got back to normal.
Before things kind of shook out. Because I remember, Scotty, and Lloyd, you probably remember this too. I remember watching sporting events with nobody in the stands like months later. And then wondering, are we ever going to have people in the stands ever again? Is this going to become
the future?
The future.
The future. Is this the future of our world?
Yes. I was thinking that I literally had that thought. And it was such an eerie feeling. And we were so hard up to get out of the house with all our kids. One of the first events they had was a monster truck rally at Delta Center. And they only allowed a certain amount of people. You had to have 3 rows and 3 seats between your family.
And I took Xavier to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I took Rock. And it was so weird. It was so weird. That's all 1 year ago tomorrow.
1 year ago.
That it all started
or 5 years ago tomorrow.
Or 5 years ago tomorrow.
Yeah.
That it all started to go crazy on. But was there a time where you thought, are we even going to have sporting events?
So our studios at the time were up in the arena, in the Delta Center, and we were on that 5th floor, and so you could walk across the concourse from our studio into the upper bowl of the arena. And I was, because so many people were doing shows from home or meetings from home, everything was on Zoom.
There was nobody in the arena.
And so the arena was just empty.
Mm-hmm.
But I would go into that arena and sit down in one of the arena chairs, and I'd do a lot of my Zoom calls from in there and just be like, just to feel what it was like. And I remember just looking around the arena thinking, is this place ever going to be full again? Like, is this like an old building that's now going to be deserted because nobody can come together and watch a basketball game live with, 17, 18,000 people?
Yeah.
And it was, I would get emotional because I'm thinking, what are we doing? And then I'd have, bosses like, hey, we might have layoffs. Be ready. And it's like,
oh man,
it's the worst.
And we did.
We did.
Yeah, it was multiple.
Yeah.
And I'm sure everybody that's listening can remember. It was multiple. I did always feel a deep sickness for how Rudy Gobert was treated over that whole thing.
And still is, honestly.
Yeah, because I actually don't believe the whole story has been told deep enough or as much in detail as it needed to be with the whole falling out between Donovan and Rudy. And the rumors were definitely exaggerated that it couldn't be fixed because they did play together for a couple years after that.
Yeah, earned a 1 seed together.
So it wasn't completely in disrepair. But I do know that there was some anger. There was some real anger and disappointment about maturity levels and handling things a certain way, and that was a bad deal.
Yeah.
What a crazy time, Scotty.
Hey, I was going to talk to Lloyd real quick. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's like, hey, Lloyd, and then he rips the headset off and runs away. Are we okay to promote the website? Or are we still waiting on that? Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, never mind. We can't promote it.
But we do have something
big's coming down the pipeline.
Let's promote the promotion.
Yes.
That it's coming.
That something really cool is coming. Well, maybe cool for you guys. Hans and I, not so much. But we're doing what we can to stay up for the times.
How crazy is this, the way this finished out this weekend? Utah and BYU.
Oh, I know.
BYU on an 8-game win streak. What in the world happened? And can they keep that heat? I think they can.
They've got all the tools to do it. They really do. They've got all the pieces in place. And so.
Yeah, because everything that came together, their shooting percentage, their 2-point percentage, their 3-point percentage.
Where they're at defensively, they're rebounding.
When they needed it, their free throw shots. Yeah. I know that we did go through a flux of free throws that it was like, so what's happening? Or at any point, are you guys going to start hitting those free throws? Or BYU went through all of these twists and turns, and then they just squared this thing off. West Virginia, going back 8 games ago, which takes you all the way back to February 11th.
Is our boy Leonardo, does he have him as a 5 seed now?
Leonardo? I don't know where he's.
Can you stop calling him Leonardo?
I don't.
By the way, Jerry Palm going to join the show today.
Oh, Jerry's one of the best.
Yeah, Jerry's great.
I like
He's
Jerry.
Today at 105.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Sonia, I'm sorry, our chairs are a little high in here. How you doing?
Hi.
I'm only 5'1". These chairs.
Oh,
did you just see me climbing up and it's on wheels? My feet are dangling like a child.
Your feet are off the ground. Sonia, how are you?
Where are you?
It's good to see you.
I'm so good.
I'm
How
glad.
Are you guys?
I'm just glad I get to be in studio with you this time.
Me too.
Not MIA again. But this is such a really cool idea because there's so many people out there that car accidents happen every day, and some are just minor little fender benders, and some are significant. But either way, you need that peace of mind to know that you're okay because sometimes these injuries don't manifest themselves until weeks, maybe sometimes months later.
Yes, 100%. So come see us, right, at the clinic. I feel like we keep saying that over and over, but I feel like that's what we're supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
So that it's because when you're in an accident, you don't think immediately very logical, right? So to repeat and repeat. Hopefully it gets in there. But yeah, come see us. Two things. We have a way of keeping documentation so thorough. We know exactly what the insurance company is going to be looking for to cover your personal injury protection, like to give you, what you're entitled to. But also we know what to look for. Even if it doesn't hurt, we know to check it, right? Because it could hurt in a week. It could hurt in 2. It could hurt in a couple months. So even if you're telling us something doesn't hurt, we're still going to check it.
So if you've been rear-ended 10 times and only one time it hurt, then
you better get checked.
You probably
10 or 20 or 20 times.
You better get checked. I know it's it's crazy. It's like I've got a target on my bumper. I don't know why I get rear-ended all the time. But PIP. Do people even know that they have PIP? Do they even know what it is?
Did you?
No.
Did you know?
I never even heard
Scotty,
of it
did you know?
until our last conversation.
So I didn't know until I started working here that it even existed. And it was actually someone that I work with. It was just like, oh, yeah, the PIP. And they just talked about it like it was a thing. You know how acronyms get thrown
like
around.
Everybody's supposed to know.
You're like, like sports radio. They're like, oh, well, the ACL. It's like, what? I know that's a medical term, but still, you guys talk about those a lot.
Oh, yeah.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah, ACLs, MCLs, CTEs.
PCLs.
Yeah, PCLs.
See, what? What's that? See?
Yeah.
So the PIP, the PIP, is everybody has it on your insurance. And it's in Utah, everybody has it included with their auto insurance.
If you have car insurance, you have it.
Yes.
Which means you can get checked medically for free after a car accident.
And not just you. Every single person in your vehicle is entitled to that coverage.
So get checked.
To that protection.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah. Especially with little kids. If you get hit or rear-ended, or if you hit or rear-end or something happens to you, just go to the clinic and start right there.
Yep.
And your crew will get them set up. We talk about the clinic, and it's such a generic name that people like the clinic. So we call it the clinic for car crashes.
The clinic for car accidents.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just check out the clinic and make sure that you. And by the way, if you've been in a car accident over the last week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks,
2 weeks, month, like come see us. Like even if you haven't had things set in yet, concussions can take a minute. Sometimes you don't know that you have them, right?
Is there like a statute of limitations or something like that in terms of time wise? Or
you know what? I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I'm going to find out
best
and
way
ask
to do
me
is
that question again in the next segment, and I'm going to have an answer.
I apologize for putting you on the spot.
No, you're good.
But that's something somebody can call and be like, hey, I got into an accident 6 months ago. I didn't do anything, but now my back kind of hurts a little bit.
Yeah.
And did I miss the boat on it? And you guys can help them out with that.
Yeah, we can help them at least figure out what they need to do next, what the next steps are. Yeah.
Go to the clinic. Is that the website?
Theclinic.cc.
Theclinic.cc. Go there. Think car crash. Theclinic.cc. Get there now and get all the information you need, and let's get you taken care of. Theclinic.cc. We're going to talk to Sonia throughout the show. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Ryan Smith, owner of the Utah Jazz, the Utah Hockey Club.
We've always had a goal to try to bring nice things to Utah, and the NHL was one of those. And we felt like we were in a very, very unique position to deliver a franchise. You almost can't make it up why we were in that spot, but we were. Having Utah and the fan base meet us halfway there, and it fires us up to do the same. We saw, and everyone has felt what it feels like when we get that moment. Those are championship moments, and that's our goal. That's Danny's goal for the hoop side as well. Danny's been in the NBA Finals 10 times. He knows what it feels like. He's not getting younger. He should be the most impatient out of everyone right now. And he's saying, hey, we got this.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar W Beef, the new state-of-the-art retail butcher shop in Nephi, is now open. They offer locally born, ethically and humanely raised beef with options for both larger and smaller everyday quantities of grain and grass-finished cuts, all at prices that rival your local grocer. Bar W Beef is setting a new standard in the beef industry with their unwavering commitment to quality, cleanliness, and attention to detail. Use promo code FIRSTORDER10 for 10% off your first order. Visit Bar W Beef in Nephi or online at barwbeef.com. barwbeef.com.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape. Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare and retirements, electrical expertise, and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update. Jazz drop another tough one to the 76ers as the road trip continues on for Will Hardy's crew, who liked the fact that his team didn't give up in that game.
The part that I'll give the team credit for is they didn't quit. I think that they clearly continued to battle all the way through the fourth quarter, generated a lot of catch and shoots in the fourth quarter. I'm always proud of the team's willingness to continue to dig in, even in tough moments, and not just fold.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, happy Monday, everybody. Conference tournament week. Be down in Vegas coming up here in the next couple days. Got Utah State up against the winner of the Air Force UNLV game on Thursday night, late Thursday night. BYU will kick off their conference tournament coming up a little bit later on in the week as well. Utah does not have a bye. They'll be in action early, and we'll have all the coverage for you, whether it's in Kansas City or Las Vegas. Nobody has you better covered than the Zone.
It's hard to believe BYU's been able to put this together, but it's hard to believe, but it's not unimaginable. Right? It's hard to believe, but not unimaginable.
No, not
because we knew Yeager was going to be amazing.
Yeah,
we had an idea that Kevin Young would be fantastic. We know that they put money into this roster. with guys like Keba Keita and others to bring them in and to fortify. What we didn't know is that you'd have Richie Saunders.
That's been the wild card in all of this. And, I mean, look, let's go back to the first, couple weeks of Big 12 play. They, started at 1-3?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, slow start.
And so at any point during that stretch, did anybody think that they would even be in the conversation for an NCAA tournament, let alone a potential 5 seed in the conference tournament and wearing home uniforms to kick off the conference tournament? Nobody thought that.
Yeah. I did go look that up, and Lenardi does have them as a 5 seed.
Yeah.
In the East bracket, going up against UC San Diego.
Ooh, that could be a tough matchup.
Really?
Yeah, UC San Diego beat Utah State this year.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
In Logan.
Like week 2.
They're a really good team.
Yeah. They've got them as a 5-12 BYU UC San Diego.
Now, BYU should win and win fairly easily, but that's not an easy matchup there.
What are they good at? Just shooting? Or?
Yeah, really good shooter. They've got one player, and I forget his name. It's been forever, but they've got one player who, if he does come back for another year of college basketball, he'll be playing somewhere else.
Oh, really?
And making a lot of money.
Making a ton of money.
Yeah.
One thing I look at BYU, I think BYU could get in a shooting match with a lot of people.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Like if you want to just run and gun and you want to fire this thing off and hit some perimeter threes and you want to make this about the extra pass, finding the open shot, knocking it down, keeping your percentages high, BYU's probably going to outshoot a lot of people. They've been really good at that. And it's just funny. I mean, their rankings pretty much across the board offensively are either number 1 or number 2 in the Big 12.
Yes.
They just offensively have been so good. And they did get the win over the weekend, 85-74. They avenged that Utah loss that they had a little bit earlier in the year. And, that if it just feels like the rivalry is just continuing to grow.
Yeah, because, I mean.
You feel that way?
For how long? And it's just really fun to watch. Being in this market for almost 2 decades now and covering these two teams, I can say that the waves of momentum are really crazy to watch. Now, for football, it was all Utah for over a decade. I mean, it was just dominated Utah. But now they're a little bit more an equal playing field, and now BYU's like, okay, we're every bit as good, and now have reeled off, 2 in a row?
Yeah.
And
in football?
In football.
Yeah.
And then in basketball, I know Utah got the win earlier this year, but then BYU answered back and really complete control of that game.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
By the way, you saw what the spread was?
Yeah. Was it? It was 11 and a half.
11 and a half. And Kevin Graham's over there on Twitter
he
being
took
like,
the over.
Saying like, oh, come on, BYU. And for so long, it looked like BYU was going to win that game by like 16, 17 points. And then a little bit of a late surge in that late free throw. And then all of a sudden, it's an 11-point game.
For those of you that remember the little storm cloud, Kevin Graham, he took BYU in the 11 and a half, which means he put money on BYU to cover.
Yep.
And
they did not.
They didn't cover by, a half point?
A half point.
Half point.
No, that's about as cagey as you
Oh,
get.
yeah, I know. It's like it's the
So-
most. Look, I know that he's dialed in on the morning show and he comes on their show, but I would love to just have a quick drop in and be like, hey, KG, how's the old bank account looking this morning?
Yeah, how's the bank account looking? What negative is happening to you today?
Yes.
Because even when he moved out here to Utah, he had put his house on the market in Detroit, I think it was.
Oh, yeah, that thing sat on the market forever.
Put his house on the market in Detroit, moves out to Utah, 2008 hits. Nothing sells for 5 years. And then he had bought his house here at Daybreak.
Daybreak, yeah.
At the very peak of the market. And then he goes down in his basement and he finds an aquifer that was basically right under his foundation.
Oh, I hadn't heard this part.
Yeah, and water was pouring up through a crack in his basement. Do you remember that, Lloyd?
I do remember that.
He couldn't get the water to stop coming through the house. So then he's like, well, I got to sell this house. So I think at one point he had his 2 houses on the market in 2008.
Oh. The worst time on the planet to try to sell a house, too.
And then Kevin goes in, takes the 11 and a half points with BYU in Utah.
Oh, man.
BYU beats him by 11. Oh, there's just something funny about it. I know it's bad fortune for him.
But,
It's funny.
fortunately, professionally, the guy just falls uphill.
And if I was a betting man, that's a good bet.
Oh,
that's a great bet.
That's a good bet.
Spencer Nelson and I, because the Utah State game was at 2:00, we were talking about it, and he goes, "What's the spread?" I'm like, I didn't know what it was. I go, "I bet it's 16, 17. He pulls it up and goes, "It's 11.5. I'm like,
oh,
like immediately that gets your attention. You're thinking, I think BYU at home with all that momentum and Utah with the coaching change. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense to go BYU minus the 11.5.
Bunch of witches.
Tell you what, man, there. Vegas knows.
Which was right until, about a minute left? 30 minute left? I can't remember what it was. Kind of finishing out in the stretch.
The old backdoor cover.
But this team, what's interesting about this BYU basketball team, they can beat you in so many different ways.
Yep.
They can't, if you want to get physical and you want to get pushy, they'll get physical and pushy with you. And, there's a couple guys, I think Dallin Hall loves physicality. I think Mott Mag loves physicality. I know that Foose loves physicality.
Yep.
And I know that Richie Saunders doesn't shy away from it. In fact, he makes people pay for it. If you want to get physical, he's going to get himself to the line. He's going to push the tempo, try to get himself to the rim, which will put him at the line. So they've got a great game plan. And then, the other thing, I think, you were talking about BYU's start to the season, and it was a really tough start. Lost to Houston, lost to Texas Tech, lost to TCU. 3 losses in a row. Beat Oklahoma State, and then lost to Utah. That was the low point of the season for them.
Yeah.
In a 5-game stretch, they lost 4 conference games, only beating Oklahoma State. That was the low point for them. At that point, I feel like Kevin Young kind of figured out, learned about his team, thought, okay, I can do this. I can rotate here. If we want to push it down low, we can push down low with Foose. If we want to run a lot of pick and roll, we can do that with Yegor. If we want to get really physical and aggressive in transition, we could do that with Dallin. If we want to, whatever we want to do, we'll make sure that Richie Saunders is doing it because he's now owning the league. And you just saw this beautiful game plan come together for this team, and watching him use that talent has been really dang incredible.
Really impressive. And you go back to Richie Saunders, you've got the number 1 3-point shooter in the Big 12. If you just take Big 12 games and pull out that 3-point shooting, he's shooting nearly 46% from 3. But yet he's also in the top 20 in the league in fouls drawn per 40 minutes, which means that you're going to have to chase him off that line because he's such a good 3-point shooter.
He'll put you at the line.
So then he'll drive, and you're going to be out of position because you had one of your guards try to chase him off the line. He drives around him, gets into lane, draws the foul, goes to the free throw line where, oh, by the way, he's the 14th best shooter in the Big 12 from the free throw line at 83%.
Oh, he's high.
Yeah.
So the other thing that I found with, and it's not just Richie, but it's everybody on this team, is they will get teams in bad foul position pretty quick in the game.
Yep.
And you'll pull guys off the court because you don't know what else to do. You're afraid of them fouling out pretty quickly. And I would say in tournament play, let that be your action. Force those guards. If you got a guard that's on the court that's a fantastic offensive piece for the opponent, force them. Try to force their hand on you. See if you can get yourself to the line and see if you can get them in foul trouble. Because nobody's been able to really stop it or break it. And then Yegor is just so good in passing. He's just so good. So this makes it a very dangerous tournament team.
Yeah. Because as you mentioned, when there are teams that just shoot the 3 ball very well, I don't like taking them. When I fill out my bracket, I'll get really close and I'll look at 3-point shooting, but not just 3-point shooting. How much of your offense? Ken Pomeroy does a great job of this, and we'll talk to him next week. And the stat I look at is 3-point attempt for field goal attempt. Okay, so how many of your shots are from beyond the 3-point line? And if it's a really high number, that makes me nervous because that means your offense is coming from 3. And if you have a bad day, it only takes one bad day shooting for it to come crashing down.
Right.
Well, BYU is number 1 in the conference in 3-point attempts per field goal attempts. They take more threes than anybody else in the conference. But here's the kicker. They're also number 1 in the Big 12 in shooting for 2. So
in percentage,
in 2-point percentage.
Yeah, and I think they're 15th or 16th in 2-point attempts in the league. Right?
So exactly, because they're such a fast-paced team, they get off a bunch of shots. So yes, they are attempting a lot of threes, but they can also get to the line and they can shoot it from 2. And so that's what makes them. Look, if I knew nothing about BYU, but I'm just looking at stats and I'm trying to pick a team in the NCAA tournament, I'm taking BYU to go pretty far because they have the combination of all the ingredients of a team that can go far in the NCAA tournament.
Yes, they do. They've got all the numbers and percentages that make them a very interesting piece for the first time in a long time.
Yes.
Where you would feel confident taking them into the Sweet 16. Like, feel good about it instead of like, here goes our heart. We're letting the heart get away with it, not using our brain. Like, your brain will take them to the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
I almost feel like anything less than a Sweet 16 is kind of like, dang, dude, that was 8. Look, I know people are going to listen to that and be like, what? Well, I think BYU's had one Sweet 16 appearance in how long? And have they had an Elite 8?
No, Jimmer couldn't make it past the Sweet 16.
I think it's a Sweet 16, and then
I think Danny Ainge was the last team that took somebody past the Sweet 16
that went to the Elite 8. It was something like that. It goes way back. But this is the thing: you beat number 23 Kansas 91-57. You went on a road trip to Arizona. You beat them in a heartbreaker. When you had to have a couple of free throws in order to win that game, you knocked down the free throws and you got the whole F the Mormons thing.
Yeah.
Then you follow that up by a nice, devastating beatdown of Arizona State on the road. Then you come home, you beat West Virginia soundly, and then you got the big Iowa State matchup. Number 10 team in the country, all the chips on the line, searching for the Conference 3 seed in tournament play, and you take them, you're up by 21 or 22 with 15 or 16 minutes left.
Yep. You blow it.
But everybody does in that arena. But you just blew it to the point of 2 overtimes, and then you played some clutch basketball, and you get the win there.
Would have been really easy to fold up in those overtimes and been like, oh, crap. They got us.
100%. And then you thump Utah. That's your 8-game stretch. That stretch tells me, is there anybody on a tournament roster right now that you wouldn't say, man, BYU's got a chance with them?
No.
I know Auburn is really good. And, I know Houston is really good. And I know that there's some really good teams. And Houston did completely embarrass BYU. I mean, that's the one game this year that it's like.
It was at Houston. It was in January, but it was 86-55.
What was the score?
86-55.
Yeah. Not good.
First Big 12 game of the year. Actually, no, I take that back. Arizona State was the first Big 12 game. But those teams are different now. Houston's still very good. BYU, they're in a much better place now because that was the first of a 3-game losing skid for BYU. And as you mentioned, 4 out of their first 5 they lost.
That was the toughest
low point.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was the toughest point.
But here's the team right now. What do you feel is a harder team to play against right now? Houston in a neutral site game in an NCAA tournament or a Big 12 tournament, or Arizona in Tucson or Iowa State in Ames?
I would say Iowa State in Ames, number 1. I'd say Arizona and Tucson, number 2. And then I'd say Houston in a neutral, number 3.
Yeah.
Is that way off?
Because when you hear neutral site, what does that mean? Lots of BYU fans.
Yeah.
BYU fans, whether it'll be the Big 12 tournament or whether it's in the NCAA tournament, are going to flock to those games.
Well, I hope that they drop BYU in the West, in the San Francisco bracket.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess quite a few BYU fans would travel out to Newark, but I don't know how many.
Who wants to go to Newark?
Nobody.
Like, you're not even like, you can't even say New York. It's Newark.
Newark.
It's like a poor man's New York.
But
PK's listening. He gets all upset. He loves his jersey.
What jersey?
Oh, he just loves New Jersey.
Oh, I thought he said his jersey. He loves New Jersey. PK loves New Jersey?
Well, he's originally from New Jersey.
Like there's nobody more Jersey than PK.
Really?
Now he claims it. He moved out when he was like 15, 16, but his formative years were.
And let's be honest with you.
I have no idea.
He's been in Utah since he's like quite a while, too.
Yeah, he's all Utah now.
He's all Utah.
Yeah.
Even though he doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah.
He does still try to put the tough guy up every once in a while, though.
Yeah.
You're like, you're not tough. You're actually a big soft heart. That's what you are.
Well, you don't tell people that, but he is actually a very kind human being.
People don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't get it. And I could tell them 100 times and they'd still be like, huh?
Huh?
Yeah.
You're like, if you really want to know who the jerk is on that show, it ain't
PK.
Wow. I'm joking. I'm joking, DJ. Love you.
If you want to know who the cutthroater is.
12:50, Hans and Scotty coming up next. What you may have missed right here on The Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Travis Hunter said that playing both ways in football is harder than what Shohei Ohtani does in baseball. A corner and a receiver, you're basically using the same skill set. Shohei Ohtani is playing two different positions that are completely unrelated. Being a good pitcher has absolutely nothing to do with being a good hitter. That's like being really good at algebra and poetry.
You're Leonardo da Vinci. You're not Stevie Wonder. It's like, yeah, Stevie Wonder's a great drummer and harmonica player and guitar player and piano player. Yeah, he's musical. Da Vinci being the greatest painter of all time and maybe our greatest inventor. How the hell did that happen?
Yeah, that's not the same thing.
What were you working with?
It's like Carl Lewis being good at the 100 and the 200.
What? How?
How is that even possible?
He's fast.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union is helping you in so many different ways. If you just need a personal account, well, America First Credit Union could do that. If you need a business account, America First Credit Union can help you do that. If you need a HELOC, home equity line of credit, well, they can help you do it. If you need a mortgage, America First Credit Union can help you do it. All right, so let's get into little details. How much can they help you with? Let's say you've got a current cash shortage issue. You need a little bit of cash. They've got a 0% interest for a 6 months credit card. You could get into an America First Credit Union today, and you could quickly get access to cash that you don't have interest attached to for 6 months. So that'll help you with any type of payment. You might have a pinch of a payment right now. You didn't know that there was a medical issue, or you didn't know that there was going to be a car issue. You can get into America First, and they're going to give you 0% interest for the first 6 months. Take advantage of these things. America First Credit Union. You find them at americafirst.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
If you're trying to decide which gutter protection to put on your home, don't just ask how they'll handle leaves. Ask how they'll handle ice. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and that's right, ice. See, plenty of gutter guards are good at keeping out leaves, but most are made with flimsy materials that can bend, buckle, and break under the weight of too much ice. Kind of a big problem in an icy state like Utah, right? At RGS Exteriors, our exclusive gutter protection systems are built Utah tough. They're made with premium strength materials that hold up to 1,200 pounds of ice per square foot. Simply put, they're not going to budge. Our gutter guards are also certified to handle hurricane-level winds and rain. Mother Nature can't damage them. Guaranteed. Utah Tough Products. That's the RGS way. For a free estimate, call 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's rgsexteriors.com or 801-280-3110.
Hi friends, Dan the Laptop Man here from PC Laptops. In celebration of over 32 years of serving humans in Utah with their computer and tech needs, we've slashed our prices. And these are the new 2025 models. Here's the deal. You can get our new 2025 S1 desktop with a blazing Ryzen 5 processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing fast storage on this promotion. We also have our new 2025 SM3 laptop with the Intel i5 processor, 16 gigs, and over a terabyte of storage for $999. You can take one home today for $999. And you also get the peace of mind of our lifetime service warranty. We also have 12 months special financing available, and they start as low as $29 a month. But hurry in because supplies are limited. Because at PC Laptops, we love you. PCLaptops.com. Take home a blazing fast 2025 model desktop or laptop for $999 at PCLaptops.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Down the stretch we come, even though Andre Tierney and his team picked up a loss. He loves how his team responded being down 3-1 early.
I like the fact we were composed, we're resilient, we stick together, and we didn't get out of the structure or try to do too much by ourselves. We play as a team, and I like the way we're responding to the adversity.
That is your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update, brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday. Jerry Palm, one of the best bracketologists out there, will join us coming up in about 8 minutes from right now.
Good get, Lloyd.
Yeah, I like Jerry.
Nice job, Lloyd.
Good dude.
Yeah, you deserve some credit on that one. Good job, bud.
Yeah.
Does this help?
Yeah.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate that.
Just
that
trying
means a lot to me.
Because every time we give you positive reinforcement, then you're like, you guys are just joking. You don't mean it.
I know. You always do that. You act like that. That's how you act.
Because I can't quite tell where you're coming from.
You don't take compliments well.
No.
Hey, but when you called him, did you say, hey, Jerry, Lloyd King Cole here. How did you introduce yourself?
Nope.
No?
I did not.
Lloyd King Cole here, Jerry.
Nope, I just said, Lloyd here with Hans and Scotty fame.
You're like, look.
And they're like, oh, I'd love to come on that show.
I know I'm
That's
calling
exactly
on behalf of Hans and Scott, but just know I'm the guy that really runs the show here.
And remember, call him Hans.
Yeah. I do not do that, and you know I don't.
You do. If Jerry calls me Hans, I'm going to take away
I always emphasize Hans. It's Hans and Scotty. I always emphasize it.
Scotty, do you believe that?
I think he does.
No, I really do. I truly do. And when they say it, I'm like, dang it, come on.
That is always a rough moment when he's like, and somebody says Hans. I'm like, we all just cringe.
I know. It happens a lot. That's why I think Lloyd's like, okay, you're going on with Hans and Scotty.
I back my guys like no other. I have your back. I would not do that to you.
You had me up until you back your guys.
I do back you guys.
No, I know you do. All right. Sonia's hanging out with us from The Clinic. TheClinic.cc. Don't type in com. Just type in CC. TheClinic.cc. Think of car crash because car crashes are a pain in the butt. I mean, let's just be honest here. No pun intended. Like, there's so many things you have to deal with. You got to get your car fixed. You got to deal with all this stuff. And a lot of times you're like, I don't have time to worry about me. I don't have time to worry about my injury. because I don't want to deal with the insurance. I don't want to deal with all this other stuff. Well, guess what? You go to the clinic.cc. You guys take care of all of that stuff.
Yeah, we'll take care of if your butt hurts, fine. Pain in the butt, pain in the neck,
You'll fix it.
Whatever. We'll fix it. Even if there's not a pain, we're going to tell you if there's going to be a pain,
Yeah.
right? You asked me a question in the last segment. You asked how much time you have. I'm going to tell you, but I'm also going to preface it with don't wait that long. So you have 4 years in the state of Utah to claim injuries after an accident. But who wants to wait 4 years to find out that they have an injury?
Nobody.
Gaps in treatment are going to make it so much harder for insurance companies to be like, oh yeah, you were in an accident 3+ years ago and your neck hurts now. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably related, right?
Yeah.
So just come get checked. Let us check
you do
everything.
have 4 years.
You have 4 years, but that's not a good move.
Yeah.
Because it can worsen your injury if you don't get treatment started. You start treatment soon on a concussion, then your concussion's not going to get as bad. You have spine issues. You have just come get checked right now.
When you hear the clinic, think theclinic.cc, because that's the website, theclinic.cc. And as Scotty mentioned, it's theclinic.carcrash, CC. Theclinic.cc.
Car crash.
Yeah. Don't put .com or.
We're going to pretend that's what that stands for.
Yes.
I like it.
Car crash. You like it?
The clinic.
These guys told me I could make up anything I want.
Oh, did they? That's good. That's good.
Just kidding.
Anything that people can remember.
That's what we say.
Yes, we're remembering that.
We take a lot of creative license on this show.
Theclinic.cc. If you've been in a car accident, this will help you seek medical attention that is covered by PIP.
Yes.
Which means you are covered for this medical attention. And so if you've been in a wreck.
Up to $3,000.
If you've been in a wreck.
Person.
That's per person?
Per person in the car.
So if you've been in a wreck 3 months, 6 months ago, and you're still dealing with pain, and you're like, geez, I should have been seen. Well, you can be seen through theclinic.cc.
Yep. Theclinic.cc. Come see us. Even if you went to an urgent care, you went to an ER, come see us next. They tell you to follow up with an ortho. They tell you to follow up with, come see us. That's who you need to follow up with. We have all the specialists right there under one roof. We can just see you for any of your injuries.
And the other element, too, as well, if you just go there and you're like, okay, you're dealing with this and this and this, and you're like, I should probably go get some legal advice. You can also put people in contact with lawyers, too.
If it gets to that point, we work with some very good personal injury attorneys that can help get you what you're entitled to with your insurance. So
a one-stop shop. Let's do it. Theclinic.cc. That's theclinic.cc. Get there now, theclinic.cc. Jerry Palm joins us next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you doing for dinner today? Well,
you got a lot of options.
You got options. Beehive Mills is going to give you those options. Imagine having your freezer just stocked with great, uncooked, pre-packaged meals that all you have to do is just open the top, put them in your slow cooker, and you're going to have great chicken, great steak, great protein, great flavors, all cooked and ready to go.
This is so good, man. It is so good. You ready for some of the current menu?
Oh, yeah, hit me.
Because I want people
we're in March now.
Yeah, we're in March. So people need to understand that Beehive, they alternate their menus. So January, February, March. Every month you get a new menu. This is what's on the menu for March. Barbecue chicken, Italian chicken, which I can see that they've got it served on a nice dish of butterfly pasta. Carne asada for really good tacos. Parmesan herb chicken. Chicken enchilada soup. I know you've had that.
Oh, yeah. Love that one. It's one of my favorites.
This one's my favorite in this menu, the sausage marinara. So you heat this up. Now, it comes in a really nice frozen package. You just cut the top of the package off, put it in a slow cooker, and it cooks the sausage and this really nice creamy marinara sauce, and you put it over fettuccine. Absolutely incredible. Honey balsamic chicken. Apple cider pork roast, breakfast casserole, and cheeseburger mac. These are all the great menu items. Yeah, cheeseburger mac. So good.
Breakfast enchilada.
Yeah, breakfast enchilada, breakfast casserole.
You know what I think about breakfast for dinner. I'm a big fan. Hans and Scotty, go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Jeremiah Jensen here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's changed the way I look and the way I feel.
Alex Curie here. I lost 50 pounds in the reduction phase with SLC Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is this a Jerry request? Did he request a little Neil? Oh, man, I hope Jerry likes Neil Diamond.
I know you do.
Oh, he puts me in such a great mood. I mean, the tournament puts me in a great mood, and conference tournaments put me in a great mood, but Neil puts me in a really good mood.
I know he does. Joining us now, Jerry Palm, bracketologist from CBS Sports, kind enough to hang out with us. Jerry, how you doing?
Hi, Jerry.
I'm all right. How are you?
Very
good. Good. All right, so we got a lot to break down, a lot to talk about. So let's start with the, a team in our backyard that may be the hottest team in college basketball right now, BYU. Just how impressive have you been with their rise up the ranks over the last few weeks?
I mean, yeah, it's been tremendous. And I happened to be at the game the last time they lost at Cincinnati.
Oh, really?
And they were horrible in the second half of that game, and I thought, there's no way this team's going to make the tournament. And then they haven't lost since. So, yes, they're definitely going to make the tournament now, and it's a great run, especially considering how they looked in that game. They must have had some kind of a meeting or something where they decided that was no longer going to be acceptable, and they have really turned it on at the right time.
So that's the last time that you'd physically been in an arena to watch them?
That's the only time I've been in the arena to watch them.
Were you impressed with Cincinnati at that point?
I thought that they had a shot to make the tournament. I didn't really think that they were, overwhelmingly. I'm not surprised they didn't make it, but they had some work to do after that game as well. They were had some work to really even get on the bubble, and so I'm not surprised they didn't make it, but they certainly had a good second half of that game.
So currently you have them as a 7 seed. What would they need to do, in your opinion, to increase that to maybe a 6 or a 5 in the Big 12 tournament?
Well, they're going to have to beat somebody good. And, it's not just about you. Everybody else is playing now in that part of the bracket too. So, you're dependent on what other teams do. But, if they can beat someone ahead of them, that's their best chance to move up.
I'm sure you did the mock bracket thing with the NCAA did back in the day. I did it about 10 years ago.
I did it, at least three times.
How difficult is it? Because I know last year BYU was slotted as a 5 seed on the seed list, but got pushed down to 6 because of the Sunday play. You also have to take that into consideration too, that might affect seeding before it's all said and done.
Sure. It's the bracketing this year is a mess because of just the enormous size of the major conferences now. Since we're down 1 from what we used to have, that I've got 13 SEC teams. You're trying to keep them separated. You're trying to keep the Big 10 teams separated, the Big 12 teams separated, to the point where making sure BYU doesn't play on Sunday is a relatively minor concern. You have to do it, of course, but it's just another thing to fit in with all of the other rules of keeping teams from the same conference separated when you have such a big number of teams coming from basically 4 leagues.
So, Jerry, as I take a look at your bracket and some of your seedings, you got Houston as a 1 seed, Arizona as a 6, Kansas as a 7. I'm just kind of curious, your overall take, and then I think you've got Texas Tech as a 3.
That's right.
Your overall take of the Big 12, how impressed were you with this conference throughout the season?
Yeah, it didn't go kind of the way we thought. That doesn't mean it doesn't mean it was good. By the way, I have also Iowa State as a 3. It's really the thing that has been, I guess, surprising is that Kansas is a 7. They were the preseason number 1 and just never lived up to it. Everybody else, BYU's been a pleasant surprise. I think the other teams that I've got in the bracket are about what we thought they would be going into this season. But yeah, Kansas really, this is the second year in a row where they just, February and, in particular, but February and the beginning of March have not been particularly kind to them. And it's just kind of weird to see it happen once, stuff happens. But 2 years in a row, that's probably concerning.
So I do the play-by-play for Utah State. They've had a couple of rough games at Boise and then at Colorado State, rebounded with a blowout win against Air Force, as you would expect. But are they safely in, even if they lose in the quarters, or do they need a quarterfinal victory to get themselves feeling pretty comfortable next or coming up on Sunday?
Well, a win would certainly help, right?
Yeah.
They can get in with a loss. I don't have them on the bubble. But, who do they get? They get UNLV or Air Force.
Yeah.
Well, you want to lose to them.
Yeah.
Losing to them is a problem. But after that, if you're playing another potential tournament team, then it's not necessarily as damaging. But they can't afford to lose to someone that's not a potential tournament team, whether it's the first game or some other game, because you never know who you're going to get going forward.
You've got San Diego State, Boise State, Utah State, New Mexico. I don't believe you have Colorado State in.
I do not. That's right.
But they've
only just like in the last couple of days reached bubble status.
Oh, I know for sure. I'm not making a claim for Colorado State, but 4 teams realistically for the Mountain West. Do you think that's doable? Because I think I've been kind of planning on 3 all year this year.
I think that's a max. I've got 2 of the last 4 in are from the Mountain West. And Colorado State. It's funny. I actually wrote about Colorado State as a potential bid stealer, but the bid, if they steal one, could be from their own league.
Yeah.
You've got, isn't San Diego and Boise is an opening round game, right?
Correct. The 4-5.
Yeah, so that's definitely a problem for the loser. That doesn't mean they won't get in. It's just you're done. But it's and you're dependent on what other teams do, and you're praying that nobody steals bids. Which in this year, like last year, I think there were 5 bid stealers. This year, there might be 1 or 2. So it's the loser of that Boise San Diego opening round game has got a problem and may not make it. Colorado State probably has to win the league, but maybe not. And New Mexico and Utah State are safer, but I don't have anybody up above an 8. I haven't got a top 25 team in this group. So, I don't know that anybody is 100% safe if they take a bad enough loss.
So people here in the state have followed a little bit of Utah Valley. Scotty and I don't cover a lot of Utah Valley basketball, but they did go 15-1 in WAC play, and you've got them here in the NCAA tournament coming probably through bracket win. Talk about what you know about Utah Valley, and are they a team that could pose any kind of problem?
I would be surprised, I think, if they were the kind of a team that could be trouble to somebody. It depends on the seed. I mean, if you're a 14 or a 15, then it's really hard because the quality of the opponents you get, and I've got them as a 14. So if they can play their way up to a 14, you're going to get a 3. You don't see a lot of 14s beat 3s. It's been known to happen, but it doesn't happen much. But if you're a 13, then you start talking about where we normally see upsets, 13-4s, 5-12s. It's much more rare to get a 14 with an upset win. So, for Utah Valley, you're hoping that you make a good enough impression and get a little help and maybe push themselves up the bracket a little bit.
We're always on the lookout for the potential 12-5 upset, and I was telling Hans earlier, I saw UC San Diego up close in person. They came to Logan and beat Utah State. Are they a team that if somebody's looking for that first-round upset that they should be looking in on?
I think pretty much any of the 12s. But, yes, certainly them if they make it. They're not an at-large if they don't. And Irvine, also in that league, if they end up making it, would be a potential upset team as well. So, yes, certainly the champion of that league, if it's one of those two, is going to get a seed where they've got a chance to win a game.
So, Jerry, I don't know how much you've looked at the BYU numbers, but obviously up there in 3-point percentage, number 1 shooting team in the Big 12 in 2-point percentage. Percentages are all extremely high offensively, kind of across the board. Just knowing what you know about BYU, could BYU be a big tournament threat?
Yeah, if they get a good enough draw. I mean, the draw is so important, right? If BYU ends up as an 8, well, you got a problem. But if you got a 7, the 2 seeds might be beatable. And if they can get higher than that, the higher they can get away from the middle of the bracket, the better chance they have to make the kind of run you're talking about. But when you shoot the way they do, you always have a chance. You've got a shooter's chance in any game that you play if you shoot well enough, and they shoot very well. So they'll definitely be a threat as long as they continue to shoot well.
Obviously, your number ones, Auburn, Duke, Florida, Houston. I think Auburn and Duke are safely in there as your number ones. Houston, how much other movement could there be at Florida at number 1, or do you think they're pretty safely in there?
Oh, gosh, no. The 4th number 1 is still up for grabs. Florida, Alabama, Tennessee are right there. Even Michigan State has a chance. But if one of those 3, Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, wins the SEC, they'll be the 4th number 1. And if not, then Michigan State might be able to make a run at it.
Jerry, are you feeling these rumors of tournament expansion? Are you kind of in on that, or would you be on board with a bit of tournament expansion? And if so,
no.
What would you? Okay, so across the board, you don't want to see it.
I am steadfastly in favor of going back to 64.
Okay, so not even having the 4 playing.
No. That was the perfect number. It should have never changed. 72. I mean, I can barely find 4 teams to put as the first 4 out that have any shot of making this tournament. I can't see expanding for those 4 teams. And there are teams I like, personally, on that list. It doesn't matter. Those 4 teams don't belong in this bracket or any bracket, and I'm steadfastly against expansion, and I want to go back to 64.
So is it just the full genesis is money, right? It's not even about –
It's always money.
Yeah, it's not like who are we missing or –
No, here's the thing. If I thought they were expanding for VCU or UC San Diego or, teams like that, Drake, maybe you could talk me into it, but they're not. They're expanding for Cincinnati. They're expanding for Northwestern. That's who they're expanding for, and I just don't believe for a minute it has any other motivation.
Are you, just as a college basketball fan and a guy that has been watching this your entire adult life and covering it, how impressed are you with Cooper Flagg, and has he even done more at this first year than maybe you even expected?
Well, I don't know. I didn't see him play high school ball. I don't really follow that. But obviously he came in with very high expectations, and he has certainly lived up to it. He's been a tremendous player for Duke, a team that's relying on two very good freshmen, because Knuppel on any other team would be getting probably the same plaudits that Flagg does, but, it plays in his shadow. They don't seem to mind because they're doing very well. But, he's been everything everybody said he would be. I don't know that I would go away from Janai Broome as player of the year, but if it's not Broome, then it's got to be Flagg. Those two have been at the top of college basketball all season.
When you're putting your stuff together and you're finding your seeds, how much weight do you put into the coaches? We
Zero.
Really?
None. Nobody cares who coaches the team. They don't play. Nothing. That's not a factor, nor should it be.
Okay, I've always wondered because, you see Tom Izzo or Calipari or even Mark Few, you've seen them make runs, but you feel like it's all talent, no coach.
No, what I'm saying is, are you talking about like when I'm picking teams after the bracket's out?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally misunderstood. I thought you meant it's, as a factor as to whether or not they should get in.
No.
I'll put a little bit into that, I think. Yeah, there are coaches that seem to have good track records of success. But, even those coaches have, teams that are not quite as good as they're used to having. So, I do let's put a little bit of thought into that, yeah.
Bracketology report up at cbssports.com. Down the stretch, kind of give us a schedule. How often are you updating that, and what can we expect throughout your busiest week of the year?
At least once a day.
I love it.
This part of the week, probably only once a day because there's not a lot going on until the big conferences get going. But, at least once a day.
You're a busy man, Jerry. We appreciate you taking a few minutes.
So, thanks for having me on.
There you go, Jerry. Jerry Palm, he just does a tremendous job at cbssports.com.
It's where I go.
Yep.
So I start my morning at CBS.
Yep.
They've got my favorite writers. So I always start with Jerry Palm. And he's got BYU at a 7th seed. Leonardus. He's got
a Leonardus. I like that.
He's got BYU at a 5. So we've seen it. That's kind of the range, 7 to 5.
Yeah.
Did not have a 300 reference.
I know. I didn't see that coming today.
But anywhere from 5 to a 7 seed for BYU. If they won a couple in this tournament, could they sneak into a 4? 3-4?
If they won the Big 12 tournament, yes. Absolutely. If they get bounced in the quarters, I think 6, 7 is probably where they're at. If they make it to the semis, I think 5. And if they make it to the championship and lose, I think 5. If they win the whole thing, 3 or 4.
3-4.
Yeah.
Because he's got 2 3 seeds out of the Big 12 right now.
Yeah.
Iowa State and Texas Tech.
So if BYU beats one of those teams, I think there's a strong likelihood that bid could be even higher. Now, again, I can't stress this enough to you because the Big 12 has so many teams. This is the only downside to being in the Big 12. Life is really good for BYU outside of the West Coast Conference. Really, really good. This is the only downside, and Jerry pointed this out, and this is a really true statement. They want to avoid, like the plague, early tournament matchups against conference opponents. So when I did that mock selection thing, you have all these computers, and when you do your seed list and you have a first round matchup against conference opponents, all these red lights start going off, and like can't do it. So you have to reseed things and try to alter it. So the one thing that's going to work against BYU, number one, Sunday play, as we saw that it bit them in the butt last year, moving down from a 5 seed to a 6 seed. And then number two will be the fact that they are jammed in with a ton of Big 12 teams. So you mix that with Sunday play, and they will have to massage those seeds to try to make sure that they avoid first-round matchups.
You could see a 1 or 2 seed movement because of it. I think.
At least a 1 seed, yeah. So that, and sometimes it works in your favor. Sometimes you get bumped up a little bit, but more often than not, you're going to get bumped back. So just understand BYU, it is what it is. You deal with Sunday play. That's going to eliminate half the bracket from you from the first weekend. So you take a half of the bracket that's a Friday-Sunday matchup and immediately throw that out. That's not available to you. And then you throw in the fact that you got a bunch of Big 12 teams that you got to negotiate around. That also alters things. And that's okay. That's just, you know what? That's the cost of doing business at BYU. They're not altering that. They're not changing that anytime soon. Everybody knows about it, and we work with it. And you just know that it could cause some problems for you. And the one thing I like about the NCAA is that they will still release that seed list afterwards. So you'll see, like we found out really quickly last year, BYU was seeded much higher than the actual seed they got. But because of the Sunday play, they had to move them down to a 6. So you'll know probably an hour or two after the selection show exactly where BYU was at and how much that impacted them.
Well, Scotty, we could have a quarterfinals matchup between BYU and Iowa State. So I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah.
That's probably most likely.
I think that's probably something everybody needs to plan on.
Tournament starts tomorrow. Iowa State plays the winner of Oklahoma State and Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So let's say Oklahoma State advances. Iowa State's going to find a way out of that. BYU plays the winner of those two games. It's probably going to be Iowa State.
And Iowa State's going to be piping hot mad, too.
And that thing tips off just about the time our show starts on Thursday.
Yep. Can't wait. By the way, if there's one good thing about these late games, your guy's going to not miss a single show this week.
Good.
So.
Good, because I need you. College basketball talk, man.
I love it. And so Thursday night, late night game, Friday night, late night game, no middle of the day stuff for us. I like that when Utah State falls into that 2-3 range, that makes life a little easier for us.
Wouldn't you love a BYU Iowa State rematch in the quarterfinals?
Oh, I would love it. And you know what? The more I think about it, even though I know both of us want to see these teams move on, I really would like to see like a 7-10 or an 8-9 matchup between BYU and Utah State in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
I think that would be really fun for the
state.
I do
too.
Yeah.
I think it'd be great for the state. Oh, by the way, just so people understand, if BYU did advance against Iowa State, then you bump into Houston in the semifinals.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's your path.
The path is not easy.
Yeah,
Your championship game might be the easier game out of those 3.
Yep. Houston was the 1 seed, Texas the 2, Arizona the 3, and BYU the 4.
Yeah. So when you get stuck at that 4 seed, you got to play that 1 seed in the semis if you get past Iowa State. All right, Sonya's with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Literally, we talk to a lot of clients out there, and we love and appreciate all of them. But we've known Sonya for decades now.
Sonya's our favorite.
She's our favorite.
Your favorite.
You're my favorite.
I hope that's true.
It is true.
Okay.
That's why I'm here.
Even if it's not.
That's why I'm here.
We'll take it.
We'll take it.
Okay.
Totally believe
take
you.
it. Believe me.
And what we really love is helping our listeners. Because as Scotty mentioned, when you get in a car wreck, you're just all kinds of out of sorts. Yes. Trying to figure out when am I going to have a car back, or maybe I can have it back, but then I got to run insurance claims, and you forget to take care of yourself, or you forget to take care of your kids. The clinic medically takes care of you and your kids. You just have to call, or you got to get to the website after the accident.
Yeah, just get in there and see us. So we can do everything, right? The documentation for your insurance. We can take care of you medically. We can check everything, even if it doesn't, what, Scotty? If it doesn't hurt, we can still take care of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I did want to touch a little bit on concussions, though, because everybody knows somebody who's had a concussion, and concussions are one of the most common injuries when you get in a car accident. You get rear-ended, you hit your head, right? And And it's really easy to just be like, oh, no, it's fine. I just have a little headache, right? It'll go away. I don't have time for this. I got to get to the Utah State basketball game. I got to, right?
I got stuff to do.
Yeah. So come into the clinic. We have a test we set you up to. There's a little monitor, and it will test your fogginess in your brain. It will test your reflexes to see if, how you're responding physically. And it will tell you if you have a concussion. It'll tell you the spectrum of what your concussion is. And we have stuff right then and there where we can treat that. So what happens if you ignore a concussion? It gets worse and worse and worse.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And I mean, sometimes it can lead to bigger and badder things. So come in immediately upon hitting your head, getting in an accident, and let us figure it out for you. Let us think if Hans would have got all his concussions treated.
I'd have been so
think
much
of how much smarter he'd be, right?
I would be so much better. You wouldn't see me here floating on a cloud. Like I would actually be in the seat.
We could have taken care of you, but now it's a hopeless cause.
I know, but the thing is, the clinic.cc covers car crashes, not helmet crashes.
Okay. No, we can see, other accidents, right? But car accidents are definitely what we see the most of. So
the clinic.cc. Remember car crash. The clinic.cc. If you get in a car accident, you want to go to the clinic. And just so you know, everybody that has car insurance, you've got insurance set aside that will take care of it. So it's nothing out of their pocket to come see you.
Don't use your health insurance. Do not pull your card out to use your health insurance. If you get in an auto collision, your auto insurance is what covers your medical treatment.
I don't think people get that.
I don't think so either. I think people are thinking, well, I'm going to have to pay for 20% of this or whatever the case might be.
And then sue the person that hit me to cover the medical costs.
Yeah, and you don't even have to do that. Like your insurance, you're entitled to so much with your insurance that when I say get legal representation, if you exceed your PIP, you're not suing the person that hit you necessarily. You're going to get what you're entitled to from the insurance company. And getting help from us doing the documentation, getting seen, not having a gap in coverage, all of those things are going to be helpful in just making sure that you get everything taken care of. If you are going to have some sort of medical treatment needed in 5 years after because you had to have your knee replaced or something, I don't know, I'm not the medical girl, but then we will also, put those costs aside from the insurance company. So they're going to pay for those things in 5 years.
Well, and to your point, you have 4 years, but if you get documentation right now, yes, there was a concussion. Yes, this happened. Yes, this happened. So you have a physician documenting everything you're dealing with. Then you have that ammunition for 3-4 years when you can't find your car keys or your wife spoon-feeding you applesauce or whatever the case is, that you're going to be all right.
Yeah, and you don't know what to look for necessarily. We do.
Yeah.
So come to the professionals at the clinic for car accidents. Let us tell you what you need to get checked. Let us tell you what your rights are.
It is theclinic.cc. Again, theclinic.cc. Don't go .com. Theclinic.cc. Think car crash. Theclinic.cc, and they'll answer any questions you may have, and let's get you squared away. Theclinic.cc, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
BYU beating Iowa State. I want to say I'm sorry because I just didn't believe it was going to happen.
It's the biggest win for BYU in the Big 12. Iowa State, if the tournament was seeded today, would be on the 2 line. They showed they could beat a team that's at that level. They can go head-to-head with that team. Not only go head-to-head with them, but they can lead them by 21 points in their building. You're not going to have to play a team on the 2 seed in the tournament in their building.
Right.
And you came away victorious even after blowing that 21-point lead. BYU passed the toughness test. If you watch that game, you saw how physical the top teams in the Big 12 are, but BYU turned the ball over 29 times. It wasn't perfect. They found a way to survive in a game like that by playing tough.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If something were to blow off of your car, you would be responsible for the damage, but what happens if an orange construction barrel damages your car? I'm KSL investigator Matt Gephardt, and I'll show you what you need to know before driving through a construction zone on a windy day. Tonight at 10.
Feeling frustrated? Ignored? Deceived? It's time to get Gephardt. Get Gephardt. Weeknights at 10 on KSL.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And if you love animals, you're part of our world. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight at 8 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber Internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz saddled with a loss in Philly. We'll try to regroup as they continue on this road trip, but Will Hardy knows his team showing some signs of improvement.
You know, tonight was a tricky night being, really shorthanded, but I do think that there are still signs of the young players improving. It's hard in different moments when their roles grow rapidly and they're taking on more responsibility than they're used to, and in some situations, more responsibility than maybe they're ready for.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, let's give away some tickets, shall we? It's a Monday. Let's have some fun. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. I have got a pair of tickets to see the Utah Hockey Club take on the Anaheim Ducks Wednesday, March 12th at Delta Center. You want those tickets? Call and claim those tickets. 801-575-ZONE. And we'll get you some hockey tickets. That's simple. All right, Hans, let's start with the good. And it's a good day, certainly, for BYU and some Big 12 recognition.
You know, it could have been better. You always think, oh, man, who all is going to be on first team and second team and who's going to get that recognition? But having anybody mentioned on the first team when it comes to Big 12 is pretty incredible. So here is your all Big 12 awards. Player of the Year, JT Toppin, Texas Tech, leading conference scorer. You did get one award in the Big 12 awards, which was Most Improved, Richie Saunders.
Yeah.
So Richie Saunders hits the Most Improved. Richie Saunders also gets the All Big 12 First Team recognition. Here's your first team. Caleb Love, Arizona. Northshore Omier, Baylor. Richie Saunders, BYU. LJ Cryer, Houston. Juwan Roberts, Houston. Curtis Jones, Iowa State. Hunter Dickinson, Kansas. JT Toppin. Texas Tech, Darian Williams. Texas Tech, and Javon Small, West Virginia. That's your first team. You did not get second team recognition, did not get third team recognition. Utah did not get any recognition. Outside of honorable mention, they had Gabe Madsen.
Gabe Madsen, yeah.
Got honorable mention. Also, Yegor Demon got honorable mention from BYU. And Jizzle James.
Oh, that's all that matters. We get a little Jizzle James reference.
Jizzle James, he got honorable mention for Big 12 conference honors. All freshman team, Yegor Demon, he shows up on the all freshman team. And that wraps up the BYU awards. So you got an honorable mention, you got an all freshman, you got a most improved, and you got a Big 12 first team. That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
No, it's pretty good.
Not bad.
And Utah ends up with honorable mention, Gabe Madsen.
All right, Hans and Scotty, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Good, the bad, the ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Remember Mo Vaughn, three-time All-Star first baseman, 95 AL MVP. Well, he admitted to The Athletic that he used HGH in attempt to extend his playing career. Said, quote, I was trying to do everything I could. I know I had a bad degenerative knee. I was shooting HGH in my knee, whatever I could to help the process. Now, he was going all the way back to 2007, part of that Mitchell report that also included Barry Bonds.
Did the Mitchell report include Barry Bonds?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, then I don't think we have any more argument anymore.
Well, I that's what I've said all along. But
if you were Mo Vaughn, would you admit to this?
I don't know why he would do it this late.
I don't either.
Like, is he?
Is he trying to get out in front of something? He was on a podcast.
Yeah, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know if he needs to get it off his conscience or what. But now remember, Major League Baseball did not ban HGH use until 2005. So technically, he didn't violate any rules, even if that usage did violate the spirit of clean play and fair play and all that other stuff. But
that just leans more towards why admit it.
Exactly.
In the report, I did read through parts of the report that had Mo Vaughn listed. In the report, it said that he opted for HGH because the needles on anabolic steroids were too big. He wanted the HGH because the smaller needles. And they were like, okay, well, we need to delineate, was Mo Vaughn using steroids? And they're like, no, HGH.
And it's not because he didn't want to use steroids. He was just scared of the needle.
He's scared of the needle.
Yeah.
I guess the anabolic steroid needle is bigger because it's a thicker substance that pushes into the body.
Yeah, it's like a peanut butter kind of texture.
Yeah, that's from what I understand.
Yeah.
It's kind of a horrible deal. So
I don't know. Barry, where's Barry when we need him to kind of clarify?
He wouldn't know.
Now, Barry was in the Mitchell report, wasn't he?
Be honest.
God, I don't recall seeing his name.
I thought, okay, all right.
I don't know. Fuzzy.
Yeah.
Man, I want you as my attorney.
Dude, he goes
lie detector me.
He's Merle, man. He goes down swinging.
Yeah, he does.
Lie detector me. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we'll hook you up. I just don't understand why. I guess because he knows he can't get in trouble. But how much does that tarnish his name? Does it tarnish his name at all?
Well, honestly, if it wasn't against the rules at the time, I don't think it should.
Which it wasn't.
Because honestly, if it was legal and it could help extend my career, you're darn right, I would be doing the exact same thing. So I don't hold any blame against him.
Yeah, me neither.
All right, Hans and Scotty, let's get to the ugly.
And of course, the ugly.
Man, you and I will send each other clips and news stories throughout the day. I really wish you hadn't have sent me this because it put me in such a bad mood this morning.
This one's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
So Virginia High School was holding their state track meet at Liberty University there in Virginia. They're running the 4x200 relay race. And this Brookville High School junior named Kaylin Tucker was rounding the corner, and she had the baton.
Yep.
I've held those batons because I used to do the Fat Man 4x4. Have you held a baton? They're not as thin and as...
They got some weight to
them.
them.
They're metal.
Yeah.
And if you hit somebody with the baton, like you can feel it. But anyways, Kaylin Tucker is rounding the corner, and senior Alila Elvert was right there on the corner. She's from Norcom High School. And Kaylin comes around, and it's as obvious as the sun in the sky. Yeah. She lifts the baton up as this girl is passing her and thumps her right in the back of the head.
Yeah. And looks like she's trying to hit her for a second time, too, and just can't catch her.
And can't quite catch her. But she thumps her. And when she thumps this girl, this Alila, she drops her baton, falls off the track, and goes down. She said that she instantly saw stars. Early reports are saying that it cracked her skull, that it gave her a concussion. Well, obviously, this video has gone bonkers. This has been one of the most viral videos that we've seen in a long time of this high school girl hitting this woman in the head with a baton. I've never seen it.
Never.
I have never seen it. I would have never thought about it. But here's the problem. After you do it, and it's on film of you doing it, because you have never seen it. I've never seen it. We've watched a lot of film. We've had viral opportunities for 15, 20 years. This doesn't surface because nobody does it, because it never happens, and it never happens on accident. Yet, this girl, Kaylin Tucker, went to a news channel and begged and pleaded and cried and said that this was an accident. She lost her footing.
Yes. And while she was trying to stabilize herself, she swung her arm that had the baton and, cracked the skull of the girl next to her. Because, yes, that makes sense.
And that's why Scotty's upset.
And then she was like...
That's why I'm upset.
But the report is she's like... And she's crying and she's like... Yeah, she may have suffered an injury, but I'm suffering a lot of mental anguish from this. I've got to protect my mentals. And I'm like... Nope. You cracked a girl on a skull. You don't deserve the right.
In a state track event.
To try to place blame, because she's essentially blaming the other girl for causing her mental distress by making a big deal out of this.
So this was...
And running into her baton?
Yeah. And her head, what's her head doing in front of my baton while I'm trying to keep... No, I'm just joking. But my goodness, it is... Yeah, it's enough to really put you in a bad mood.
I was going to have Lloyd played the audio, but she's crying. And, and until you've got the video, It's hard to listen to the audio, but this was her explanation. She said, after a couple of times of hitting her, my baton got stuck behind her back like this, and then the baton rolled up her back, and then I lost my balance when I pumped my arm again, so of course the baton comes down across the back of the head in a hatchet-like style.
Yeah.
That's not an accident.
No.
Just own it.
Just watch it and be like, hey, you know what? I was mad. I was angry. I wasn't in a good place. And she passed me. Look, you can come up with a lot of different things, but just own it. Don't say, it's like when you say, oh, my Twitter got hacked. No, it didn't. You said something stupid. Just own it.
Own it. And just finalized, the court papers have been served.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Because, frankly, it looks like assault.
It's 100%. She should, well, she's a juvenile, but she should face some type of assault consequence.
Yep. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A little whole world news coming up next.
This is DJ and PK.
How you present yourself and how you carry yourself. Sometimes it's just the swagger.
Yeah, like I've got swag, but just the way I carry myself, darn tootin' well, I'm the big dog in sports radio. I don't have to say it. I'm the big dog combined with being extremely friendly. It is an unusual winning combination. It's not me saying it. It's just repeating what's been said about me.
Previous managers would find that stunning and would debate it, but you know what? They're gone, so who cares?
I will say it. BYU is the big dog of the Big 12. Woof, woof.
I don't know if woof, woof helps you be the big dog, but...
Okay, would you rather I raise my leg? Which do you prefer?
Woof, woof. If those are my choices.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Man, we had so much fun at Bar W Beef on Friday. And Hans, let me show you what I was up to yesterday on the old flat top. I don't know if you fired up yours or not, but I got my Philly cheese sandwiches. I got my thinly sliced shaved ribeye, put the cheese on those, and look at those sandwiches, man.
Was that the best beef you've ever had?
Oh, it was so good.
So Bar W Beef, they shaved some ribeye for Scotty and I and sent us home with some shaved, thin-cut ribeye that we fried up. So you know what I did? I fried it up. I did it with mushrooms, onions. I did it with provolone, but I put it on a loaded baked potato.
Oh,
so we
nice.
We did these big baker potatoes, and we opened them up. We did melted butter on them, and then huge thing of sour cream, and then loaded it with the onions and mushrooms, and then that steak on top. It's just incredible, man. And I want people to remember that Bar W, they raised their beef right here in Utah. Born and raised. They ranged them right here in Nephi. So you know where these cows have been. You know what they've been processed through. We spent almost 40 minutes after the show on Friday walking through the processing unit.
How cool is that place?
You could eat off the floor.
Yes.
It's what blew me away. I walked in because it was closing hours, so they were on the cleaning station, and they'd cleaned it down, and you could eat off the floors. And that's the processing unit. So I just know that this beef, from being born to being processed, is kept clean. It's kept perfect. We walked into the refrigerating area where they dry age. They dry age every carcass. Every single cow gets dry aged for 15 days. That's the type of storage and refrigeration that they have. And then the chemistry behind that, Scotty, was wild.
Yeah, the humidity, the temperature. See, here's the thing. You think Bar W and you think it's a mom and pop group, and it is. It's locally owned. However, they have invested, frankly, Hans, they didn't give us a number, but millions of dollars into a state-of-the-art facility that there is no place like it in the state of Utah. So they can dry age their meat. They can do all this other stuff to make sure that you get the best beef possible. It's available for you right now. BarWBeef.com. That's BarWBeef.com.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
This Monday tax tip is brought to you by Susan Spears, CEO of the Utah Association of CPAs.
Don't let claiming dependents derail your tax return. Missing a social security number? That's a major roadblock. You must provide one for every dependent. And for divorced parents, only one parent can claim a child. Both claiming the same child triggers IRS red flags, leading to frustrating delays and extra paperwork. If you're divorced, talk to your co-parent. Get on the same page about who's claiming the child. A little communication now saves big headaches later. Best advice? Don't go at it alone. A CPA can be your tax season ally. They understand the rules, answer your questions, and ensure you get every deduction you deserve. Streamline your taxes and avoid those costly roadblocks. Contact a CPA today for a smooth ride.
Get the most out of your income tax preparation when you hire a CPA. Go to uacpa.org to find a CPA that's right for you. Listen to KSL on Monday for more tax tips from the Utah Association of CPAs.
With 415,000 Utahns and 1 in 6 Utah kids facing hunger, Utah Food Bank, Macy's Grocery, Lee's Marketplace, and Lynn's need your help to fight hunger statewide. Simply fill a bag with non-perishable food donations and put it at your doorstep by 9 a.m. on Saturday, March 15th to support the Feed Utah food drive. Donations will be picked up by volunteers and can be the difference between hunger and hope. Learn more about how you can be a part of this statewide effort at utahfoodbank.org/feedutah.
If you want to avoid your furnace breaking down this winter, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your furnace's annual maintenance. If you do find yourself with a furnace blowing cold air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all winter long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update right here on the Zone, as the Utah Hockey Club dropping a tough one, able to rally a little bit, but still unable to come away with a victory, as John Marino talks about a tough loss.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you learn from every game, take the mistakes and move on. Yeah, we'll take, it's huge for playoff standings with how tight the race is. So, we'll take that. And, we got our next game Monday.
It's your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update, brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We got the whole world in our hands. You got you.
A lot of big moves in NFL free agency as it kicked off today. Hans, you and I will give the latest on that coming up here in about 10 minutes.
The latest and the greatest.
The latest and the greatest, and let's just say some people are getting paid.
Yeah, there's a lot of movers and shakers.
Have no business getting paid, but they're getting paid regardless.
And there are other people that are getting left behind, dropped off. There's a couple of guys that were relieved of duty that I was kind of surprised about. So we'll talk about those names, tell you how your team is doing in the NFL with free agency. But for this whole world news, we are going to go to Bangalore, Indiana. Sorry. Bangalore, India.
India, okay.
We're going to go a lot further than Indiana.
See, I thought you were actually going to say Bangladesh.
Indiana, tomato.
Let's go all the way to India, Bangalore. This guy's name is Ab Sheikh. He's 31 years old.
Is that like Mandalore?
No, it's not. It's nothing like that. I don't even know what that is.
Holy Scotty.
That's good. That wasn't bad.
What is Mandalore?
Don't, because he's going to be disappointed.
Yeah, you'll get really
Is
mad.
it a city in Indiana?
Nope, moving on.
This man's name is Ab Sheikh, 31 years old. Scotty, he went to the movie theater. The movie said that it would end at 6:30. The movie went until 7. As he walked out of the theater, he realized the movie went till 7 because of advertisements. And so he decided to sue the movie company.
Wow. Okay.
And he won.
Probably hundreds of thousands of dollars.
He won a lawsuit of $200 in compensation. Abshik complained against the theater's chain, said that the film was supposed to end at 6:30. It went till 7. He said this was due to the film having public service announcements and 17 commercials. He then said that the movie's delay ending caused him to miss a scheduled work call. His suit sought $547 in damages for what he called unfair trade practice, as well
unfair labor practice,
as well as $57 for mental agony and $115 for legal costs. He was awarded a total of $230, $200 for the lawsuit and $30 in damages.
See, had he argued mental distress,
yeah,
he might have gotten that extra $300.
All of a sudden, he's got a headache, and yeah. But here's the thing: you can't be scheduling a work call. It's after a movie.
No, you can't.
You just know those things are going to go long. But hey, you know what? A $200 settlement, I'm down for that. I'm okay with that.
What do you think about the commercials that run before?
It's all part of the experience.
Right?
Yeah. When you go to a movie, you know you're going to get a lot of previews, and you know you're going to get some commercials in there. It's just part of the experience. Enjoy it.
You know you've got a 15-minute wiggle room.
Yeah.
So if
I might almost say 30.
Oh, yeah.
You have 30 minutes time before that thing starts.
Is it that much now?
Oh, it's,
And my wife gets
easily.
My wife gets really upset with me a little. Well, not really upset, but I think she gets annoyed because she likes to use that wiggle room because she's thinking, I'm going to be there for the start of the movie. I want to be there for the whole experience. I want all the previews, everything. I want to be in my chair as soon as everything goes.
You like all of it?
I love all of it. Yep.
Well, nowadays, you can't find a theater without buying a chair. It used to be you'd buy a ticket, you'd go in, and you'd want to get there early so you could get your seats.
Yeah.
But
The
now,
assigned seating, yeah.
everybody's got their lean back, comforter chair that has a seat heater. Everybody's gone to a kind of a VIP treatment in their theaters.
Which I enjoy greatly.
Which is nice.
I mean, Brody and I, we try to go to a movie every couple of weeks, just he and I. It's kind of our thing. And so we went to a movie, some Woody Harrelson, and somebody was dying because they didn't have oxygen underwater. It was fine. It was an okay movie. But anyway.
Was that the one where they're trying to save their buddy?
Yeah.
How was that?
Leviathan?
Leviathan. Stop it. No, it's called Last Breath. It's solid. You know what I like?
The Abyss.
It was only like an hour and a half long. It was a poor man's Abyss.
Okay.
Without the alien.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. It was fine. You might like it. I would wait till Netflix for you on that one.
Okay.
But we just went in there and we did not. It was not a luxury seating, and the luxury seats were full, and so we sat in the other seats, and it was like we were like the peasants. It's like, what is this? We can't do this anymore. And Brody's looking at me like, Dad, my seat doesn't recline. It's not heated. I'm like, I am raising the softest kid on the planet. But deep down, I was thinking the same thing. I was like,
doesn't have a food tray.
It's like, what is this?
Doesn't even have a rotating food tray.
Is this how the Pilgrims watch movies? Like,
where am I supposed to set my popcorn and drink?
Yeah. It's like, you want me to have this on my lap? What is this?
If I don't get the blood elevated out of my feet within the next 5 minutes, I'm not going to make it through Leviathan.
All right.
Oh, thanks for
We need somebody to keep us in line. Sonia, how are you?
Oh, that's not my job. That's
That is
Lloyd's
your job.
We've talked about this.
No, that's your job.
Okay.
You got to keep us on time.
Then I
and
need
on
a
clock.
raise.
You could keep them on time. I guarantee it.
Right?
Keep them on time? Oh.
Yeah, probably not.
I want people to know that when you get in a car accident, you get so discombobulated, you don't even know what's up and what's down. We were talking about the last time I got a car accident, I had all 4 of my kids in the car. We were headed out for a little family get-together. Some guy that was drunk hit right into our back bumper. Not hard enough to really do a lot of damage to us or the car, but hard enough the kids' heads whipped back, hard enough my head whipped back.
You didn't get checked, did you?
None of us got checked.
No.
I asked my kids when we got there, I was like, you guys okay? Is everybody okay? And everybody's like, yeah, I think so. And it's like, oh, okay, then we'll just go about our business. But what if they wouldn't have been?
Yeah.
You know, what if something would have presented 2-3 weeks later?
Your wife would have let you have it.
Yeah, and I'm surprised she didn't anyways.
Yeah.
But,
no. So it doesn't cost you anything to come in and get checked, right? It doesn't cost a dime. You're not going to come in. You're not going to pay a copay. You're not going to come in and we're going to be like, okay, you pay it right now. And then when your insurance pays you, you pay us back. That's not how it works. We're going to take care of you. We're going to help you with the documentation. We know how to fill out the documentation that you need to give to your insurance company. We know the words that you need to use. We know how to help guide you through the steps, step by step, the whole way through. So come and see us. Let us take care of you. Let us tell you if you're fine or not. When you're in an accident, it is so easy to just be like, you're just in a state of shock, right? Where you're just like, I just need to settle down. I'm fine. Nothing hurts. I'm fine. I just need to settle down. But a lot of times when you settle down, you start feeling, oh, dang, my elbow hurts, stuff like that. So.
Well, and the other element to this, too, is I think people get intimidated by the whole insurance process and everything else that goes along with it. And they're like, if I feel fine, why subject myself to all this other hassle and all these other appointments and things like this? Well, you're protecting yourself. And then you're going to go to a place in the clinic that will take care of all of this stuff for you and kind of hold your hand and walk you through all of this nonsense.
Yeah, 100%. And really, I mean, you feel like it's such a pain. It's such a inconvenience to you. But these little things that are just little things right now could be big inconveniences later.
Yeah. Yep.
So get treatment started, and let us fix it.
If you've been in a car accident in the last 4 years, because it can go all the way back to 4 years, and you're dealing with pain, theclinic.cc, think of CC like car crash, theclinic.cc, get to the website, and you can schedule your appointment, you can find the location, and you can get in and get things taken care of. Don't wait any longer, though. And if you do get in a car accident, just instantly think theclinic.cc, and let's get you in and get you checked.
Yeah, call me, text me, find me, tweet at me, whatever you want to do. Like, if you're having a hard time remembering the website, let me know.
Theclinic.cc. Sonia's on Twitter. She'll interact with you as well.
X.
Or whatever we're
it's
calling
called.
We're calling it that day.
X-Twitter.
Yeah. And tell her congratulations. She's getting married here in a couple months.
That's awesome. That's so exciting.
53 days. 53 days.
But who's counting?
You're both coming.
Oh, we will be
And if you get in a car accident on the way, what are you going to do?
Oh, we're going to go to the clinic.
Clinic.cc.
But I'm still going to show up.
But we'll show up.
As you should. Show up to the wedding first.
And then we'll go to the clinic.
And then you can go to the clinic.
I'll have Scotty hand feed me.
The
while I
clinic.
sit there in a daze.
Theclinic.cc. Theclinic.cc. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape. Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What was that deal you just said? Bar W beef, $3.99 a pound.
Yeah, I'm looking it up here.
Jeez. Go to barwbeef.com right now.
They do these, different daily sales, and you got things that happen when you go into Nephi to their location. But their ground beef is so good. I'll see if I can find it.
I might fire that
up.
tonight.
I'll text Bart and see what I can get, what I can figure out, because their ground beef is just ridiculous.
Yeah,
it is so delicious.
By the way, did you go sliced provolone, or did you melt it and turn it into a sauce?
Sliced.
Yeah,
and let it really melt in, and then threw it on the baked potato.
All right. Hans and Scotty, NFL free agency is now upon us, and I always find it really amusing that. In the first day of free agency, a team can sign a player within minutes of the deadline and put together a deal so quickly. It's like, how did you guys figure all of this out so quickly without, tampering rules in place where you're not allowed to talk to each other, but yet a deal gets done immediately. How is that even possible? But a couple of big signings. Sam Darnold, you have one good year in Minnesota, and you play the quarterback position. Guess
Off of
what?
some good luck.
Off of some good luck.
You had to have an injury in front of you.
3 years, $100 million contract with the Vikings. Or no, with the Seahawks, excuse me. So Geno Smith is gone. Sam Darnold now with Seattle on a 3-year, $100 million, $56 million of that is guaranteed. This guy shouldn't even be in the league right now. He was so close to getting bounced out of the NFL, and one good year gets him a $100 million contract.
What, he made it to the conference finals, is that right?
Yeah. He's only 27.
Was it conference finals? Division?
Oh, did he get bounced to the division? But and he looked atrocious in the playoffs too.
He ranked 5th in the NFL in passing yards, 4,319. 5th in touchdowns with 35. Earned his first career Pro Bowl invitation. Got 14 wins. That's after winning a total of 21 games in 6 seasons.
Yeah.
So he played 6 seasons, won 21 games, but he won 14 last season with Minnesota. He just hit.
Yeah, lost to the Rams in the wild card.
Oh, in the wild card?
Yep, wild card to L.A. or the Rams. Yeah.
So he was the number 3 pick in the 18 draft. He spent 3 years with the Jets, 2 with the Panthers, 1 as a backup with the 49ers, and was brought into Minnesota to essentially be the backup there. But the injury at the to their first round draft pick put him in as the starter, and now a year later he gets $100 million. Just insane.
All right, what's a better deal? Him for $100 million, or let's see.
You going to New York?
Yeah.
Justin Fields.
Or Justin Fields on a 2-year 40.
With 30 of it guaranteed. Give me Fields every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Easy.
That's I'm actually shocked he didn't get more money. Because he looked good in the time that he had there in Pittsburgh. He was 4-2, and for some reason they fell in love with Russell Wilson and kept giving him opportunities. But Justin Fields, I think this is a steal by the Jets. 2 years, $40 million, and again, 30 of it guaranteed. Will be the only problem is that he has to play for the Jets.
Yeah, which he'll go nowhere.
Yeah, so I mean, it'll be a career killer for him, but he'll make some money out of it.
Did you talk about his starts with the Bears?
No, just with the Steelers last year.
38 starts with the Bears, 60% completion. In his 38 starts, 6,674 yards, 40 touchdowns, and 30 interceptions. When the Bears took him, that was high expectations.
Well, I mean, to be honest, there may have been a moment where I was upset with the Broncos for potentially taking Pat Surtain, who ended up being the Defensive Player of the Year in the NFL.
Yeah, you were losing your mind. You said if they don't take Justin Fields, you were going to be a Raiders fan.
Yeah. I don't know if it was quite like that.
I think it was. It
feels like it was. Actually.
Was that not it, Lloyd?
I think so. I don't think we're really reaching.
I think you said if Fields was on the board and the Broncos don't take him, Lloyd, Raiders, let's roll.
I don't know if it was quite like that. I think it was. I was very emotional at the time, and so maybe something was said that probably shouldn't have been said. But anyway,
I'm feeling like it was almost word for word.
I think you may have actually got the transcript.
If Justin Fields is on the board at 9 and Denver goes a different direction and goes defense, Lloyd,
come on over to the Raiders, my man.
Let's go.
And you nailed that.
I love that audio never goes away.
I don't know. I think there was some editing there.
No editing at all.
Nope. I forgot that you were that ticked about Fields. Hey, I was having a conversation with a friend yesterday. He's a big-time Bears fan, lifetime Bears fan. And he's like, yeah, but man, we got Caleb Williams. And I looked at him and I was like, so you're feeling like Caleb's going to be the guy? Is there a sentiment out there that Caleb Williams is going to be the guy?
I think that they feel like he could be the guy, but honestly, if you were to rank the rookie quarterbacks last year, does he make the top 3?
No. And he doesn't make the top anything in terms of expectations for his career. I think he's a broken individual. I think that he's mentally a mess. He could win 12 regular season games. The second he gets into a wild card, he'll Sam Bradford it.
Yeah.
Or Sam Darnold.
Or Sam Darnold it.
Either apply.
Yeah, no, both work.
Yeah, Bradford or Darnold. Because they're both horrible when it comes to pressured situations.
If you're not, I'm not talking about next year. I'm just talking about career trajectory. Who would you take right now? Caleb Williams or Shedeur Sanders?
Ooh. Oh, that's a good one. Give me Caleb.
Yeah?
Yeah, give me Caleb.
That stink of that bowl game is going to resonate with you for a while.
It is. I could not believe how he could not navigate a pocket, and he could not make a decision, and he could not pull the trigger. It was like watching Kevin Na golf. I'm not even kidding you. Wow. I wanted to hit a clock warning on the guy. Like, if I was his offensive line, I'm going back to the huddle, and I'm like, release the ball, man. If you hold on to it again, I'm just going to let my guy fly through and hit you. Release it.
He's come back. Well, you guys, I'm getting sacked back here. Block somebody.
Oh, my gosh.
You're like, well, hey, man, make up your decision.
Throw the ball. In the meantime, poor Jack Kelly's out there like a pacer rabbit, running all over because Shedeur's not throwing it. So Kelly and Glasgow are
a pacer rabbit.
Yeah, they're just running all around. I'm like, geez, he's going to wear him out. And then he couldn't outrun anybody.
No.
Tyler Batty was catching him from behind.
Yeah, that's the thing for a man who is, his dad was one of the fastest players in NFL history. He does not have a lot of speed.
He doesn't. And then what it comes down to is what's his motivation?
Yeah.
How deep does the motivation go? Because the NFL, you can't LeBron James the NFL.
No. Nope. Nope.
If
you can't be like, oh, he needs to be on this roster. No, that's not going to work.
Who's the aged quarterback? For instance, if Tom Brady's dad would have been on a team and his son was a very mediocre wide receiver, he'd have never seen the field.
No. Nope.
Not even for a cute, hey, look at this father-son reception option.
Eli and Peyton Manning couldn't get Cooper a spot out on the field.
No. Was that the brother?
Yeah.
No. Come on, we got to get the third brother involved.
And they're like, no, that ain't happening.
So, give me Caleb. But I have no confidence in Caleb ever doing anything significant. Which is a bummer because the Bears, it's just year in and year out for the Bears.
Yeah.
It's rinse and repeat for the Bears.
There are certain places where if you go as a quarterback, it's not going to end well. The Bears, Jay Cutler was, people remember him being married to the Kristen Cavallari or whatever her name is, and the reality star. But if you look at those first couple of years he had in Denver, that dude was on a massive trajectory to being really special in this league. And Denver trades him. He goes to Chicago, and you never hear from him again.
So this was the issue that I found with Bears quarterbacks, and that goes to Jay Cutler. It goes to Mitch Trubisky.
Oh, I forgot about
it. Goes to Justin Fields. They're just good enough that you keep them on the field.
Yeah.
But they're never going to do anything. And that's Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
He'll be just good enough, and you put enough into him that you got to keep him on the field, but he'll never do anything. At least that's how I see Caleb projecting. He could prove me wrong, but I just remember the Utes breaking him. They broke him.
Yeah.
He wanted to paint F the Utes on his fingernails, and he wanted to act like the tough guy. And when Utah pushed back, Caleb broke.
Yeah. And it was one thing to get him in the regular season, but when they got him in the championship game, it's like,
broke.
Done.
I mean, remember seeing him in the stands having an emotional moment with his mom.
Yes.
Remember where he was just in tears.
Yeah, broke.
Yeah.
Was he 0-4 against the Utes or 0-5? Was 0-4?
Yeah. Never got him.
Because he's broken.
Yeah.
And the NFL, it's not like you go to the NFL to heal.
No, the NBA, like there's guys who are okay college players at the collegiate level, and then they become really great at the NBA. You don't see that very often in the NFL.
No, it's a hard place to like find yourself.
Yeah, like, it's all of a sudden clicked for me.
Oh my gosh.
I figured things out. By the way, big deal for the former Raider. Now I'm spacing his name, the wide receiver, Devontae Adams. He's now on his way to the Rams. So you got Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua lining up as wide receivers together with the Rams. That could be a problem.
That could be a real problem. Where are we at with Jared Goff?
He's back.
Problem is they still have that one guy at quarterback.
I'm talking
That's
about
a problem.
Stafford?
Yeah,
Matt Rams.
Stafford.
I had Chargers in my mind. Did you say Chargers or Rams?
Yeah, Chargers.
Sorry.
No, it's Matt Stafford.
Yeah, Stafford with the Rams is where he's going.
I don't know. I feel like Stafford's at the end.
I do
feel
too.
like Goff is at the end. I'm starting to feel like there's quite a few guys that are just right there. Is his backup Garoppolo?
Yeah, he just re-signed. So
Garoppolo's
Garoppolo's back.
Re-signed with the Rams?
Yeah. So Janine Garoppolo back.
Who did the Raiders just sign at quarterback?
Geno Smith, man.
Geno's going to the Raiders.
Geno's coming to deal.
I texted both of you guys a picture of the Lombardi Trophy because that's what it means. If you don't make a deep run in the playoffs.
Okay. You're being a jerk.
Denver can't. They've never been able to stop Geno. In their games against Seattle, Geno's just
ran
up and down the field against them. So you got some of that going for you.
But he got them early last year.
Did they ditch Gardner Minshew?
Yeah, Gardner's.
Yeah.
He's gone?
Yeah.
So it's Geno and Aiden?
They old yellered Gardner Minshew.
Gardner?
It's because it's a 2-year, like $23 million deal, I think, originally what they had with him. But yeah, I think they cut ties.
Is Aiden still around? Is he going to be the
I
backup?
think Aiden's still around.
All right.
Yeah.
So you got
a whole bunch of nothing. Geno's a bunch of nothing. You're not going to win a single game.
Stop it.
He's not, man. It's like,
you are such an anti-Raider. Don't even call yourself a fan. Don't even do it.
I'm a big fan.
You can't. No, you're not. You can't say you're a fan.
You think Geno's going to win a game?
He's a lifelong fan.
They were 10-7 this year.
Don't you dare attack my fandom. I have.
He's an amazing
and died the
apparently
silver and black.
Maybe he'll turn out great because you know how it's pretty much every Raiders home game is like a road game. He was 7-1 on the road for the Seahawks. He was terrible at home.
You're really reaching now.
I know.
I can't.
I know.
I'm really here to help you, but I can't back you up on that.
And by the way, Chip
Kelly.
I went and looked at his numbers, how his tight ends did with the Eagles. He had some phenomenal tight end play with the Eagles.
So Brock Bowers
might have an even bigger year.
See, look, all these good things coming your way.
Could be.
No.
It could happen.
Look at you, Mr. Optimist.
It could happen.
Wow.
This is terrible.
But you're such a downer because you're such a Raiders fan.
I just feel like we get the trash.
Don't say we.
We get
Do
the
not
leftovers.
say we. Don't say we.
After everybody's done
Sonia,
eating.
this is the best part of my day right
After
here.
everybody's done eating, they clean off their plate right into our garbage disposal. The Raiders.
You know what?
And say enjoy it.
You're a trash fan is what you are. You want to talk about trash?
Stop calling me
You're
that.
a trash fan.
Stop calling me that. I don't like that.
Then don't be a trash
That hurts
fan.
my feelings.
He's got a Marcus Allen jersey from back.
I'm sure he does.
I have a higher watermark than Geno Smith. I am sorry. Like I had higher expectations than lowly
He's not
Geno.
their future. He's just a stopgap.
I mean, look at the division. You got Patrick Mahomes, you got Justin Herbert, you got Bo Nix, and then you got Geno Smith.
more like go ahead and say it, Hans. More like Gino Ariyama.
I'd take Geno Ariyama because he knows how to win. When Scotty's sitting there bagging on us,
Don't say. Stop saying us. Knock it off.
I know
You're not on this bandwagon.
I'm just applauding all the moves. I think it was great. I think you guys had a good weekend.
You do not think Geno Smith is a good weekend. You don't. You don't. Dude. Like, he was terrible. He's had 6 seasons where he couldn't even get off the bench. Then he gets off the bench because of injury stuff.
Hey, look, if there's one thing you guys can take some solace in knowing that you are not on the pedestal as the worst team in the NFL for players in terms of behaving badly. That is firmly Kansas City Chief territory now.
For behaving badly and getting off on charges. That was another one.
That makes me
the cleaner came in.
It honestly makes me sick.
And completely fixed that.
Yeah.
You knew that was happening. You knew that family members could be like, oh, nothing happened.
Those NFL cleaners are getting better and better.
Well, especially when a family member realizes, the pipeline to money gets cut off if this goes through. So
basically, if you're going to choke somebody, choke a family member.
Yeah. It's what we learned.
Who was it that was driving 100 miles an hour in a car, went down the left side, ran into 6 cars, got out of his car and walked off? It was a Kansas City Chief.
It was a receiver.
Yeah.
Rasheed Rice.
Yes.
Rasheed Rice. Did he end up in prison?
No.
No, he ended up tearing an ACL. He was playing, and he ended up tearing an ACL.
He was playing after
Oh, yeah.
the wreck?
Yes, he was playing.
Yep.
Cleaners are getting good.
I know.
I just watched the Aaron Hernandez story again over the weekend. Is that right?
Yeah.
Tight end?
Wow, that's a real pick-me-up.
Well, I will say
would
this.
you watch it a second time?
It's not a pick-me-up, Lloyd. It's sad.
Well, if he had the Chiefs lawyer, he'd still be playing in the league right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Belichick tried. That dude did kill 2 people, and he was still playing games.
Yeah.
NFL cleaners, man.
Disgusting. All right, Hans and Scotty. Coming up next, we'll spin the roulette wheel, but Sonia patiently waiting for us to knock off this nonsense. Sonia, how you doing?
I just want to know if you're really a Raiders fan.
Deeply.
Oh.
Like to the
Don't believe him.
marrow in the bone.
Nope.
For how long?
He
47 years.
He bleeds silver and black.
Todd
Basically,
Christensen.
what he's doing is
Number
trolling
1.
me.
Okay.
No,
He's
I'm not.
trolling me.
Nobody's
It's
trolling
okay.
you.
It's fine.
Are you a Raiders fan?
My dad was a Raiders fan through and through.
And his Todd Christensen was his guy.
Yeah, and I know Toby Christensen.
Toby's amazing.
Yeah, so that's where that comes from.
Last
But,
time we saw
yeah.
Toby, he was coming out of a spa after
Oh,
those
that's right.
laser hair removal.
Yeah, he said his
That
wife.
sounds like
His
Toby.
wife said, "You got to get rid of all of this in the back." and-
Josie and I went to high school together.
Oh, did you really?
Yes, really, really. One of my best friends. Love her.
Yeah, Josie's amazing.
And I could see her. Toby, get that out of here.
This isn't the Amazon rainforest here.
Yeah.
Get this trimmed up.
Todd Christensen, greatest Raider all time, Lloyd?
He's up there.
He's up there.
Right
He
there
is
with
up there.
Right there with Jay Schrader.
Don't you
And
smirch.
Geno Smith.
Another waste of time. Waste of time. Hey, by the way, anybody out there, if you're dealing with any pain, if you're dealing with any problems from a car accident, we got the fix. It's the clinic. And I think people hear the clinic and they're like, what's the clinic? Because the clinic could mean so many different things. Think theclinic.cc. That's the website. And it's the clinic, car crash. So anytime you're in a car accident, you got to think the clinic. And Sonia, you're going to help them get healthy. You're going to help them figure out what their issue is.
All the way through. Peace of mind. Just the peace of mind of walking in somewhere where you know the clinic for car accidents, they know car accidents. They know what to look for. They know what you need in order to get everything that you're entitled to.
And that's, you brought up the point earlier about don't use your health insurance, use your car insurance. This PIP money, I didn't even know, I've never even heard of it until the last time you were in studio. You mentioned you hadn't heard of it until you started working at the clinic.
Yeah.
I mean,
imagine if Hans
crazy.
would have, with his 4 kids and himself, $3,000 per person in your car just to go get checked out and make sure that everything's okay.
That's crazy.
No copayment, you don't owe us anything. Come in, no cost to you. Let's get you just figured out.
Your car insurance covers it.
Car insurance, auto insurance, not your health insurance.
I would love to run a study on people and just say, did you know that if you have car insurance, that car insurance covers everybody in your vehicle up to $3,000?
Even if it's your fault.
Even if you are the one that's...
Even if you hit someone else.
It still covers.
If you're the person that rear-ended Hans.
Even if they're drunk, though?
I don't know how that works. That's above my pay grade for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
But, no matter what the problem is, you got to seek medical attention.
Yes.
Because that is one thing I'm very aware of. There's a lot of injuries that happen in car accidents that present later. That's just the case.
And I mean, it could be the way you're holding your arm in the car, and the car, the impact can hurt your arm. Things, your pinky, like we've got the things that we see are insane.
Well, I mean, even if let's say you injure a knee and then or a foot or something like that, and then you compensate by switching your weight around, and then that causes problems to your back and stuff but that won't manifest itself till later. Like, you want to get yourself protected, so get this all documented.
Yeah, and you need all that stuff. You need to get impairment ratings. You need to get all of that stuff for your insurance company.
It really, I mean, it just makes too much sense.
Yeah.
Really, the clinic.cc, and frankly, you can just call this preventative. You're like, I feel fine. Okay, cool. That's great. Good for you. But go to the clinic.
Yeah.
Don't pay a dime. And get that confirmation and that clean bill of health, so you're like, okay, I know I'm good. Or have a physician say, hey, you know what, you feel fine, but guess what? You did tweak your neck a little bit, and in 2 or 3 weeks, it might be a problem. So we got it documented. We can take care of it.
Yeah, or even in 2 or 3 years, it could be a problem, you know, especially when you're dealing with neck or spine or things like that. Like, you don't know unless you get the imaging done, unless you get the experts to check you out. So.
Yeah. Theclinic.cc. Get there now. Theclinic.cc. Not .com. Theclinic.cc. These guys are incredible. Sonia's even better. They're going to get you taken care of. Theclinic.cc. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you ever been rear-ended? I've been rear-ended 6 times.
Really?
Yeah. One time it was painful.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Will Hardy was blasted away about not stepping up and taking advantage of opportunities.
I think what is probably hard on Will right now is when he's talking about this opportunity, he knows not all these players are going to be back next year, and some of these guys are auditioning for their opportunity to be back on this team next year, and they may not realize it. And if you haven't proven that you are worth investing in long term, your name's going to be on the chopping block. We've all had friends who are like, hey man, probably time to start taking this a little bit more seriously. Or coworkers, it's like, hey, we should probably lock in a little bit. I want you to be doing the right thing. I wonder if that's where some of this frustration is from Will, that he is trying to give them the best opportunity to survive the next round of cuts, and some of the guys aren't taking it seriously.
Coaches are into accountability. Coaches are into discipline. They're into building good habits. I want to teach you to play hard. I want to teach you to build healthy habits that lead toward mutual success. And benching is a healthy part of that.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Watch Utah Hockey Club games anytime, anywhere with Utah HC Plus, the official streaming platform for your Utah Hockey Club. See games, replays, highlights, and unbelievable behind-the-scenes content of your favorite team for just $14.99 a month. Sign up and start watching today at UtahHCPlus.com. That's UtahHCPlus.com.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape. Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Young players continuing to develop, continuing to get better, but one issue that continues to remain in their development, according to Will Hardy, are turnovers.
Turnovers continues to be an issue. Got a lot of young decision makers, and I think that they are improving. We've just got to be a little more solid with the ball, especially late in the game.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, all brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You can't do this to me, Scotty.
Those are good, huh?
Oh, my gosh.
See, I brought two in because I was going to give Lloyd one, but then I remembered he doesn't like marshmallow.
You don't like marshmallow, Lloyd?
Nah, it's a little bit too sweet for me.
So, how do you get this oatmeal cookie to be so soft? It feels like it's almost got a chewy caramel consistency.
I know, right? There are big chunks of caramel in there.
Oh, well, that's how
I make my own caramel
would
chunks.
get a chewy caramel consistency. And then
you're a mad scientist when it comes to this stuff.
I tell you what, man, I'm going to make somebody a good wife someday because I have caught the cooking bug.
That's not just marshmallow.
No.
What is that in the middle? It's not just marshmallow.
You know what's funny is that my middle son Brooks was making something with the frosting in it, and he had a bunch of leftover. So I just took a tub of marshmallow fluff and put it in the mixer with it. So I'm not exactly sure what else is in that stuff, but it's good.
Did you happen to bake some meth at the same time and it fell in there? Because I'm riding a high. I'm eating the second one.
Yeah, you should.
That is so good.
Yeah, I like those Little Debbie. Like I grew up on those Little Debbie oatmeal cream cookies.
This is that on steroids.
And so now I'm like, well, instead of paying money for them, I'm just going to make them.
Man, I'm impressed by you, buddy.
Yeah.
Have you fallen off the wagon?
Me?
Yeah.
Partially, yeah.
Okay, good for you. No, I appreciate it. I'm actually excited about it.
But that's a reminder to get back on it, Lloyd. Thank you.
See, look what you did.
No, it's good.
No,
I
didn't want you to.
Now we're going to get angry hands.
No, you're right. You will. But at least we all are on the same page. Lloyd's right.
No, I'm not.
I need to get back on it. Even my voice sounds more chubby. I've had 3 texts that says your voice sounds more chubby today.
Who said that?
Who
said that?
I'm getting texts. People think I sound chubby today. So we'll get back on it.
Yeah, you know what? I got back on the old bike this morning for the first time.
Okay.
It's been a minute.
Heart rate's going up?
Heart rate's going up.
Well, then you can have a cookie or two.
That's why I did, because I
good.
plowed through a few last night.
Those things are good.
All right, let's get to it. Lloyd, fire up that old wheel.
back in the Ring of Honor without a ring finger.
That might be my new favorite headline.
Chucky about cut his finger off trying to open up a box of University of Utah gear.
Yeah, so John Gruden's, and by the way, if you don't follow him on Twitter, he's a great follow on Twitter. But now he's kind of connected to Barstool, and he's doing videos for them and some content. And somebody sent him some gear from a football team. I think it was like Dayton. I can't remember who the first one was.
I think it was Dayton.
And now he's like, and now everybody sees him opening up these packages. So now he's getting swarmed with college gear. So today he gets an opportunity to get a nice package from the University of Utah. Now, if you've watched any of these videos, this dude would be a nightmare to be a sibling of at Christmas because he cannot open up packages to save his life. Brilliant coach, great knower of all things football, but the dude, it gets flummoxed when it comes to opening up a package. Just can't do it. So now he's
it's
like,
hilarious.
So now he's like, well, I've got this knife, and he flips out this big old blade and starts cutting up this box from the University of Utah. And there were 2 instances where that knife slipped on him, and it very closely came to just cutting him in half.
That's not a knife.
And that knife he had was massive.
Yes.
I think somebody was pranking him at the University of Utah because that thing was wrapped in tape. And he got it, and he's like, I think this looks like somebody's trying to have a little bit of fun with me here. And he gets out his knife. Luckily, I've got this. And he pulls out this massive knife and then proceeds to nearly jab himself to death with it. But it's funny.
And Barstool seems like the kind of place they would still post that video.
If he did.
I mean, he's spurting blood from a jugular that he just severed, and they're like, Portnoy's like, that's great content. Put it out there.
Oh, for sure he would.
Which
No, he's like, cut the camera. No.
What I do love is when he's doing this, when he's opening these boxes of gear, it is kind of fun because he'll start going through players.
Yeah.
And he does have a really incredible football mind. He does. And he's fun to listen to. I think he's going to work his way back into mainstream.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's back there now.
I know he's been assistant coach in the NFL for a couple years.
Has he been on a staff? I thought he's been just completely out of the game.
Oh, I thought somebody picked him up.
But I will say that he's also looking at a point now where did this end up on a roulette wheel? Did we talk about his name getting back up on the Ring of Honor?
Yeah, he was an assistant with the Saints, just working in the front office or the offices.
So he has spent some time in the front office, and now the guy needs to be a head coach again. Look, if the Broncos need a head coach, I'd bring him in tomorrow.
I would too.
Wouldn't even think twice about it.
In place of Sean Payton, I like it.
I'm just saying, if Sean decided to hang it up, Sean has the job as long as he wants it. But heaven forbid if he wanted to step away, Gruden, it's yours. Let's go.
Yeah. I'd take him back at the Raiders. I don't think they'd take him back. I'd take him over Pete Carroll. Wouldn't you take him over Pete Carroll?
Over Pete Carroll? Yeah, I would. I'd take him over probably 3/4 of the coaches in the NFL right now.
Lloyd, I'm a little bit worried we're going to get a weekend at Bernie's season from Pete.
I'm not.
Are you sure?
He had like a press conference recently. Like he looks fine.
He's 74.
Yeah, no, I understand. He's still, but he looks like he's 60.
In his mid-50s, mid to late 50s. That jaw can still cut glass. Like, stick out that jaw like that.
I just think that we could do.
Yeah, I know. Better. You think a lot. You have a lot of negative thoughts that you just want to keep powering home. I get it.
Pete Carroll and
you've got an agenda.
Geno Smith back together,
reunited, and it feels so good.
It is.
You're unbearable.
It's
right
no.
now.
It's
you
a
really
struggle to be a Raiders
unbearable.
fan.
No, it's not a struggle for you.
It is a struggle to be a Raiders fan. Every day I have to wake up and remind myself, "Hey, Hans, keep soldiering.
Keep it going."
The fact that I have to deal with you two morons on this level now.
Whoa! Wow! That was really aggressive. All right, we'll take a break. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
It's time to talk basketball with David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz.
I'm worried that they're going to win too many games down the stretch to get themselves
I agree.
lowered.
A terrible conversation to be had, but PK speaks the truth, baby. If you look at John Collins, Walker, Kessler, and Lowry marking on the floor again, I think they're +6, +7 per 100 possessions.
Right.
PK is not lying to you people. He never has. Let me talk to the people about Patrick Kinahan. He might have said things you don't like. He might have confronted truths you don't want to confront, but this man is authentic to his core. He is bringing you the honesty that you need from all people in your life. Find people and surround yourself with people like Patrick Kinahan who speak the truth to you, who do not just become yes men. Do not do that. Have Patrick Kinahans in your life.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Look, it's warm right now, and then it's going to be snowing again, and then it's going to be warm again, and then it's going to be snowy again, and then it's going to be 100 degrees in the middle of summer. Guess what? That's a lot of wear and tear on your windows. So you need to have the best windows on the planet. Well, guess what? There's a local Utah company, Hans, that understands the Utah climate. They're going to make sure that everybody has the best windows available to them.
Advanced Window Products, they've been doing an amazing job at bringing windows to the state of Utah that actually keep the cold out or keep the hot out in the middle of the summer. These windows are built to the Utah climate, specifically. Scotty and I have gone into the factory. We've watched them weld them, pack them full of insulation. So full of insulation that you can get rebate on your power companies because they know that these are the highest, most efficient windows that Utah has to offer. Plus, they're lifetime warranty.
All you have to do is go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com. They'll give you $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. It's advancedwindows.com.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 5-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. A $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare, and retirements. Electrical expertise and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only is this team fighting for a playoff spot, but this Utah Hockey Club continues to learn and grow together as a team, according to head coach Andre Tierney.
You know, our team is a young team who needs to keep growing. The stretch we are in, the situation we are in, it's adversity, it's challenging, and I can see the player embracing it, and they stay together in those moments, and we will learn a ton in the next couple of weeks, and position we want it to be, and we believe in our guy.
This update brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, remember, it's your chance to nominate the U Sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nominations at KSLSports.com/contest, and then JJ and Alex announce a winner every Thursday night. It's all brought to you by Hercules, First Federal Credit Union, and Beehive Mills.
The puck drops tonight at 8 p.m. I will be there going to cover this one in person because Toronto is really good.
Yep.
And I think they're the third best in the East and sixth best in the NHL points-wise right now. And after the Utah Hockey Club suffered an overtime loss, they've got to find a way to 2 points tonight against a really good Toronto team. So there's a couple of reasons why I wanted to go to this one tonight. Number one, the playoff race is on, so these guys are playing for their playoff lives. That's big. Number two, you come off trade deadline and you're riding high. Veggie got a couple $1 million posted onto his salary and probably feels a big responsibility to stand up for his team and do great things. And then it's across the board. Ollie Mata and just across the board. Everybody that signed an extension, they're all playing high adrenaline.
Yeah.
And then it's the Toronto Maple Leafs.
It's a blue blood.
It's one of the OGs.
Yep.
And it's here in the Delta Center, and I can't wait. So I'm going out to cover this one live. I'll have a full report for everybody tomorrow at noon. And
iconic sweaters, by the way, for Toronto.
The Maple Leafs?
Oh, yeah.
What's your favorite sweater? Mine's Chicago. Mine's the Blackhawks. I love their sweater.
Detroit Red Wings are pretty sweet.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go with Detroit.
That Chicago Blackhawks are so incredible,
they are
man.
good.
But the Toronto Maple Leaf is right there.
Yeah.
So, big one tonight. Utah Hockey Club's got to find a win, buddy.
Got to get that W.
If they don't,
they've got a winning record with you in the building, don't they? Oh, never mind.
Maybe you shouldn't cover this one.
Do you want to know the record?
Have they won one since you've seen a win, haven't you?
No.
Oh, wow.
No.
I know I have not seen a win in person. I'm 0-2.
Yeah. I'm 0 and a few more.
And I'm 0-1.
I'm 0 and a few more than that.
You know what? As soon as Utah State's done, though, I'm probably here in a couple of weeks, I'm spending some good quality time there in that arena with that team.
Well, it's fun. It is fun. It's kind of rejuvenated my love for non-football sports.
Yeah.
Especially with the Jazz suffering like they're suffering. Although, did you watch the game last night? Phil Pasky in the final seconds.
How about that?
Throws down a couple threes, and you're like, they came back from 21 points or 22 points. And for a minute, I'm thinking, Phil Pasky, no, stop.
He's like, I don't want them drafting somebody to replace me. I don't want any part of that.
No. But he showed he's got some clutch guts.
Yep. Jazz right now, the second worst record in the NBA in the capture the flag contest.
Right where they need to be.
Right where they need to be.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Sonia's with us. And look, if you've been in a car accident, where you need to be is the clinic. You feel fine. All right, that's cool. Still go to the clinic. You're not going to pay a dime for it. It's all part of your car insurance. You'll be fine. Let's get some people taken care of, Sonia.
Yeah, and you might be just fine.
Yeah.
But
and
wouldn't you just want the peace of mind to know that we for sure are just fine? There's things you can't see and things you can't feel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let us do the tests. We have all the fancy equipment, all the, good ways to tell if you really are fine or not. So,
theclinic.cc, that's the website. If you've been in a car accident in the last 4 years, you're still eligible for this medical care. So you've got a 4-year window. Now,
well, hold on.
Don't wait that long.
You do, but it's going to be a lot harder to get your insurance company to not look for some sort of other reason why they can't pay.
Right.
So the best thing to do is to get seen as soon as possible. As soon as you get in the accident, get an appointment, come in, and get stuff going.
And the best way to schedule the appointment, theclinic.cc.
Yep.
It's really simple. Theclinic.cc. Let's get you squared away and get you taken care of.
Not a penny out of your own pocket.
No. None. Nothing.
And you get the medical care you need.
But more importantly, I'm 3-0 at the hockey game, so maybe I should cover tonight and you should stay home.
Are you really 3-0?
Oh, yeah. I've yet to see a loss there.
That's big time.
Yeah, so you better not take bad luck with you tonight.
Might need you to come with me.
There you go.
Turn the tides.
We'll find a couple more tickets for Sonia.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen. Hey, it's so fun to hang out with you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Sonia.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's always awesome. And
So
big thanks to the clinic. We sure do love you guys. We know that you guys are doing an amazing job for our listeners. So
got your back.
We appreciate you.
Let's do it. Again, theclinic.cc. Theclinic.cc. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-4499. 800-848-4499. Again, that's 800-848-4499.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And did you know that we get a bunch of service calls per year from people who didn't even hire us? That means they originally hired someone else to replace their siding, gutters, and windows. Then later, when a problem popped up, they tried to call their contractor back to fix it, only to find out that the contractor has ceased to exist. They're gone, done, out of business. At RGS Exteriors, we've been serving Utah for 70 years. As a fifth-generation owned contractor, we've got customers who are the grandkids of our customers we had in the 1950s and 60s. We're not going anywhere. We will be here when you need us, period. For siding, gutters, and windows, now and forever, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit at rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110.
888-313-1110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what are you doing? Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bass! Cheap bass!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Travis Hunter said that playing both ways in football is harder than what Shohei Ohtani does in baseball. A corner and a receiver, you're basically using the same skill set. Shohei Ohtani is playing two different positions that are completely unrelated. Being a good pitcher has absolutely nothing to do with being a good hitter. That's like being really good at algebra and poetry.
You're Leonardo da Vinci. You're not Stevie Wonder. It's like, yeah, Stevie Wonder's a great drummer and harmonica player and guitar player and piano player. Yeah, he's musical. Da Vinci being the greatest painter of all time and maybe our greatest inventor. How the hell did that happen?
Yeah, that's not the same thing.
What were you working with?
It's like Carl Lewis being good at the 100 and the 200.
What? How?
How is that even possible?
He's fast.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's going on, everybody? Happy Monday to you. Thanks for being with us on the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie here. Jeremiah Jensen over here. JJ, what's going on? How was your weekend, man?
The weekend was great. It's going to get even better because March Madness is here.
Oh, it's coming up.
Let the madness begin.
It's basketball is getting hit by the same thing that football does, right?
Yes.
The college football national championship was played like on what? February 10th or something like that. It
felt like it.
It was
It almost felt like it was after the Super Bowl.
It was not.
It was January 20th.
Oh, see, like we've gotten late in that thing. And by the way, it's not going to get any better with
in the
12-team
past,
playoff.
College football was over on New Year's Day.
Right. And now
those
January
days
20th
are over.
And March Madness has gotten to the point now where we're not even going to start games up until the 21st, 22nd, 20th, 21st, something like that, right?
Selection Sunday, 6 days from today on the 16th. So the first four would be on the 18th.
Yeah, so I always remember these games being, so we've pushed everything a week.
Yeah.
And when the tournament goes up to 96 teams or 128 teams, what are we talking about? When the tournament finally goes up to 256 teams.
I'm like Michael Scott in The Office. No!
No! Gosh, no! Is Toby back? No way.
Do not.
Oh.
Leave the tournament alone.
JJ,
I know that you can make the case, well,
Oh, my. Come on. Did you see that? I think
UCLA made the Final Four after going to the first four. It was like, okay.
So who are the teams who punched their ticket officially this weekend? From like the fill-in-the-blank conferences that
Drake.
He's no longer with us. He was murdered by Kendrick Lamar on Super Bowl Sunday.
Not a minor. The college basketball team.
Yeah.
The Drake
the Bulldogs.
Question mark?
Which, by the way, I've read about the Drake team.
Yeah.
It's the entire team that came over with their coach, and they were Division II champions 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And it's basically the entire roster. So I'm interested to see what they're doing. But the teams who have automatically qualified, I think.
Omaha.
Okay, so Omaha's in. And from a how good are these teams perspective? I mean, we're talking these are going to be your 15 and 16 seeds, all right?
Basically. Well,
and
Drake could be 12.
Drake will be higher. No. But the ones that were the first three, they said it's the first time ever that that's the lowest 3 automatic qualifiers that they've had in a weekend like ever. Okay?
Yeah.
And so it was, when you talk about net rankings and things like that, it is the 333rd, 334th, and 335th ranked teams. So you get, listen, anybody who's going to make an argument for the college football or for the college basketball tournament to get big, you already have representation from the 300s. You always do.
Yeah.
You always get you always get 3 or 4 quad 4 teams in the tournament. That's the way it works. We allow Cinderella to show up to the dance.
Yeah,
and that's
Lipscomb deserves a chance.
Excuse you.
Can I say Lipscomb on the radio?
I went to Lipscomb. You went to who? No. There's always teams. Stetson, which, by the way, should be a household name now because they just keep getting in. They're the Fighting freaking Hats, man. They are a hat. All right, so that's where we're at.
So, and congratulations to Omaha, who would have been in whether they won their conference championship game or not.
Why?
Because they were playing a team that's not yet eligible.
Oh.
St. Thomas out of Minnesota.
I love it.
They're not eligible. They're still in the transition period.
So when they won their semifinal game, they punched their ticket to the NCAA tournament.
How weird is that?
Good for them. The Stetson hats, the Fighting Hats, and I think they were in it last year. So there you go. It's exciting.
Stetson.
Good for them. I'm excited for I love the tournament because you get teams in the 300s. You get teams in the 200s. And then, but more importantly, you get teams that are in the 1, 2s, and 3s who are threatened. It doesn't matter. Now that we have 2.
Ask Purdue about that. Ask Virginia about that.
Yes, now that we have 2 16 seed over 1 seed losses in the history of the tournament, all bets are off. But the good news is, here locally, we're going to have some teams going to the tournament. And everything was finalized from a regular season standpoint. We're going to get into conference championships, of course, this week. Very exciting stuff. We just chatted with Scotty G, who's going to be making his annual pilgrimage to the City of Sin.
It's so much fun.
Is it?
Tournament week in Vegas. It's different now because the BYU and Utah
doesn't go down. Yep.
But back when all the tournaments were in the same city.
Quite fun.
You could watch and cross. You could go watch Utah Valley play one game and then watch Utah State play another and then go to the Utah game late at night, Pac-12 tournament, watch them lose. Then
how dare you.
Then you could go to the BYU game. Oh, BYU's already done it. BYU had already lost to St. Mary's in the WCC.
Right. All right. Well, things are very different now. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. And that makes it official. Let's kick things off here with the program. Let's talk some college basketball. We are, of course, walking you up to Utah Jazz coverage today. It is the Jazz. It is the Raptors taking on one another there in Canada. And then, by the way, we have a double dip of Toronto teams with our local teams here because you've got the hockey club welcoming the Maple Leafs tonight to Delta Center. You've got the Jazz there at the Raptors, and so all that's going to be heard right here, but that shortens our show by about 90 minutes, so we'll get to all of it as we can and do everything right now. Let's jump into the cut right here, top of the program.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local financial needs in retirement. I looked at it right at the sheet in front of me, and it was that, of course, they're taking on Boston tonight, the Jazz are. They're at the Celtics.
The
48 wins, they already lost, is that what you're going to say?
They tanked against the Toronto Raptors on Friday.
Was that the game that Walker had 23 rebounds and 8 blocks?
Yes.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal. But with the loss at the same time, that's what you want. 48-win Celtic team against a 45-loss Jazz team. So we'll see how that thing goes. And we'll get you your injury report coming up here in just a few moments as well as we get you ready for that one. All right. JJ, BYU versus Utah. Home game for the Cougs there to round it out on their regular season down there at the Marriott Center. You saw the 4 seniors, including Trevin Nell, who we chatted with on Friday. But great group of that group in particular has been playing together for a long time. Those 4 seniors, think of Foose and Trevin Nell. I mean, that guy's been at the program forever, it feels like now. But like I said on Friday, It feels weird because we knew how good he was coming out. He commits to Cal out of Woods Cross. You remember that whole thing?
And I went the day he flipped and committed to Dave Rose. I went and interviewed him up just outside of Woods Cross High School. It felt like it was just yesterday, but that was like 2018 or something like that. 2017, 18. Then served a mission. Then he started his career at BYU. So yeah, it's been a long road for Trevin now. I can't believe it's over, but boy, to be a senior on this team and to be experiencing this kind of excitement and to be a part of one of the best BYU teams we've seen in quite some time. What a fun ride for him and the rest of his teammates.
It's been really cool to watch that group kind of come together here and Utah coming in on Saturday night. You knew that it was an uphill battle for them, and they did. They battled and they went through it. They put BYU through their paces, but not enough. The Cougs get the regular season win there. How about a 14? Was it 13? No, they ended up 14-6 in conference play in the Big 12. Can you freaking believe that? No, it's crazy.
But give them credit for exceeding expectations.
Right.
And again, I keep bringing it up. Remember the Providence game? They lose by 20 at Providence, who turned out to be a bad team this year. And I was at that point thinking, man, like I know there was some hype coming in, but like this is going to take a minute. Like this team's not good. And you're wondering, is Yegor really good enough to be a lottery pick? Was Kevin Young, is he ready for the move from college, from the pros to college? Because that is a transition, and that takes time, just like a freshman basketball player is going to take time. I just wasn't sure that this was going to come together, and you got to give Coach Young and his staff a lot of credit and give those players a lot of credit for really digging in and getting stuff figured out, because they have developed from a team that was out of the tournament just 6-8 weeks ago. I mean, even on the day they lost at the Huntsman Center, they were out. Lenardi had them out.
And Trevin Nell even said that. Trevin Nell said that on Friday. He goes, I think it was, maybe around February. Like it was like around Valentine's Day that we were all looking at each other going, I don't know if this is a discussion we're going to be having. We were kind of going, hey, NIT ? Kevin Young, hey, maybe year 2. That's what it takes to be able to get you to come around. But no, the team's hitting a crazy stride at the right moment. And Big 12 honors handed out today here locally. What do we have? We got first team all Big 12, Richie Saunders. I think we all felt that one coming, right? From a little bit away. We all knew that he was on that track. I think that, and then so then I want to go. Yegor Demon was on the all freshman team, and he was also the newcomer of the year. Was he the newcomer of the year, or was it?
No, Richie Saunders was the most improved player.
Most improved. That's what it was. And then from the Utah side of things, Gabe Madsen ended up on the honorable mention side of things. So that's your local. Isn't it crazy, though, too, to look and you go, BYU tied for 3rd in the standings in the Big 12. They lose the tiebreaker to Arizona for whatever the tiebreaker was that, you get there. They split their series. Of course, they beat each other on each other's home court this year. But Arizona and BYU, and I think Arizona may have had the better overall record. And that
against they get record against the
higher
finishing
seeds.
Team.
Yeah.
So Arizona had beat Texas Tech. BYU did not. I think that was the tiebreaker.
Okay, so
because neither of them beat Houston.
Right, but that's crazy.
That's what it came down to.
In the standings, BYU tied for 3rd in the standings in the Big 12. They go to a tiebreak.
I mean, Arizona's a blue blood,
right? Well, and you look too, and you go and look at the other blue bloods that are below them on that, and how they had to get there. BYU ends up 17th now on the AP poll. I know that top 25 doesn't matter in basketball like it does in football, but it is a massive nod, I think, to go up 6 spots in a week when everybody's been eyes on you. Everybody's watching to see what BYU's going to do. That win at Iowa State was insane. We thought that the signature win at Arizona for Kevin Young was the biggest win, and then suddenly they do that at Iowa State. And they're on a collision course to play Iowa State in that second round, I think is what you're looking at. But they get the double bye because they sealed it against Utah. And now they, on Thursday afternoon, will be playing against the winner of whoever I think Iowa State has to play the winner of, I think, the 14-11 game or something like that. And so, but I think the odds makers are all putting Iowa State facing off against BYU in that quarter.
Safe.
In that quarter.
What is it? Cincinnati and I have to.
Oklahoma State.
That's
Yeah.
right.
So
the 13 and 12 game.
Yeah, and I think we can all look. Iowa State's going to walk through that game. I don't think you're going to see an upset there.
And Iowa State's highly motivated to go up against BYU.
But
again.
guess what? It's a neutral court,
right?
And BYU's going to go to Kansas City. It's their second year in the Big 12 and in the Big 12 tournament. Last year, they got popped in the mouth by a very good Texas Tech team, a Texas Tech team who's ended up being, one of the better teams in the entire conference. And I will say that I'm interested to see what BYU will do in the conference. I think the only thing that's on the line now in these conference matchups is maybe a seed line or two. I don't know how high BYU can end up. I know you saw them on some of the lists as high as 5 on the seed lines.
Yeah.
I see them in a lot of 7s, a couple 6s there. Where do you think they're going to shake out to? Because I know that the Thursday, Saturday, tournament poll for them ends up usually being not good for them. It ends up kind of putting them at a more difficult go. But where is it going to end up for BYU, do you think? Do they have to win Do they have to win at least one game to stay at that 5, or do you think that maybe they have done enough to be able to convince the committee? Because the teams that they're staring at in front of them, Iowa State's a 3 seed in most of these lists. Arizona is a 3, maybe as low as a 4 seed right in front of them on those lists as well. So I don't know if it's a slight at BYU. I don't think at this point Kevin Young and his guys care if they're a 5 or a 6 or a 7 seed. But what's the benefit if BYU is able to stay on that 5 line or go to a 6 or be in that a 12-5 game versus a 6-11 game, or you go in there and you're a 7 seed and you're playing a 10 seed. That's a lot of times kind of spelled out as been an upset for them. But they were the 6 seed last year, and obviously we saw how that went.
Well, BYU historically has been to many, many NCAA tournaments. The problem has been they've usually been a lower seeded team. Like we're talking like 7 through 10, right? Historically.
Right.
Years when they've been highly seeded, like 2011 when they were a 3 seed, then they're able to make a run. So it's significant because they haven't had a chance to be that high that often. Now, you get to the 5, you're facing that 12. We know the historical 5-12 upsets. But the higher the seed is, the less percentage there has been of upsets happening, even though they do happen. So the higher they get up, the better their situation is going to be. The question is, how much can they climb? Well, Joe Lunardi with bracketology has them as a 5 seed right now. That's also where he has Arizona. And Iowa State is a 3 seed currently. And you look at the window here, like the potential for BYU here, is I think they could get as high as a 3 if they won the Big 12 championship. You're starting right now, if you are a 5, as Lunardi says, maybe even if you're like, say you're a 6, right? This is who you're going to be playing at the Big 12 tournament. Quarterfinal, let's assume Iowa State makes it. Iowa State's currently on the 3 line for Lunardi. You beat Iowa State again? You beat them twice in 2 weeks? You're going to move up. Okay, so you're looking at 5 to possibly a 4. You play the next game, probably against Houston. If you beat Houston, Houston's a 1 seed. This is what we're talking about right now with BYU. If they can go on a run, this is who they're going to have to go on a run against.
So Iowa State, Houston.
You beat Iowa State and you beat Houston, and then you beat the winner of Arizona and Texas Tech.
I mean, I would say
all in consecutive days.
Well, I would say, by the way, by far,
you're a 3 seed.
The Houston game. The Houston game would be the most difficult game probably of that entire
no doubt.
Conference tournament.
That team
that's
tough.
an insanely good team. So,
but right now you're BYU. You've won 8 in a row. You had a 21-point lead in Ames. Like, don't put a limit on yourself or a cap on what you can do here. They can go on a run. It's going to be extremely difficult, though. And I bring up those teams because that kind of a gauntlet in back-to-back days is what they're facing right now. They're capable of making that run. Somebody's got to win the thing, right? And nobody of those 4 teams has more to gain than BYU. Because, as I mentioned, Iowa State's a 3 seed right now. Their resumes probably got them locked up in that 3-4 space. I don't think Arizona would be punished by losing. They're probably going to be a 5 seed. Same with Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech is a 2? Let me look that up real quick.
So
where's Texas Tech at?
Yeah, they're a 3 in most of the ones I saw.
Okay, a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, same deal. Well, Lunardi's got them as a 2.
Yeah. Well,
so I mean, they're in a great position. Of course, Houston's going to be a 1 seed. You're playing it, and this is the difference between what life used to be like for BYU and what life is now. Life is good in the Big 12 because this is the competition you're facing, and if you can withstand that, and you can play on on their level, you're playing against some of the elite programs in the country. And if BYU wants to be elite, they got to beat the best. And here's an opportunity to do it in Kansas City. You want to climb and get that higher seed? Go beat some of these teams, because these are the teams you're going to have to beat if you want to go on a deep run in the NCAA tournament. We're talking about a 5 seed in Arizona. We're talking about a 3 seed in Iowa State, a 2 seed in Texas Tech, a 1 seed in Houston. If you want to go on a deep run in the NCAA tournament, and this is the goal that BYU has, that's the caliber of team you have to beat. So why not prove that you can do it here in a setting like the Big 12 tournament? This is going to set you up for success in the NCAA tournament. This is why so many of those big named schools go on runs in the NCAA tournament, because they're battle tested. You're not going to find a better test for BYU than whatever happens this week.
You know, Utah ripping the Band-Aid off of letting Craig Smith go. We knew how difficult that was going to be for the last week or two. That was part of the decision that you make, right? That has to come into consideration. You go, what is this going to do to this group of kids? What's this going to do to this coaching staff for the next 3 weeks? That's how grave of a decision that was, right? To be able to do that. And it was tough. But again, I use that as a point of that's how serious that Mark Harlan and Utah are, knowing that would be a difficult last couple of weeks here. Is Utah's spot at the 11 seed, taking on UCF as the 14 tomorrow in the Big 12 tournament? Does this feel like? And by the way, UCF massively underperforming, obviously, compared to what their expectations were. I mean, speaking of a month ago, the difference a month makes for BYU versus a month makes for UCF, because UCF was in the tournament in those early bracketology kind of editions and then they finished 14th in the conference. So Utah taking on UCF. Is there a version of getting a run out of Utah, or do you think this entire group is like, we have just been absolutely emotionally and physically drained over the last couple of weeks, and you might see it come to a head there tomorrow night?
I saw a team in Provo on Saturday night that fought
pretty damn hard.
That first half, I thought they were the better team in the first half, even though BYU pulled ahead at the end of the half. I thought they made life really hard for BYU. Obviously, second half, BYU overwhelmed them with, I think, their depth and just their overall shooting ability. Once they started hitting threes, it was over.
They out-rebounded BYU by 20.
That's my point. Like that Utah team, let's give them some credit. Interim coach Josh, they're fighting. I don't think they want to stop going. I think this is a group that really likes playing with each other. I just don't think they had enough talent this year to meet their goals. But the truth is, they were picked to finish 16th in the conference. They finished 11th. Okay, they could have even in one more win. They're probably like 8th in the tournament. But here's the deal: you already played UCF down in Orlando. You got beat on a last-second layup. You know you're going to beat those guys. Guess who you're going to see in the next round? The Kansas Jayhawks. What did Utah just do 2 weeks ago? They beat Kansas, okay? So they can go out with a bang. And there's no reason why. I think they're going to fight in that tournament. I think they're going to go there with really wanting to give it everything they got, because they know that if they lose, they're done. And I don't think that group wants to stop playing with each other. I know they've been through a lot. That doesn't look like a group that's trying to quit right now.
Yeah.
I think they're going to fight, and I think they go in with confidence, knowing that UCF, they should have beat them. Kansas, they've already beat. And then at that point, why not? See what they can do.
I was listening to the tail end of Jerry Palm speaking with Hanson Scotty today, and Jerry's a guy we've had on a couple times this year too, as we've all been kind of guessing to see where everybody's going to round out. And this is when everybody's searching bracketology this time of year anyway, and trying to see where everybody's at. But one of the more intriguing things that he has matched up wise, and this would be awesome if it would stick, but Utah State would be taking on the reigning national champion UConn Huskies. It'd be a 9 seed for Utah State taking on an 8 seed in the UConn Huskies. And by the way, that Danny Hurley team is absolutely gettable. Like, I think that is...
They're not the juggernaut they have in the last 2 years.
No, of course not.
Stephon Castle isn't walking through that door.
You think about what a signature win would look like. How about Utah State if they were to hand it to the UConn Huskies in that first round? And it's absolutely doable.
My money would be on the Aggies.
It would be absolutely doable to be able to
one-off in the tournament with the shooting and the ability that team has.
But again, to get that type of attention too, that would be phenomenal.
Yes.
And you knew they were going to roll against a bad Air Force team this weekend. But this is where your bread is buttered coming up in Vegas this week. If you're Utah State, got to take care of business against whoever the winner of UNLV and Air Force is going to be. At least beat UNLV and get yourself to that semifinal. Get yourself to a spot. Win a couple of those games. And I don't think you have to be in the conference championship game to make sure that you maintain that 8, 9, kind of 10 sort of spot where they are on most of these bracketologist lists. But I would love to see that type of a matchup with Utah State and UConn. I know these are all just suppositions, but it's really fun to look at.
That's why this time of year is fun. And what did I tell Scotty as he's walking out? I said, Scotty, I think they're either going to lose on Thursday
and then
or they're going to win the whole thing. There's no in between with Utah State because that's how it's been in Vegas. They've been really good in the Mountain West tournament. Even in lean years, they've gone on runs down there.
Yeah.
And you get in that tournament situation, and for whatever reason, I don't know if it's the toughness, the conditioning, whatever it is about that group, no matter who the coach has been, they just really do well in that tournament setting. It would not surprise me at all if Utah State wins the Mountain West tournament.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go, of course, on a Utah Jazz basketball night shortened edition of our program. So we'll come back. We've got more to chat about. So stay right here. Keep it dialed in. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The Valley roads are running pretty well, but there's some southbound I-15 slowing already approaching 72nd South in Midville. There's also a crash on Main Street in Twella, a.k.a. SR36, and blocking a northbound lane at 100 North in town. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Ryan Smith, owner of the Utah Jazz, the Utah Hockey Club.
We've always had a goal to try to bring nice things to Utah, and the NHL was one of those, and we felt like we were in a very, very unique position to deliver a franchise. You almost can't make it up why we were in that spot, but we were. Having Utah and the fan base meet us halfway there, and it fires us up to do the same. We saw, and everyone has felt what it feels like when we get that moment. Those are championship moments, and that's our goal. That's Danny's goal for the hoop side as well. Danny's been in the NBA Finals 10 times. He knows what it feels like. He's not getting younger. He should be the most impatient out of everyone right now. And he's saying, hey, we got this.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. I'm looking at the website right now, and you can do what we did and start off a weight loss journey and something that's going to stick, too. Something that's going to work, and it's going to be something you can maintain the rest of your life. You can schedule a free 15-minute phone consultation. There's a tab right there on the website for you to be able to do it. You can also see the testimonials of real people who've gone through the same thing that JJ and I have done. You can even see our testimonials on there as well. So go to the website, SLC Fat Loss, get $200 off the program that helped JJ and I both not just drop weight, but keep it off.
No pills, no injections, no crazy workout scheme, nothing like that. Just dropping the weight the natural, easy way by eating the right way when you're supposed to eat. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has a plan that's going to help you get results, and you're going to get them fast. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. You can have similar results. And look, it's in 60 days, you got time before summer. I know everyone's got summer coming. There's anxiety with that. This program will help you get ready for that so you feel more comfortable when you're out having fun in the sun. Give Salt Lake City Fat Loss a try. You won't regret it. This plan will help you lose weight and lose it fast.
slcfatloss.com is the website. Check it out. Get $200 off that same program now. slcfatloss.com.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy shares his thoughts on why the Utah Jazz fell to the Philadelphia 76ers.
Turnovers continues to be an issue. Got a lot of young decision makers, and I think that they are improving. We've just got to be a little more solid with the ball, especially late in the game.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. It's a Jazz Daily next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming. Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz. It's time! All season long and even in the off-season. It's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it!
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. You know what that music means. Of course, it is a Jazz game day in Boston, taking on the Celtics, the second best team in the East, I guess. Boy, how about I watched that entire Milwaukee Cleveland game yesterday, and I was like, wow.
The Cavs are juggling.
The Cavs, they cannot, they broke apart that Milwaukee defense, and they just were like, oh, we know exactly how we're going to get you guys. And they did. And Donovan Mitchell didn't even play the last 4 minutes or whatever it was, last 5 minutes. He's over there hanging out on the bench with Sam Merrill, high-fiving. Everybody hanging out. winning
team's
games.
got good vibes. What a great job they've done in putting that team together. The Donovan Mitchell trade for them was a bit of a risk. They gave up a lot to get him, but wow, is it paying off? And they've done a great job, unlike a lot of other teams, with the lottery picks they had during that time they were down. They hit on almost every one of those guys, and they've kept them all around, and they've done a great job. And I think you sometimes think, are they a regular season wonder, or does this have lasting impact in the playoffs? We'll see. I think the Celtics are the team to beat until you get them in a playoff series, but that Cleveland team they are every bit a contender.
This Wednesday, by the way, our Win Ticket Wednesdays are of fame, and everybody who has ever participated in this, I'm telling you, you can win tickets this weekend or this Wednesday the same way that we do this. Every Wednesday, every show, we give away tickets on a Win Ticket Wednesday, and you can win this week a pair of tickets to Pantera in the heaviest tour of the summer tour. There you go. August 20th at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tickets right now are at livenation.com, or you can listen all day to our station as well. And we'll also let you know that on Wednesday, Hans and Scotty are going to be out at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3 out there in West Jordan, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. So there you go. Let me see here. Oh, boy. I felt like I saw something over the weekend, and I was like, we got to bring this to the show, because nobody in college basketball is more popular right now than Rick Pitino and his St. John's. St. John's, what are they? The Red Storm? What are they?
Red Storm. Red
Storm now?
Talk about image makeover.
Yeah. Here's what Pitino was asked over the weekend, because, I mean, this group is getting together, and I immediately thought to myself, this has got to be a little bit of what Will Hardy is thinking about this Jazz team. Tell me if this applies, because I'm sure he's having some fun with these guys. I'm sure he loves the effort from them, but there are some things that are making him nuts probably with this team. Here's what Pitino said about his St. John's Red Storm.
Well, it's twofold answer. I'm having a great time because they give me everything they have. When they shoot the free throws and when they shoot from the field, I want to kill myself.
It's a bit much, Rick. I'm having a great time.
He went dark there.
He did. But listen, I immediately thought about Will Hardy, who's like, look, I love these guys because they're giving it all. We can't make a freaking shot.
We suck.
Like, that is a hard thing. I mean, I know when you walk away from, was it the Toronto game on Friday that you saw Walker go for 16?
Monster game.
16 points, 23 rebounds, 8 blocks. Were there ever any 8-block games that Rudy Gobert had when he was here?
I think he got up there. I'd have to look that up. Mark Eaton obviously had some games where he got a triple-double with blocks, which is insane.
Get the 11-block games.
But that was Mark Eaton, the
Yeah.
GOAT when it comes to blocking shots. I mean, what Walker's doing right now is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
When he plays, he's showing that he's one of the best centers in the league.
So the 76ers end up beating the Jazz as well, and you've got yourself a couple things going on. The Jazz are 0-3 in this road swing here. That's okay. It's fine. But
It's just the plan. They're doing this
let's
correctly.
go. So they play against obviously the Celtics. I'm not sure what their win and loss. They're not looking to. At this point, it's going to be pretty tough to run down the Celtics for that number 1 seed, right, in the East. I don't think they're going to do that.
Remember when the Warriors went 72-10?
And it was 73-9. Yeah.
And they lost the NBA championship.
Right.
How many 73-win seasons did they have after that?
Yeah,
because they
won more titles.
they learned from that, and they realized we don't need to go 100% during the regular season. What matters is the postseason, which has kind of led to what we're seeing today, where the regular season has lost a little bit of meaning
Steve Kerr
and excitement.
shuts it down with a month left now, because of that.
And how much are the Celtics actually putting into winning every single game in the regular season? It doesn't matter. They're not worried about getting the 1 seed because they already know how to win a championship. They're not dying to get home court advantage like maybe the Cavaliers are, because they're ultra confident in what they're doing. They're not worried about that. They just know when they get to the playoffs, it's about matchups and about being healthy so you can win those matchups. So, the Celtics are just like the Warriors before them. These teams that have won a championship, they've been there, done that. They don't have that same drive and motivation to win 70 games in a regular season or 65. I mean, the Cavaliers are on pace for mid-60s.
Well, they've won 14 in a row, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I mean, and again, I don't think they're going to try to win this thing
54-10. Do they sniff 70? I don't think so.
No, but I think
65, 67?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
But this Celtics team, obviously, they'll if on a normal night like this with the Jazz coming in, you're going to see the Jazz roll in, work their butts off, and likely fall to this team. Here's what the injury list looks like here for the Jazz, the injury report. You've got Jordan Clarkson still out with the foot. You got Keontae George out with his foot. Questionable is John Collins. Questionable Lauri Markkanen. So we'll see if those guys end up getting the nod. Questionable for tonight's game, Jason Tatum for the Celtics. Al Horford questionable as well with the toe situation, and then I guess Kristaps Porzingis has a short-term illness he's figuring out too. So there you go.
By the way, the Cavaliers are on pace to win 69. The Thunder 68. And I think if someone said you have to choose who's going to win the title right now, you wouldn't mention either of those. You would say Celtics or Nuggets. Some would throw out the Lakers just because they're the Lakers. So it really matters that you know how to win in those situations. It really does.
Okay, so tonight in a matchup like this, the Jazz go out there. They've got the second worst record in the NBA. They feel comfortable right there. You got to have one of the top or bottom three records to have that 14%.
A message of the Sixers and the Raptors and the Pelicans and the Wizards. Nobody out-tanks the Jazz. Nobody.
You just named off a bunch of teams who've
they tried. They couldn't get it done.
Beating up on the Jazz here lately.
They tried and they failed.
Even the Wizards.
The Jazz will not be out-tanked.
The Jazz are like, or the Wizards were like, oh my goodness.
They tried.
They really did. It was a laundry list of dudes. That night, the stats from that night's score sheet, you did not get your money's worth at that NBA game that night.
Wasn't Jared Butler amazing last night?
Did Johnny Juzang have 27 in that game against the Wizards too?
He did.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, these are the types of games you go, hey.
Remember Kenny Lofton?
Junior, the third?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he still with us? I mean, basketball-wise.
I mean, I can't answer either one.
Yeah. JJ.
I don't know.
You're the worst person.
I'd have to Google it.
You're the worst person in this room
currently. You're the
currently.
one that kills celebrities every day on the show. Don't try to turn that on me now.
I love how it wasn't. He's not Kenny Lofton's kid. He's Kenneth Lofton. You're like,
there's no relation to the baseball star Kenny Lofton.
Oh my goodness. All right, so here's what we're gonna do.
It's spelled the same, isn't it?
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go right around the corner. Before we get out, though, I want to remind you that we have the one contest that we get to run on Mondays, and this is it. You ready for it? It's our Chevy Strong Play of the Weekend. DJ and PK give out that play every Monday morning on their program. If you are listening, you'll be able to call us up and be caller number 12, and then you get yourself a gift card, an Amazon gift card for your troubles if you can remember what the play of the weekend was for DJ and PK, all courtesy of your Chevy, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers, America's fastest growing full-line brand, Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers. There you go. 801-575-ZONE, if you can remember what that play was. Do you have any hints for us here, Alex? I know that I think it was an NBA situation, right?
There's plenty of buzzer beaters over the weekend, and it has to do with one of said buzzer beaters.
Okay. All right, there you go. An NBA buzzer beater. 801-575-ZONE. Get yourself that Amazon gift card, courtesy of the folks at your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers. All right, we'll come back. We've got more, and we'll jump in here around the corner with a little bit of a weekend warrior list for you, some of the people who won the weekend, and then at the top of the hour, we're going to have Cole Bagley, our Utah Hockey Club insider for KSL Sports. The Hockey Club back at Delta Center tonight, taking on the Toronto Maple Leafs. More to go, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Joining us now to talk about the Ute basketball coaching hire, Alex Jensen, someone that knows him well. Chris Jones.
I'm pretty exasperated on how you build a winning program in basketball anymore. You've overseen programs, you've worked in programs. Do you have a strategy that you think would work consistently?
I think right now it's two things. You got to have money to get them, and then you've got to be able to build a relationship with a kid in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it is, getting them out of the portal. Then you got to pay them, and then when you get them, you got to love them. You got to show them how much you care about them, how you can develop them. It's fast. It's like dating on steroids. You got to show them that you love them. You got to prove that you love them, and you got to give them the skills and tools they need to be good and be good in a hurry. And then if you have that with them, then hopefully they'll stick around for a couple years. But it's fast. You got to do it fast.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
By now, you've heard Hans and Scotty raving about Bar W beef. But have you tried it for yourself? Build your own box with the cuts that you use the most and within your budget. They can deliver right to your door in Utah for $9.99 flat rate shipping. And right now, save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. Check them out online at barwbeef.com for the best steak and best beef you've ever had. Save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. barwbeef.com. No middleman needed.
This Monday Tax Tip is brought to you by Susan Spears, CEO of the Utah Association of CPAs.
Don't let claiming dependents derail your tax return. Missing a Social Security number? That's a major roadblock. You must provide one for every dependent. And for divorced parents, only one parent can claim a child. Both claiming the same child triggers IRS red flags, leading to frustrating delays and extra paperwork. If you're divorced, talk to your co-parent. Get on the same page about who's claiming the child. A little communication now saves big headaches later. Best advice? Don't go at it alone. A CPA can be your tax season ally. They understand the rules, answer your questions, and ensure you get every deduction you deserve. Streamline your taxes and avoid those costly roadblocks. Contact a CPA today for a smooth ride.
Get the most out of your income tax preparation when you hire a CPA. Go to uacpa.org to find a CPA that's right for you. Listen to KSL on Monday for more tax tips from the Utah Association of CPAs.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to utahjazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare, and retirements. Electrical expertise and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. Imagine struggling with a slow, outdated computer that takes forever to load anything, that randomly freezes up and is filled with viruses and malware.
Now picture yourself with a powerful desktop or laptop that runs smoothly and efficiently, making your work and entertainment seamless. Take one home today. The new 2025 S1 desktop or SM3 laptop for only $999. You heard that right, $999. You get a blazing fast processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing storage for $999. What else do you get? Lifetime service warranty, and we have 12 months special financing on approved credit. Hurry in right now because supplies are limited, because at PC Laptops, we love you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. $999, PCLaptops.com.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by March 31st, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
GoPave Utah is your gold standard for parking lot paving and repairs. Contact GoPave Utah today. GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Andre Turney talks about the positive message he gave the team following the overtime loss to the Blackhawks.
Our team is a young team who needs to keep growing. The stretch we are in, the situation we are in, it's adversity, it's challenging, and we like it. I can see the player embracing it, and they stay together in those moments, and we will learn a ton in the next couple of weeks, and position we want it to be, and we believe in our guy.
The Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. Weekend Warriors next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The boy with a thorn in his side, behind the hatred there lies.
Oh, so that's
speaking my language.
That's a producer that just made your day.
Hey, anybody want to get depressed with me? Let's go listen to some Morrissey and some Smith. Woo! Believe me. I just love how. Have you ever seen Morrissey in concert? He takes his shirt off every time he can get, even now when he's in his 60s. Multiple times he takes his shirt off during the set and reminds you to be a vegan.
I love how entertainers do things that society would be like, what are you doing, weirdo?
I know. I think at some point people are like, hey, man, let's go ahead and keep that shirt on, Morrissey. I think you're past your prime. You get your AAA card. You got your, what is it called? Your AARP card. Taking your shirt off? Come on, man. Let's go. Welcome back to the program. JJ and Alex, a shortened version of the program today. 4 o'clock, you're going to get our Utah Hockey Club insider, Cole Bagley, is going to join us like he does every Monday, and we're going to break down some of this hockey club. I'm telling you, it was a little disappointing the other night when they only got a point out of Chicago, but they were down 3-1 and they brought it back late, and so we'll chat with that. They did get a point out of Chicago. That's when you need 2 from, JJ.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Look, it's a back-to-back, and they were in Detroit the night before, and they got a huge win there at the Red Wings, and then they go to Chicago, and guess who finishes the freaking game for them? Connor Bedard, second-year man, best young talent apparently in the game, and
I hate it, but it's going to be the end of the year, and they're going to miss the Stanley Cup playoffs by a point.
No, they will not.
Dang it, Connor Bedard!
You're going to look at the Chicago game, and
that's the
March.
one you're going to circle like, dang it.
I don't think so. Our Weekend Warriors are brought to you by Gillette Heating and Air. Right now, get seasonal maintenance done on that furnace. Get yourself ready for the cooler season coming around, and have Gillette HVAC have you all dialed up for that season of your air conditioning running. Get that tune-up for only $59. GilletteHVAC.com. Nikola Jokic, if you thought it was all wrapped up for SGA to win that MVP award in the NBA, did I say enough?
Oh, no.
Did I say enough things there? What was it? The SGA wrapping up the MVP in the NBA. Nikola Jokic shows up, looked like he just rolled out of bed, had a cigarette, and then put on this performance.
This is a two-man action. They love to run. A down screen for Murray. Go to Jokic and come right into that dribble handoff.
And Murray gives it up to Jokic with the floater. A 30-20-18 performance by Jokic.
It ended up being a 31, 21, and 22 assist game for the guy who continues to just shock the world with his skills.
Insane.
And I think it was Kevin Durant who even said, I'm actually shocked it took him this long to do that. I thought that was really funny. I'm shocked it took him this long to do that. And he wasn't saying it to be rude because he's the first person to ever do that in NBA history. When you can put together numbers like this, JJ, and you can have a first time in NBA history type of a game of a 30, 20, and a 20, I've never seen something so crazy.
First ever. It's never happened in NBA history.
Is Nikola Jokic going to just absolutely pip SGA on one of it, on maybe what? I mean, is he ever going to have a year like this again? I don't know. The Thunder are having a heck of a year. The Thunder are the favorites right now in the West. But can you deny Nikola Jokic what would this be his fourth?
It would be a fourth MVP.
Would this be his fourth MVP?
Yes.
Can you deny Nikola Jokic of an MVP if he continues performances like this?
No, you can't, because that's insane. Now, when it comes down to it at the end of the year with the voting, you're probably going to end up going with the guy that was on the team with the better record, which is why SGA might edge him out. But I can totally understand people being upset about that because the numbers, based on just the numbers, and Jokic is doing this with a team that's not as good and not as deep as the Thunder. It would be hard to deny him that. But only 5 players have ever won more than 3 MVPs. So if Jokic wins the 4th, it would put him with LeBron James, Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar that have won 4. Larry Bird only won 3. Magic only won 3. That's the company he'd be keeping.
So you're talking about a guy who already, like, we look at him and we go, he just continues to do insane things, but you just named off, how many did you say it would be? He'd be the 5th all-time to do it? Or he would join 5 others?
He would join LeBron James, Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Okay, so he would be the number 6. The guys you just named off are all
the all-time greats.
But are they all top 10 NBA history?
Yes.
All of them?
No doubt.
Is
yes.
Nikola Jokic top 10 NBA guy all time?
If he wins the MVP this year, you have to start talking about it like that. He's got a championship. Now, he doesn't have as many championships as the guys I just mentioned, but Chamberlain, Russell, Jabbar, they played in a different era where it was easier to win championships.
He plays this game like he looks like this is his 3rd favorite thing to do on the earth. He's got his horses.
He looks like he skipped cardio day his entire life.
It looks like he honestly didn't get very good sleep the night before every game.
I don't mean to be disrespectful to him, but he doesn't look like a world-class athlete, but he's one of the best to ever play the game of basketball.
To ever play the game.
He does everything at a high level.
BYU gets the W on Saturday, and one of the guys who just continues to jump out of the gym and perform and just have this energy level, Keba Keita, the junior out of Mali, showing his performance on Saturday night.
Set up the inside attack and the outside attack. He's bigger than Michael Jordan in Mongolia.
That's it.
They love him over there.
Saunders tried to reverse, and Keita with a cape on his back came flying out of nowhere for that fly.
Amazing dunk. It was definitely the second best follow dunk on the night because the Erickson kid.
Oh my
when
gosh!
He flew in at the end.
Hunter Erickson
does not look like somebody who would pull that off.
You know a dunk's good when you dunk on the road and the whole arena goes, ooh.
Right, and it's a guy who they don't want to cheer for.
No.
It's like, I think they were just glad that it wasn't Caleb Lohner. That was it. That was the only thing BYU fans are excited about. So, but yeah.
Isn't it crazy how many in that game, how much crossover there was?
Bonkers, man.
Weird.
They just keep showing those guys. But yeah, Keba Keita continues to just be this fun. He's going to be one of those guys in the tournament that teams are going to be like, we watched film on these guys, but I guess we didn't take him that seriously.
He's a monster.
He's going to be a difference maker in the tourney. And then finally, your last weekend warrior of the day, Mark Sears, number 7 Alabama, going to Auburn and getting the dub.
Today, there goes Sears. Sears on the road with the winner for Alabama, and they get the revenge they wanted. Crimson Cranes in front of the jungle.
What a difference a week makes. What a difference a week makes.
They had to get on the PA and ask all the fans to stop throwing stuff onto the floor at the Alabama players. And all that, to me, is a sign of a great rivalry, a healthy rivalry.
Because that's one of the most healthy rivalries in all of sports.
I don't know if the word healthy is there,
no,
but it is alive.
Never, ever.
It is alive and well.
Very much so. And now it's a basketball thing. How about that? Which is weird.
I love it.
Like, it's the highest ranking Auburn versus Alabama in any sport. It happened to be basketball instead of football.
So the BYU Utah game gets over on Saturday night, and we just kept the TV on, and they just replay. They went right into that Alabama Auburn game.
Yeah.
And my wife was like, "Are these two teams like serious in basketball too?" I was like, "Oh, there's not a thing they're not serious."
They are now.
I said, but look at those little numbers next to them. You don't very often see a number 1 Alabama and a number 7 Alabama, or Auburn number 1, Alabama number 7, and then they just upset them at their place. It's phenomenal. So
and great to hear Dick Vitale on the call.
I know.
Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you're going to get him to come out for a game, that's going to be the one you want. All right. We'll come back. We'll chat with our Utah Hockey Club insider at KSLSports.com. He's Cole Bagley. He's going to give us an update as to where this team is in the standings. The big signings that happened last week, and then Connor Ingram, the news that we got that he's going to be out indefinitely for the team as he tries to get right. And we'll talk a little bit more about that situation. It's very, very difficult. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
SLC Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. Go check out the website that got JJ and I back onto this health journey that we've been on since last April. It's been almost a year for us on this thing, and we've been able to keep the weight off that we took off last year. You get into a reduction phase, and you're going to drop 15 to 20% of your body fat. That's an amazing thing in itself already. The good thing is after those 2 months, then you're on the journey to be able to keep it off. And that's where I've had the most success that I've ever had of any program I've ever been on, keeping the weight off. That's what you get with SLC Fat Loss.
Yeah, look, if you've been struggling to lose weight, trying to do it on your own, and it just hasn't worked out, or you haven't figured it out how to keep those pounds off or get them off, you need some help. And Salt Lake City Fat Loss can give you the help that you're looking for. They will help you get results. They helped me get results. I was like you. I was struggling. I dropped some weight on some like keto thing or this or that, and then the weight would come right back off when I tried to do it normal. I was just struggling. So SLC Fat Loss will get you the results you want. Get it fast. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and then I've been able to keep almost all of it off. And the knowledge that I gained from that is helping me do that. So if you want to change your habits, if you want to get results, and you want lasting success with losing weight and keeping it off, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is the way to go.
slcfatloss.com is the website. That's slcfatloss.com.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served, or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Spring into savings at Burt Brothers. Get your car ready for the new season with deals like new tires starting at $69, up to $50 off service tickets, and $79 alignments with the purchase of 2 or more tires for your passenger vehicles and light trucks. Plus, save big on trusted brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Toyo. But don't wait, these deals won't last. Hurry, stop by your nearest Burt Brothers today. Burt Brothers, where auto care is done better.
Burt Brothers does it better.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape. Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
If something were to blow off of your car, you would be responsible for the damage. But what happens if an orange construction barrel damages your car? I'm KSL investigator Matt Gephardt, and I'll show you what you need to know before driving through a construction zone on a windy day. Tonight at 10.
Feeling frustrated? Ignored? Deceived? It's time to get Gephardt. Get Gephardt. Weeknights at 10 on KSL.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. With complete coverage of the Utah Hockey Club, this is Cole Bagley of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Our show, as always, is brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other places in the refrigerated section. Give it a shot. Of course, this is the time of week that we get to jam with our Utah Hockey Club insider, Cole Bagley, KSLSports.com. Let's get to it with the cut. Let's kick off the hour as we always do.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And the cut this hour brought to you by an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram, and now the family of Mitsubishi cars, of course, in the Doug Smith family of dealerships. Nobody knows cars like Doug. There you go. He is Cole Bagley. He's our Utah Hockey Club insider for KSLSports.com. This is a pretty interesting team, Cole, because obviously the win at Detroit was huge. They ask you to do the back-to-back, in the Eastern time zone. You do it the next day, and you think, all right, they can get this one against the Chicago Blackhawks. It took a lot for them to get that thing tied up and send it to overtime, but they end up falling. They do get that point. How crucial was even just getting that point against Chicago in that trip on Friday night?
Yeah, it was huge. To go on a back-to-back road trip in the Eastern, Conference against any two teams and to pick up, 3 to 4 possible points. Obviously, it would have been, an even bigger deal if they were able to win both games and pick up 4. But to come back from down 3-1 in a game that they did not play particularly well in, especially in the second period as they were outscored 3-0. It was definitely a small victory to pick up that point because, when you boil things down, you get to the very end of the season, playoff spots can be determined by a single point. And so, there's 2 ways to look at it. They might get to the end of the season and think, man, losing out on that single point, that definitely cost us. Or they'll look at it the other way and go, man, at least we got that single point. So, regardless, 3 out of 4 is great for this team. They need to keep, winning in that order every couple games. And as long as they, keep picking up points here and there for the most part, they're going to put themselves in a good spot to potentially make the playoffs.
Unfortunately, the Flames keep winning too, and the gap is 4 points again. I know you're watching this closely, keeping tabs on all the other teams. Has the situation improved, declined, or got better or just the same for Utah Hockey Club when it comes to making the Stanley Cup playoffs? Did anything happen this week that has changed the path, or is it still the same?
If you really want to take a look at, deep analytics, their chances did lessen week over week. From the beginning of last week to now, I think they were at about 23% chance to make the playoffs a week ago, and now they've dropped to about 16. But, it's all relative. It's a tight race. Yeah, they're 4 points back, where I believe last week they started off just 2 behind. But, there's still a lot of hockey left to be played. There's still a lot of opportunities. They play Vancouver this week in a head-to-head matchup, so a 4-point swing. They play Calgary in a couple weeks. And that one could be even more important if they're still, within striking distance. So, it's not like the rails have fallen off at all. They're still pushing. They're still hoping. And I think the most important thing right now is they're playing meaningful hockey down the stretch when this organization has not been able to do so for about 5 years or more. Players like Clayton Keller, a young captain, is learning how to lead. Players like Logan Cooley and Dylan Gunther, Barrett Hayton, Michael Kesselring, they're learning what it means to play with pressure, with eyes on them and really competing at a late point in the season when none of those guys have done that before. And then you're also kind of seeing, certain players like Karel Vejmelka step up and elevate their games so that this team can really mold into what their true identity is. So regardless if they make the playoffs or not, it's still a successful season, a positive season, and, taking a step in the right direction in terms of the rebuild.
I saw the email yesterday about Connor Ingram and how he's not going to be with the team indefinitely, sitting it out as the league and the Players Association allow that indefinite time off as you deal with personal issues, and that was the case with him. Obviously, Veggie getting signed to the extension last week. Connor Ingram has battled a lot on top of losing his mom this past year and just all of those things. Can you tell us a little bit about what the league does in these moments where they say, hey, this is an extenuating circumstance here. This isn't a guy getting cut or anything?
Yeah, it's a fantastic program, and it can be used in a whole bunch of different ways. But when a player goes into the program, the assistance program staff works with the player for things such as mental illness, addictions. And, during that time, the players are not, they don't have to participate in games or practices or other team activities. And they still do get paid, their full salaries, and it doesn't count against the salary cap, kind of similar to, injured reserve and whatnot. They do have to be deemed ready and approved by the program for when they can return to normal duties. So yeah, it's a great asset that the NHL has put together to take care of their players. A lot of guys have used it for a bunch of different reasons. Connor, spoke out yesterday talking about how difficult this last year has been. He lost his mother to breast cancer. He's dealt with mental health issues before, and those have kind of resurfaced. And so he's, utilizing this program to get better and, putting his own health first, which, is a good thing to see. So, hopefully he can get back to a place where, he's feeling better and he's more himself. And, we obviously wish him the best.
It's pretty cool. Tonight's one of those pinch me moments, right? As a hockey fan in Utah, when you get to see a franchise as storied as the Toronto Maple Leafs come into the building. Austin Matthews, one of the best players in the game. What do you expect tonight, and how cool is it to have the Leafs in town?
Yeah, it's like you said, it's another pinch me moment. I walked past a bunch of the Maple Leafs players yesterday at the Olympic Oval. I got to speak with Austin Matthews, and yeah, I mean, these are the stars of the league. These are, this is one of the most historic franchises in the National Hockey League. I think when people think NHL, they often, think of the Toronto Maple Leafs, especially amongst the Canadian teams. So it should be amazing. It's going to be a great atmosphere. The barn should be packed, and yeah, I expect a hard-fought match, a hard-fought matchup. These are two teams that, are desperate for wins. I mean, Toronto is in a better place than the Utah Hockey Club. They're second in the Atlantic. They're sitting in a good spot, but they've got some new faces. They've lost a couple games in a row, and so they'll be anxious to get back in the win column. And for Utah even more so, right? I mean, they're a couple points back, 4 points back out of the wild card spot. And while they have played some of their best hockey this season, they need to get back in the win column as well. So these are two teams that are desperate for wins. Utah a little bit more, but yeah, it should be fun.
Since this past couple of weeks, the team's been the most healthy it's been in a long time. We've also had some of their best success over the last stretch here, and we've kind of seen the best hockey that they've played over the past year in some of these last games. In terms of health and where everybody is right now, or is the hockey club missing anybody with the now famed upper or lower body injuries that we're going to see out for an extended period of time, or how have the returns of guys like John Marino been? Help us out with like the injury kind of picture of how things are going.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, this team is as healthy as they've ever been. Obviously, Connor Ingram will be away from the team for, who knows how long. and that's difficult. Now it's going to be very much, Vejmelka is going to have to step up, and not that he hasn't already this season, but they're coming into the most important stretch of hockey this year. They're playing the most competitive and intense hockey of the season, and I would anticipate we're going to see a similar stretch to what Vejmelka did when Ingram was out earlier. Likely 80 or 90% of these games are going to be with Vejmelka between the pipes. He likes that. He says he kind of thrives off of continually playing hockey, but at the same time, he's a human being. He needs some rest. So we'll occasionally probably see Stauber here and there. But not having an NHL tested goaltender who has been around and had a lot more experience behind Vejmelka is tough. So that's something that we'll see how it turns out. In terms of the rest of the team, Nick Bukestad is still day to day, but aside from that, and obviously Robert Bortuzzo is still technically injured, and we haven't had an update on him for quite a while. I'm not sure if we will see him for the rest of the season. But overall, everybody else is healthy. They're playing their best hockey. Marino has fit in very well. Sean Durzi has been fantastic. He came down to earth a little bit the other night against Chicago. He was probably his worst game in a Utah Hockey Club sweater with a couple of critical turnovers. But for the most part, these guys are playing very well. They're healthy, and that opportunity is there. I know that it sounds like, they only have a 16% chance to make the playoffs. Well, the teams ahead of them, their percentages aren't that much higher. It's not like it's 84-16 in favor of somebody else. So still opportunities. They're still playing meaningful hockey, and they could still potentially get it done.
Did Austin Matthews today, or when he spoke to the media, talk about he's from Phoenix, so it had to be kind of weird for him to see the team move. But what did he talk about that at all today?
Yeah, he went into a fairly extensive response to what is it like to be playing in Utah, being an Arizona guy, and this was the team that you grew up watching, but now they no longer exist and they've relocated. And he said, it's bittersweet, but he recognized there's not really anything he can do about it now. It is what it is. But he also said it's exciting to be in a fresh new market, a new place, and get to experience a new city. And then, somebody else asked him a follow-up on, how has hockey continued to grow despite, the Coyotes no longer being there. And, he said it's been growing for a long time. It's unfortunate that they lost the team. That was a major influence on him and his career. But he pointed out that, look, there's still lots of, guys coming out of Arizona. He named Josh Doan as one of those players. And he said it's important for himself and the other guys coming out of Arizona to continue to have an impact on the youth, and hopefully it'll keep growing, and one day the NHL will be back there. But yeah, it was positive, and it was interesting to hear him talk about it. I don't know if he's had much of an opportunity to do so, but he definitely recognized it.
Tonight's also an interesting conundrum for the Doan family. Can you explain that situation?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Josh Doan's dad, Shane, I believe he's the all-time points leader for the Arizona Coyotes, and he actually was working for the Coyotes back when they drafted Josh. He now works for the Toronto Maple Leafs. I don't know his exact position, but he was joking around today, saying that if his dad and his family show up wearing Toronto Maple Leafs gear, that they can buy their own tickets, and He also said that he has not talked to his dad since midnight last night, that they are enemies at this point, and he'll talk to him after the game. So, you'll have to see the competitiveness of Josh.
I thought you were going to say he hasn't spoken to his dad for a couple months. It was like, no.
Jeez, he's taking this a little too serious.
Good 14 hours.
Like to play twice a year, man.
Well, Cole, we're looking forward to this one. And over at Delta Center, another home game that I think fans are going to be super excited about. So you've got a big one, of course, tonight. Every game from here on out is a big one. But then you get you get another Western Conference team coming in Anaheim on Wednesday as well. So big ones, and these are all. It's every one of them is important. Every point's important. So stealing a point from Toronto would be huge tonight here at Delta Center. So, Cole, thanks for hanging out, man. We appreciate it as always.
Yeah, we'll talk to you guys next week.
There you go. That's Cole Bagley. His appearance brought to you by the good folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. Man, the Connor Ingram thing's tough, but I'm glad the league has that in place. And I feel like it's so much more ahead of its time. I mean, it certainly is nowhere near the type of thing that you used to see back in the day. It's just like you're on your own, man. You're a professional athlete. Deal with it. Figure it out.
Think of all the players back in the past that could have benefited from that were dealing with mental health issues or traumatic experiences they were dealing with, that had to turn to alcohol or drugs or other things. The good that could have been done, the help that could have been given, the things that could have been prevented. If we hear the stories about all these football players, basketball, whatever. It's great that the NHL has that set up for these guys to be able to get the help they need.
Speaking of Hercules First Credit Union, you could nominate that youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. The way you do it is you go online, dial it up. You can see on our website, kslsports.com/contest. Hit that button and nominate the youth sports volunteer that does a phenomenal job in your neck of the woods. And we'll honor those people every Thursday on this program. It's just a KSLSports.com/contest. Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals bring you that amazing program. All right. Jazz firing it up against the Celtics tonight, JJ. And, of course, we've got some tickets to give away for some hockey, for the hockey going on this week. I mentioned the Anaheim Ducks coming into town on Wednesday, 801-575-ZONE. Pair of tickets right now, 801-575-ZONE. We'll be back again tomorrow. Enjoy your Jazz and your hockey coverage. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound slow spots in Salt Lake County, and it's at its worst at I-15 approaching the South Interchange and on Mountain View Corridor heading towards 35th South. Northbound I-15 also slow heading up to the downtown area after some emergency road work, but it does seem to be improving. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
How you present yourself and how you carry yourself, sometimes it's just the swagger.
Yeah, like I've got swag, but just the way I carry myself, darn tootin' well, I'm the big dog in sports radio. I don't have to say it. I'm the big dog combined with being extremely friendly. It is an unusual winning combination. It's not me saying it, it's just repeating what's been said about me.
Previous managers would find that stunning and would debate it, but you know what? They're gone, so who cares?
I will say it. BYU is the big dog of the Big 12. Woof, woof.
I don't know if woof, woof helps you be the big dog, but...
Okay, would you rather I raise my leg? Which do you prefer?
Woof, woof. If those are my choices.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies. including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. And it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Always see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountain Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountain Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight at 8 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Proud to be the official airline and community partner of the Utah Jazz.
Catch and shoot 3. Ow!
Here's Jake Scott and Tim Lacombe.
Jazz pregame, Jake Scott, the coach, Tim Lacombe, getting you ready for the Jazz and the champs, the Boston Celtics from Boston tonight. How are you, Coach Lacombe? Looking good over there?
I'm feeling good. What a day. I mean, when the temperature gauge on my car said 65, that's a good day. That's a really good day.
It's nice when the sun's out.
I had a warmer coat on and actually had to go home and change it. And what a great thing to do after winter gets a little long. And so, yeah, it's great to see the sun. It's great to have a beautiful day. And the Jazz are playing the champs.
So it should be a recipe for a good evening, I'd say.
Depending on your definition of good, yes.
Well,
yeah. I mean, they're going to be a beast, and the Jazz have really got to play. But we got a game at least.
Yeah, and this is a Celtics team which I think, hot take for you, I think are the far and away favorites to repeat. It's mostly the same cast, and it was a real complete team last year. They've got all sorts of two-way players, which that I love. And I'm not traditionally a Celtics guy, but this is a really good team.
It's a great team. I like the pieces.